right now it's looking pretty decent for these first few.
Yeah, easy farm for focus here, this top lane. Same to be said down bottom for Runic on the Wraith King, 10 for 3, having no trouble against the Darks here for now, at least on these early levels. We'll see how things change up once the Iron Shell starts to get scaled up.
Yep. This is the Wraith King though versus Clockwork. It always just feels a little bad, right? The skeletons can just be summoned and mess with you whenever you do go for an opportunity, but Skylar can play around it. I've been seeing these Darkseers, they always get the vacuum it too, so they have a lot of kill potential, a lot of kill threat down here. Burjui is just trying to maximize and get the lane pulled back into a better position. Because Skylark's actually just keeping it chill right here without using the Ion Shell. He's got his level 2 Ion Shell now, and they can probably look to apply pressure soon.
Oh, we'll see how much Skylark steps up the aggression with Stommerhead. And yeah, as you mentioned earlier, this clock, it's kind of he's going to be killing the supports, right? You know, this is not the sort of hero that's going to walk to mid and do anything about Flax in the early game, right? You can't gank the Quap. Flax is going to just have to, you know, he's only going to be dealing with the TA, which of course is a great fun. You know, Wish doing his best to harass with the side blades, but no other threats are going to come in on this Quap anytime early.
No, definitely not. Those two cores should be pretty safe, the Wraith King and the Queen of Pain for the most part versus him. Flax is getting quite low from these side blades. Wish is really starting to take over this matchup.
How's he doing for regen Flax? Well, he's still got the Fairy Fire, and he's got the bottle on the way out. So bottle will be here. At the least, of course, where we might see someone head over to try and secure that 4-minute rune for Flax. And make sure that he gets against Wish. At the same time, though, Brame also likely to fight for it. Let's see if they're able to get away with this kill here as they're on top of Atufix. Stormahair charging in, and they'll be able to find it there. The combo of the two of them, the Iron Shell and the Battery Assault. Once they do get on top of the support, such as Atufix, they don't really stand much of a chance against these two.
Yeah, and that's what makes it really hard for you to actually go check those runes. They will have at least Killomancer go check the top rune, but yeah, Clockwork should be able to contest the bottom one easy. Flax won't be able to grab that DD rune.
Good stuff here from both teams. I mean, when you're seeing these sort of mids, Queen of Pain in particular, you have to step up this rune control and things like that. Stommerhead doing so, making sure that Flax is less likely to be able to have such an impactful gank of a side lane with could potentially be one of the better runes there, that DD.
Man, I'm loving this Solar Bind. Actually, up top, it's not getting the kills on Uker, but it's really messing with him trying to walk up to contest versus focus. This double application of slows that they have now is pretty decent. I haven't gotten to see too much Coddle in particular, to be honest with you. I've not been seeing him in many of my pub games either.
No, but as you say, no, the hero definitely having its strengths, and again trying to use this slow to set up for focus to close in. He's going to have a jump again. In he goes. Killomancer down. Two of them get the kill. Sales ready for focus. He's healed up. And the D continues. We see 5 minutes in. All three cores of Brame having the slightly better game here. As is a strong start across the board. And as we said, with this Ursa TA duo core lineup that they're running, this is the kind of start that they need, and they're getting it. 2-0, 1K up at 5 minutes in.
Yeah, and already have an Ancient stack prepared for the TA too. It's all looking good right now for this setup here. And they are playing versus Disruptor lineup. I know Pando mentioned it too. If you're able to get that lead, it can look really good to be able to get those invasion plays. I think the big thing for Burjui to kind of, you know, slow down this lead that Brame is starting to build up is once you start getting those sixes and the mobility of the Queen of Pain. We're gonna have to watch Flax, how he can fix these side lanes because of how rough the mid lane went. He can look to set up and kill these side lanes quite easily.
Yeah, and do you think for Burjui they do have to make those moves very sort of proactively into Brame's half of the map, or is it just a case of making sure that you're going to have pretty much 4 or 5 heroes turn up when Brame goes for an objective? On top lane, Burjui, Spear will push back on focus. He's still trying to chase him with the Earth Shock. It's going to have stun up again in a second, Killomancer, so he's going to be fine. Turns over towards focus. There's the stun. He holds on to the very last moment there. But it will save him as he's able to step away. Focus won't get the kill. At the same time, down bottom, a dive coming in. The Iron Shells, but Flax is there with the counterplay. Looks towards Stommerhair. Stommerhair still gets the kill, but he will lose his life for it there. Flax able to make sure he finds the trade, turning up.
That's what he needs to do on this Queen of Pain, though, is when they look to overextend and look to push their limits too far, he has to turn up. But Skylark is now continuing to look to dive, and Flax is just immediately running toward that mid lane. Doesn't want to miss out on too much. Also doesn't want to get too much pressure onto his tower too. Wish doing a good job of taking advantage of that first rotation of Flax.
Yeah, that really is the thing. Flax has got to make sure that he's always successful with these moves. And anytime he leaves this whole mid area open to the T8, Wish just able to capitalize massively on the area that he's been given. And his farm, of course, going to continue at a pace that's going to require Flax to find quite a few kills and assists to really keep on track with the TA. Top lane.
Yeah.
See if they can get focused here. They've got the damage.
They actually get him.
They do.
That's huge.
Yeah, he's been having a good lane and just been a little too confident there with the health that he was sticking around with. They turn and burst him down with the 1-2 combo, the Rebuke and the Spear.
Yeah, other thing quick to point out is Flax actually had the Disruptor TP mid to fill his bottle, and he messed up. He actually didn't even hand him the bottle. So that actually is going to slow him down. I feel like it's really important in this type of matchup is to keep that Queen of Pain
at maximum
mana, at maximum health, so you can respond to the movement, so you can move back and defend your tower. Yeah, he's going to have to go back all the way to base, heal up. He'll be able to TP out to a tower, but bottom tower is already dead to Skylark, and this Darkseer is having an incredible start here. You're level 7.
So if they can get Killermancer again, this Solar Bind slow, it's so strong. You can't run.
Yeah.
I mean, you literally can't. It makes it worse. Top lane, Flax will come in with the counter rotation, comes in with the Sonic Wave onto Spartan, but Focus, he's got the ult. He'll take down Uka. He's going to try and turn towards Flax, but won't be able to take down the Quap with the build that he has. Of course, no points in the Fury swipe. Playing for the lane rather than for the single target. So Flax with a good cleanup there with that TP. 3 kills now under his belt. That's the mid-quap. So he's definitely... He's fixing it a little bit. Overall, still they're falling further and further behind, but Flax, he's doing his best to hold back Brame.
Yeah, I think now he has to put his majority of his attention onto mid lane, onto Wish, because Wish, he's going to take out this tower, and Kilo, he shows up and he's just dead. And the thing about the Queen of Pain in this game, he's actually probably the best one to set up to defend towers. We look at Burjui's lineup, they don't have this outspam. Look, they're going to have to just bring multiple heroes here. They're actually bringing Wraith King and Mars at the moment.
He was sort of wandering behind the tower, was a little bit surprised here by the two of them. He's going to try for the TP out. I mean, that's not going to work. Too much damage. They will manage to take down the Clockwork, and with that, also able to keep that tower alive for another push or so, pushing back against Brame.
Okay, and we see the Wraith King Runic. He's actually going for the Midas. I thought this might be one of those games where you just go for the armlet because you want to be able to fight and contest early. I feel like this could be a concern for him because now if they notice that on the side of Brame, that's when they just kick up the pace and they really look to set the tempo and really look to challenge and threaten that road.
I mean, this is the team you got this build, kind of thing. Runic sort of checked out. He's like, guys, I'm farming Midas Radiance. You guys deal with the pressure. As long as they don't lose the game before he has the Midas Radiance, then he'll at least have the Midas Radiance when he loses.
And you know what, it actually might be, I'm looking back and I'm like, he is a single core Wraith King versus an Ursa and a TA, so he probably wants that scaling potential, so it might actually just be fine, as long as they play right around it, right? The other 4 have to be very active looking for these kills and not make any mistakes pretty much, because that Wraith King is not going to show up to fights anymore.
See what we have at Uka.
So let's see what they can do.
And he's got the arena down, he's managed to trap his Storm ahead. Killermancer trying to turn to help out. And we'll get the kill. Let's see if they can get anything in return. Vacuum will drop down onto Uka and Flax. Flax out with the haste streak. But they've lost the Mars. Got any further catch? Brame doesn't look like it. But the Mars down, now with Brame back in position around the mid. They'll be able to push in and finish off this tier 1 mid tower, as there'll be no further defense here from Burjui, especially with the Mars and the arena down.
That's really nice what Spartan's doing. Look at this. He's actually recalling people all around the map right now, so they're setting up onto Runic top because he split up from his team because he wants to get that Midas efficiency. He's going to get picked off for it now. They have to TP top down.
They've got to help him. They can't let him go down a second time. Stormhead comes in with the hook shot on the two of them. Sonic Wave will push the two of them back out of the cogs. Runic and Killermancer still trying to chase. See if our 2-Fix can get in range for a grab with the Glimpse. Wraith Fire Blast down onto Stormhead. Stormhead will fall.
Nice
and the controls there onto Focus. Focus also burst down by Flax as our 2-Fix make sure that they get the big kill. And they're not done yet. Uka
they're diving.
Wrapping around from the side. Spear connection onto Spartan. As Burjui, they'll find 3. Flax with the double kill. As now hitting back well and coming in on this top lane and just sort of showing the way that they do have this team fight, even with the arena, just the ability to sort of just turn 1 kill into 2 into 3.
Yeah, and you know what, at the end of the day, maybe it was, I was kind of giving Spartan the heads up there and being like, wow, it's a nice play of him moving around, recalling his teammates.
Baited his team in.
He actually top, maybe a little over-ambitious. They saw the Wraith King out of position, but all of Burjui rotates and bringing themselves back in the game, still getting quite out-farmed, especially by that TA and that Darkseer, but bringing the fight there and getting themselves a nice needed tower after losing them.
Of course, Blink up next. See how much he gets involved with the Deso alone. Sort of figured that he could hang about, get some spells out before blinking away. Wasn't the case. So Flax, as soon as he's back in, wanted to be deterred. He wants to keep this action going. Very close to having the second point in the Sonic Wave. Of course, as these minutes pass, it's going to be harder for him to have the impact that he was able to have in these first 15 minutes, as heroes do get gradually more tanky with the items that they're picking up. Top lane trying to burst down the Darks here.
He's tanky, though.
He is now. As Skylark's able to head into the trees, drop the wall down. Burjui can't hunt for him anymore. Killermancer's going to go for the TP out. Skylark's got the vacuum. TP will be cancelled as they'll slowly work through the life of Killermancer. Skylark getting the kill there with that Iron Shell and illusion damage.
Bit of an ambitious attempt there too. It was still always going to be that, but now it's still, they're playing versus Aegis. So this is where Brame is going to try to take advantage.
He needs help. He needs it now. Good glimpse onto Focus. Will take Focus out of the fight, meaning that they haven't actually been able to take the Wraith King down even the once. Runik's fine. Over to the side. Stormhead comes in with the cogs. Runik turns over towards Wish. Wish, he's been trapped in the Static Storm. And he's getting very, very low. Can they kill him off? He's going to be able to put the Refraction. Trying to turn them out. The vacuum's out onto the three of them. Focus charging in. Slows there onto Uka. Uka turns with the spear to push back Skylark. Flax keeping himself safe on the cliff. So all in all, only the clockwork to go down at the end of it all. Runik, of course, being burnt through on the reincarnation, but no actual big losses there for Burjui.
Look at Brame, though. They TP out the TA and just instantly recall, so they're still ready for the fight if anything does go down. Killermancer not looking to actually set up onto Skylark now.
They're
still in the area.
I mean, I think
ultis are down.
Burjui, they can still have a solid shot of fighting around here if Runik's able to head over. But we'll see how hard Brame want to push this. Killermancer giving this all-important vision of Brame's transpositioning here, but hugging themselves close to the tower makes it rather hard for Brame to really get in on it. Start to have a bit of a poke onto Killermancer. Oh, a little bit of a counter synergy there. The vacuum saving Killermancer from the hook shot that was coming in from Stormhead. Stone comes out onto Wish. Killermancer falling low. The last hit from Wish does finish him off. So we'll get the kill on the Nyx Assassin at the end of the day.
I'm surprised they stuck up there on the side of Burjui for so long. I know they really wanted to stick around for this tower, but no ultimates were available. And you're at a disadvantage versus an Aegis. I feel like this one might have been a time to sack. They only lose their Nyx Assassin, so it's not too bad. But yeah, I felt like fighting around there was a little bit of a defeated position versus what Brame still had at the moment. And yeah, that tower will go down, so map continue to shrink for the side of Burjui.
Runik's headed.
And look at these recalls. Spartan brings Skylark bottom. This is actually insane how much work he's doing with these recalls. It's just, it's moving them around the map so fast. And Burjui, you look at their lineup, theirs is kind of the one that you'd imagine can move around a bit quicker with this Queen of Pain and Nyx, but they're getting out-mobility'd hard by this Keeper of the Light at the moment.
Yeah, it's very hard for Runik to really find himself a lane to sit in.
Yeah.
So these reactions and moves are there every single time from Brame as soon as he shows his face on the wave. Maybe eyeing up some action mid. Stormhead is pretty tanky, but they want to drop it all. They should have a shot. They're going to use the Static Storm, but not enough. Static Storm being held back upon a little too long, allowing Stormhead to pop the cogs. And maybe they were a little quicker with the ult, they would have had it. But I think, you know, Tufix, it's kind of like, do I really want to drop the Static Storm for the clock kill? Maybe he should have, but it wasn't the case, and the clock's able to get away.
Yeah, he wants to save that always for the Ursa and the TA, but sometimes might have to just commit it out there to just get some type of return kills. But now, no Static Storms for about 50-60 seconds. Let's see if Brame does look to take advantage of that. Aegis is getting reclaimed in about 30 seconds, and I mean, they're in a comfortable spot. They just keep forcing these towers in. They're getting closer to these BKBs, which are going to be very strong versus the side of Burjui, as we've mentioned. Burjui, mostly about that team fight synergy. These BKBs will break that team fight. And they're going to be getting it soon. Tier 2 bottom dropping as that Aegis goes down, so very good use by Brame of that. And just keeping their lead growing.
We'll see. Burjui's plans are going to be after Runik has his next item done. He's closing in on the Desolator. It's both him and top lane. Flax caught underneath the tower here, yields himself up. The Cog's pushback is there, and he's able to jump away. That Essence Ring provide that extra bit of HP to keep him safe as he's able to escape. And the rest of Brame do come in to try and chase this. See what they can find here. He's got the control onto a 2-fix, and the 2-fix is gone. As soon as he's out in position, no chance for a TP. Let's see if he can catch any more with this aggression. TPs are there. The rest of burjui heading out. Runic also able to make it away. So only losing the Disruptor there to that chase from Brame.
But BKBs are done. Ursus is done. TA is also as well for Wish, and this is the support life for burjui is going to be miserable now, right? This Nyx, this Disruptor, they're going to have very hard times. Even the Mars too, getting the good setups, starting to look quite hard for them to actually take any fights versus this Brame lineup now.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, the sort of closest thing to instant catch and disable is going to be Uka with this Blink Spear, but even that, you know, he's got to be super smart with those plays and the ways that he comes in from the trees to try and catch these cores off guard before they react with the BKBs. So not an easy challenge here for burjui. They're going to try, smokes up, but Brame...
They have the timing, they have that Deso finished up now too, so he does have that big damage burst if they can catch the heroes on the front line, and the BKB is not quite delivered onto Wish yet, it's on the way. So they have a couple seconds here if they can get someone.
This is going to be hard. Because with these, especially with that TA BKB only just being delivered, and they're smoking into the 2 BKB cores.
And Skylark look at his positioning. He's just standing in the front line for the most part, because he's like, I'm Darkseer, you can't go on me. Let's see what they find.
Let's see. I'm going to look to try and burst through the easy ones first. Go for Spartan. They'll get it. Wish committing with the BKB. Jumps over towards the 2-fix. He's looking for the supports, and he's going to be able to get it. No, he's not. 2-fix is actually still alive. The last hit not quite there. They turn. They've got the stun out onto Stommerhair. They've taken down the second support. Focus moving him to the BKB. Chases down Killermancer. Kills off the Nyx assassin. But Runic's actually doing a good job of cleaning up in response. Skylark dragged back to the side as Flax clears him up with the triple kill. It's down to the 2 cores here. Focus, he's going to be kited and silenced. They jump back in. Flax, he's got the Orchid. Focus is going to be taken down. It's an ultra kill for the Queen of Pain. As BKB or not, it didn't matter. Brame, they went in with the BKBs on both the Ursa and the TA. It wasn't enough. burjui able to kite them out. A 2-fix at the start. I don't know quite. He didn't die. That last hit was not quite there. He was able to get off all his spells, and suddenly, even these max duration BKBs weren't enough for Brame to win the fight.
A little bit too deep there, it looked like, by Wish. I feel like he kind of baited his team into a very scary position because they all had to pop their BKBs, and
very early.
If you looked, he did more damage than the entire Dire lineup did because he just stood his ground. He always had a target to hit. He was just wailing on them the entire duration of everything. It was a good 3-man cogs that came up from stall, but it didn't matter. The Wraith King, the entire duration of that fight, had a target to just wail on, and they kept having to chase to try to catch these heroes that Wish pulled his team into, that the TA pulled his team kind of out of position to chase for. Big fight there for burjui.
Absolutely.
What they needed.
And just, again, another brilliant cleanup from Flax on the Queen of Pain. 11-1 and 2. Really getting the job done this match. And
I know a solo kill for Uka. And I mean, Flax also has a Shiva's Guard finish, so a lot more survivable.
Yeah.
Some big salvage points here, and yeah, we're seeing some real big power with their heroes.
And as strong as these BKBs are for Brame, it's very important that they do get they don't lose the fights when they're using them. These BKBs, if burjui is able to make themselves through another few of these team fights with BKB charges being used, but Brame not really coming out on top, and the game gets to this point where these BKBs are down to the 5 seconds, then the game's only going to get stronger for burjui again. They've got to be really careful with these timing, Brame.
Yeah, and they can itemize versus this lineup heavily because, as the panel said, it's very single target oriented. Ursa and TA Ursa always goes for Battle Fury and stuff like that, but it's more about that farming. They can just itemize versus this. It's just physical damage, and you can kite these heroes. So we're seeing Ghost Scepter picked up for Disruptor. They're going Shivas on Queen of Pain. AC being picked up on Wraith King. So all these tools are being set up here for burjui. Even though they're still at a 4K deficit, you can feel the power of their actual team fight still coming in always.
Yeah, they're going to feel very good after that last minute play. We'll see what the move's going to be next from them. They were successful there in a situation where it was Brame bringing the fight to them. We'll see if burjui want to try and head straight into the jungle to hunt for something, or if they want to focus on Runic finishing off that AC. Courier coming in. They've got any smokes? They have been scouted out by the rocket.
They can scout the rocket, as they were Vendettaing as well. So Killermancer, let's see.
I mean, Runic's still trying to... he feels confident he's able to step up and take that bounty rune. And Brame, they don't want to jump on it. They respect this Wraith King now. They know that if they try and take him down the twice, burjui will set up and fight back. So Brame definitely playing a lot more cautious after that last affair inside of burjui's jungle.
Yep. Clicking around to see if anyone got any shards yet. Nah, no Aghanim shards or anything just yet. Getting close to at least Aghanims on one or two heroes, it looks like, at least on the clockwork. As Ursa goes back into the pit. All about that Roche control for Brame, as we said. TA Ursa line up.
Yeah.
burjui, they have the heavy team fight though, around the area.
They've got great ways to move in, and here we go. Straight away, they're in with the stun onto Focus. Focus will be able to get his way out, pots the BKB immediately, turns over towards Runic, trying to burst him down with the Sonic Wave, pushes back both Focus and Skylark. He's able to take down the Wraith King the once. Mars up in the air with the Yules. Flax, is he able to help continue to clean this up? He is, turns over towards Focus. It's double kill for Runic.
Wish.
See if they can get this on the back lines. The Static Storm silencing the TA. Runic just steps over. Flax is in as well. Another fight where the two cores of Brame, they're just not getting the job done. Even with these BKBs, burjui are playing around it and they're tearing it up. The net worth advantage that Brame had completely being lost. Stomachhead brought back for this. burjui will proceed to clean him up a second time as it's a triple kill for Flax, and they may not even be done yet. Skylark still hovering around, a 2 fixes low, but Flax, he just got so much work done in this team fight with the Arcane Rune. And of course, this Darkseer is tanky. Runic wants to have a look at getting back in on this. The Shiva's got slow onto Skylark. He's out to the side, but Yule's in position to remove that surge and take down another. Flax godlike on the Queen of Pain as Brame team wipes and more with that dieback from Stomachhead. I mean, what's going so horribly wrong for them, Fogged? I feel with the BKBs
burjui's outplaying them, but also Wish is going very far in. I can understand that he's going for the backline. He actually did, I believe, kill the Mars as well as the Nyx pretty early on, but then his BKB is gone and he's totally isolated in the backline while his whole team, they were hitting the Wraith King in the front, and Runic is just holding his ground.
Oh, he loves it.
He gets a crit onto the Ursa, takes out half his HP pretty much. It's this Ursa. And the cores are just able to clean up on burjui. They're strong enough. This Quap and this Wraith King are carrying the rest of the team pretty hard at the moment.
Yeah, these two are massive, absolutely massive. Runic, yeah, 4-0-10. He had yet to die this game other than through the mistake that he made down bottom. That's the only time he's died. Other than that, he's been totally on top of his game as the Queen of Pain. And it's just looked brilliant so far for burjui, holding off against Brame's advantage that the Brame was able to build up after the lane.
Yeah, and we're definitely seeing that, you know, that lack of stuns coming into play, right? How much freedom we see this Queen of Pain Flax really having in the fights. He's just easily blinking around, picking and choosing his targets. And also that fight, you know, Focus did start with half HP. Has to be careful how he gets bashed by Roche. So.
I mean, again, they're trying to poke at Roche here, Brame, but I don't know. I feel like they didn't get away with this last time against the full team fight of burjui. I don't necessarily know what they feel is going to be different this time. I mean, if you're Brame, you know, what are they sort of saying? You know, how do they change up what could potentially just be the same scenarios that we've just seen around this Roshan?
Gotta be on the page. Gotta be more on the same page of which targets they're going for and who they're protecting. Because Wish, as I said, 2 times now he's been very far separated from the team, and his team can't get in to help him. So they have to get a better angle of approach into the team fight. It feels. Flax. Let's get spotted from Spartan.
And it's done. The arena's down. He will be able to get the BKB off with the Sonic Wave, push the two of them off to the side. They lose the Mars and they will lose the first life on Runic. On the back lines, Flax trying to play around with the rest of the 3 of them. Wish jumps up. He's going to have the meld hit ready, but Flax is out off to the side with the blink. Stomachhead not able to catch him in time with the hook shot. Back in the pit, Focus and Skylark, they're looking to try to finish this off. There's going to be a buyback from Uka to maintain control around here. As with the Vendetta, Killermonster maybe trying to scout out an opportunity. He's got the Spike Carapace set up onto Skylark. Runic with the follow-up blast. He's stepping in. Runic with the big crits, bringing Skylark down low. Yule's setups there. Skylark still alive. As the cogs are out, Stomachhead sort of just trapped himself though. Flax comes in with the dagger. They've got to be a little careful on Brame, but no BKBs. But still, they'll get the big one. They'll get the Wraith King kill. Focus now focusing over towards Uka. It's going to be 3 kills here for Brame, and this time they'll find the cleanup in their favor as they will be able to head back into the pit and take down this Roshan.
And this time it was them on the same page. This time it was actually Flax who had jumped into the enemy side of the lineup, all the way onto the high ground, disrupting his like supports on that side. But the Ursa and the TA, they were together. They were beating on the Wraith King. Wraith King's ult gets procced super early in the fight, and he was actually trying to kite around there at the end. I think he had 2 or 3 seconds left on Reincarnate. Wasn't able to. They were on the same page. That's the biggest thing for Brame, that they were able to actually take that fight because of it.
Back to
That's big.
Yeah, 4K lead here for Brame. And with that fight, yeah, Cheese in the hands of Focus, and Aegis in the hands of Wish. And a lot of money too, 4k gold on this TA. Wish able to start buying into that next big item. Daedalus is what he's got queued up for the moment. And Stomachette, Ags ready to go for the next team fight. So that second round of spells, a lot of things that's going to make it a little tricky, especially for this Wraith King, for Runic trying to walk in and focus down a target.
And for Flax, honestly, this Clockwork Aghanims is huge. You have now actual setup and stuns for this Queen of Pain. If he does make a miss blink, you have second hook shot, second cog back to push him, so that's going to be pretty big. And the other thing is like really important to look at for burjui. In that last fight, they have to get the chain stun onto Wish, right? They already had it kind of going. The spear never came out to clip him, right?
I think what we did see, right, was Uka, he was trying to maximize the stun duration, but of course in doing so, it gave time for Skylark to have that vacuum to mess up that small window of follow-up that would have been there for the Mars. So nicely done there from Skylark to make sure that chain stun wasn't going to be in place.
Absolutely. And now with this Aegis, with this Cheese, and with these recalls and everything, they have a lot easier ways to actually control the map. Flax going for Skylark.
Oh, is it going to be enough? I don't think so. The regen's too high on Skylark, and Flax, he's baited himself there, diving in past the tower. An easy cleanup there from Brame, and Flax for the beautiful of a game that he has been having at this stage. Those sort of deaths as the Queen of Pain do cost quite a lot for the team. Up top, trying with the arena setup onto Stomachette. He'll look to hookshot himself out of the arena. He's going to be dragged straight back with the glimpse. Even with that attempt at the second hookshot, the glimpse timed in a way that he couldn't play his way out of it.
That's a fine death, though. Not a big deal. Got the Mars ult out. The Queen of Pain still dead for 50 seconds. World is your oyster still at the moment for Brame, as Wish, he is really starting to pack a punch now. Sure, there's these ACs and these Shivas and all that, but yeah, with this Daedalus now picked up, he also has the Orb of Destruction coming out on himself. Tons of minus armor, tons of damage. This TA is going to rip through most of these heroes.
See the smoke from Brame. I don't know if they can catch any burjui whilst Flax is still dead on the Quap.
Wow, that is such a good split push, too. That's actually crazy. Just the Ags Ion Shells with the recall. So Darkseer, with this increased duration of his Ion Shells, just pushes the top lane out indefinitely, gets recalled in. Look at this map pressure. The map is just so tiny for the side of burjui. And they've been doing that really the whole game with these recalls.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you should look at burjui's heroes. Do they really have the means of having a core that can sort of just split push a lane back out?
No, not so much. Mars doesn't really want to be showing so much. Uker, he's not really at that point where he can just walk up and one-shot a wave and hide very easily. Yeah, they just don't really have the heroes for it. Nyx and Mars both don't really want to show too much, so it makes it tough. Disruptor not really a wave clear.
Yeah, but burjui's strength still just lying in there. Their ability to take a team fight 5 versus 5 and then pushing off the back of that.
And maybe just, honestly, at this point, I think it's trying to get your level 25s. Get your Wraith King 25, get your Queen of Pain 25. They turn into completely different heroes.
Well, I mean, you say that, but Queen of Pain 25, it's not what it used to be, right?
It's different, yes, absolutely. But it's still going to be more damage. Like, right? It's still going to be a lot more pure damage, which is always going to be nice in the fights versus BKBs.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And the Wraith King, he is going to, that level 25 is insane. 2-second cooldown.
Oh yeah, the Wraith Kings. I mean, my goodness.
Absurd. So that one, you know, that's probably the next big step for burjui to stall the game for that. You do at least still have, you may be at a goal disadvantage, but the experience, you're still doing pretty okay on your cores.
Yeah. We'll see how well they can hold it off. I mean, still a bit of time for Brame to make a play with that Aegis. They do want to.
But the thing is, that like I said, burjui's like getting out of their base. How the hell? Look at this. There's 5-6 psionic traps top, triple ion shells bottom. Like these waves are not getting pushed out.
I think at this point they're like, my goodness, give me a techies. I'd rather play against that than this sort of these methods of just keeping all of these lanes in a position that, as I said, burjui just completely trapped and very much just having to play into the hand of Brame when Brame do start to finally say, hey, you know what, we're going to try and push for the base.
Yep. And Skylark, he's going to have a Hex now finished up. So we're talking about Disable's missing for the Queen of Pain, Disable's missing for all these heroes. They're starting to pick them all up.
Oh, Killermancer. Nice little juke there, the hook shot. He's able to turn with the stun onto Spartan. Flax and Runic thinking about going for something here, but it's risky. Stomachette also hovering around. Runic, he's gone straight in.
He's deep.
He's very deep. He's got to be careful.
Those side blade hits, they're no joke.
Was a little far away from his team now. Time has allowed them to gather back together.
The traps, though.
There's a lot of traps.
The 9 traps. They can't run.
Runic! Oh, he's out in time. Nothing to cancel the TP there. Tempererd didn't quite have the hook shot back up.
Look at Kilomancer. He knows. He's like, I can't walk through the lane. I have to try on the tree line, but still, he finds him. Yeah, these traps, they're putting a little bit too much damage, and bottom is still being pushed in. All these waves constantly forced. Flax trying to force out mid, get his level 25 online.
And I like it from Flax going for that refresher.
Yeah.
I mean, as you say already.
Oh, that's nice.
25 plus 200 refresher. You turn it into a plus 400. Quick maths. On the combo. Opening stuns there onto Wish. He's getting low. Wish is able to put the BKB, but he's been bashed underneath the tower. The Sonic Wave, it finishes him off. Wish dies underneath the tier 3. Jump forward from Flax. He's able to clean up a second. Spartan goes down. Runic's still going to work onto Focus and Tempererd. They'll put the reincarnation, but Brame, they're down too. Tempererd's going for the TP out, but the spear's there from Uka, locking him in place. As burjui, they'll push back this attempt from Brame. And in a big fashion as well. 3 heroes down. Flax continues to see if he can maybe chase for more. He's going to have to use and the Orchid to buy time for the catch-up, but Focus, he's already out into the trees with the blink. He's away.
Brame's not getting... I mean, they may be feeling like they have a very comfortable place in this game, being able to push out the lanes, but burjui is still showing that they can take the fight. At the high ground, the spear up onto the wall into a completely out-of-positioned Wish, just getting blasted by everybody. Now Flax, he's got the refresher if he wants to. We've been seeing these really doing quite a lot of damage. He actually went for the spell block this game over the damage.
I mean, I guess one of the benefits being, I mean, there isn't that much single target on Brame, but one of the big ones is going to be this Abyssal Blade that's nearly there for Focus. So having
and the Hex that is on the Dark Seer, right? These two, it's going to be very effective versus both of them.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that, and I think the refresher, when you pop it, also refreshes the spell block too, so he can actually do some cool plays.
It should, absolutely, yeah. Well, I guess a lot of things Dota should, they don't necessarily do, but it should. It should refresh the spell block.
Huge hold though. This net worth we're seeing, it's not really meaning too much. There's like, 8,000, 10,000 experience. It's all just about these executions of team fights still. Yeah. Especially when burjui just has just so many ways. And they also are starting to get some big items too. The defensive supports are starting to get these ways to protect themselves. And oh my god.
Runic, he's in. I mean, he's got the 25 now. These 2-second crits. I mean, we've all seen them. We've all played against them. It ain't fun. Tempererd trying to close the gap with a hook shot, but again, neutral creep happening to block the way.
Oh, look at these pickups.
Oh, Timeless Relic.
Beautiful items for burjui. Timeless Relic and also a leveler for the Wraith King.
I mean, it's got to be one of the best tier 4s, I think, in the game. I don't think you're ever unhappy as a team to find a Timeless Relic. There's always someone that's going to be a very happy bunny. And especially with this, the E-Blade Flax. So...
Oh, he switched it up.
He switched it up.
Okay.
He's ready to just have that extra bit of single target burst, and of course that ability to protect someone, right? Stop someone from the physical focus of the TA and the Ursa.
And their BKBs are getting low, right? Down to 6 seconds. He can start to really mess with them with this too. This is a good pickup as well. They all can work as long as they play with it right. And we're seeing burjui starting to get much more aggressive. They're feeling way more confident in these fights now.
I mean, Flax just sort of blinking right into the vision of the tier 2 tower. He doesn't care. He's ready for them to try and turn up a deal with him. Gonna hold back the Ursa. They do manage to get the opening spear onto Focus. Sonic Wave as well, pushing him off the side. Focus will find the opportunity to put the BKB. Turns over towards Uka. But Uka, he's got the tricks to cloak. He's able to kite him out. Over to the side, Runic moving in onto Wish. Wish has been dragged back. The wall's gonna be dropped down. They'll turn over towards Runic. Runic, he's gonna go down the once. Can they take him out a second time? It's hard. Flax already jumping onto the high ground, looking for Focus, but Focus, again, he's out to the side. He's got the tricks to cloak. He's able to buy himself time, juke away, hide back behind the rest of the team at the tier 2 tower. So yeah, talking about strong neutrals, tricks to cloak, that's...
Tricks to cloak as well,
it's pretty damn nice. 20% magic resistance, 20% evasion, and you want a free 6 seconds of invis on a 25-second cooldown, why not? Both teams caught using it there very nicely.
Yeah, because you're looking around, you're like, wait, the supports don't have Glimmer? What the? Oh, yeah, wait, that's right. Yep. So he gets away because of that, and actually that straight up saved him. He was dead there for sure, and I mean, Runic, we're just seeing him absolutely decimate people. He's eating them, and now he has a butterfly on top too. So all that physical damage that they have, it's not going to be there anymore. This Wraith King is an absolute beast.
No true strike. No true strike or anything close to it on Brame's course. And that's Brame.
Pressure shard on this Roche.
Well, they're gonna start to look to try and poke this. I mean, they've got to be careful.
So Timeless Relic is now placed onto the Mars, so that increased spear stun duration, because he also has the talent. It's going to be like a 5-second stun almost with the spear. And Flax actually got himself a spell prism.
Yeah,
so
and I like this as well
really
because his stun tends to be, it's the most important, you know, he's going to be the one that's finding the opening. You know, it's always the spear that comes first, and that's what's going to be buying time for the rest of the team to follow up.
Yeah.
Well, as if he's alive though. Good jump onto Uka. Not expecting that, hanging outside of the base, and Brame quick to pick him apart. This buyback's going to come out though, and he's able to lock down the arena onto the two of them. The BKBs are there, Focus getting bashed. He'll jump over towards the side. He's looking towards the 2-fix, but a 2-fix is going to be fine with the Ghost Scepter. Flax, he jumps into the midst of it all.
Wish is in trouble.
Taken down immediately. A buyback comes out from Flax. Runic trying to take down Wish. The stone controls there from Killermancer. They've lost the first life on the Wraith King. Sonic Wave pushes Wish out to the side, but the refraction was there. Wish able to blink out, and now Focus, he's back in with the counterplay. Looks to focus in onto Runic. Uka jumps over the side, tries to spear him back, but an illusion from Skylark tanks it. The spear doesn't catch Focus himself, and that's Uka down for 100 seconds. Dieback on the Mars, Runic and Flax having to be careful getting themselves back up to the high ground. Killermancer left outside of the base, buying himself some time with the Yules and the stun onto the two of them, but the Hex is there. Can they finish him off? Focus, he's hunting. Killermancer's trying to run, but the Earthshock will do it. 2 down on burjui. Runic, he's back outside of the base though. He's found an opening to get in onto Skylark. Darkseer down, and now without their Darkseer, the rest of them have got to run, and they haven't got a surge to help them. The glimpse back onto Focus secures a second kill for Runic, and now they're turned over towards Spartan, silenced by the Orchid. Yules, he's got no help here, as Spartan will also fall. And with that, they can step straight towards the pit. Some good usages of buybacks coming out there from burjui to hold that fight. Make sure that Brame didn't get away with it at a point as well, where I think Brame, they felt that they got the job done. You know, burjui were backing up to the high ground, but Runic just able to find that opportunity to step back out, get on top of Skylark, and then find the sort of the momentum for burjui to pick them apart piece by piece. And now they've got Aegis, Roshan, not the Aghanims, they've got the Refresher, and the Cheese. Big moves there from burjui in that arc.
And Atufix actually survived throughout the majority. Now he's got an Aghanims on the Disruptor, which if he had that last fight, those BKBs from the TA and Ursa would not have gotten off, and the whole fight was completely different. Because actually the Ursa in that fight, he did the majority of the work. He was able to stick on targets really well, get this lifesteal building up from his Paladin Sword, and get the fight turning. But fight lasted a bit too long. That buyback, like you said, Runic starts coming out ahead. And Flax, I don't even know how many spells he tossed out in this fight, like 35 Shadow Strikes or something. He was just dancing around the side of the fights, keeping them kind of just disabled and slowed away from the Wraith King to reset. Big fight for burjui. And yeah, now they have a huge another element that just changes everything. A Refresher Shard and an Aghanims Disruptor. So let's see how Brame prepares for that one from now on.
I think Brame, they got to be looking at their sort of the gold reserves. They've got to make sure they have buybacks. As you said, with this Ag Static Storm in the game, one of the cores is going to die. There's sort of very little question about it, unless they can find Atufix. Wish, he'll find Killermancer. Killermancer sort of heading the scouting mission deep into the jungle of Brame, and Brame will pick him apart. So 60 seconds without the Nyx Assassin will probably cause burjui to be a little patient with the way that they want to look to make the move. And that will give time for Brame to farm these buybacks, because again, if they don't have this on Wish or Focus and one of these cores goes down, that could lead the opportunity for burjui to just close the game up. They have this Wraith King with the AC and Deso. They take down the buildings very quickly.
Yeah, and he has a leveler too, so yeah, he's really going to take down those buildings very fast. And now he's starting to, looks like he wants to build himself into some True Strike, it appears.
Okay, I mean,
not really playing into too much evasion, it's just a Trickster Cloak, right?
Yeah, sure. And even that, right, for the most part, Focus is going to have the Paladins in the fight. Well, actually, no, maybe not true. Maybe he will be switching in Paladins more for just maintaining high HP in between the brawls, but yeah, we'll see.
I guess it is the, it is the Blinding Light, I guess, from the Coddle when he's in Spirit form. That's a bit annoying.
Yeah.
So, okay. That's fine. Refresher up on Skylark, level 25, so we're going to have 4 walls coming out inside the fights too. And double hexes. He's got a lot of different things he can do.
If Skylark's able to do something big, especially sort of get the illusion of Runic in these fights and controlling, like, he alone with these items and as the Darkseer, he can win the team fight straight up for Brame.
Yeah, he can do an immense amount of work for sure. But this Ag Static Storm is going to be the big thing to watch out for. There's 2 of them, so they can just stack them on both of the cores. Just
drop,
one after the other, the Ursa and the TA.
See if he can find the opportunity.
Flax,
to
got him. He blinked out.
Oh, that E-Blade will save him though. Or will it? The second hook shot comes in onto the high ground. They'll take him down the once. That's the Aegis gone. The wraparound's coming in from Uka. He's hunting for an opportunity, but Focus, he's been able to take down the Nyx assassin. Atsufix over to the side. He's looking for his target. Is he going to be able to find it? Holding on to the ult for now. Inside the arena, this poor old Keeper of the Light falling low and will tick down to the poison. Now, Tufix, he did drop the first Static Storm there just to control Wish, make sure that Wish couldn't get in on it. He still has the Refresher ready to pop for the second.
Both refreshers still at the ready, right? Skylark also did not use his. They're both being a little bit hesitant. No one wants to overcommit here since it was a 1-for-1 trade. And a DD does spawn bottom, so a nice rune for the TA to grab up if they do see it. My God, Flax gave me a heart. Honestly, Flax gave me a heart attack.
I mean, he was...
Dude, he blinked right on top of the TA for like 3 seconds. That was so scary. He now has an Aeon disc too, so he's got a second way to
now he can do that, right? You know?
But my God, Flax.
Always nice to play with that cooldown reduction talent and the spell prison. Yeah, just 77 cooldown on the Aeon disc, so more than likely to be up for each fight. And Bloodthorn complete now for Flax.
I mean, whoever they focus fire is going to die incredibly fast if they do not get their BKB off.
Absolutely, yeah. Static Storm and the Bloodthorn down on either of these cores, and they will be gone before anything can really be done to save them. I mean, is there anything that can save them item-wise on Brame? Not really. Not really any method of getting them out of that sort of combo at all.
Only if they like push them away somehow or something, like a headband. I don't know. There's not really a whole lot they could do to defend. As we see, they are utilizing their outpost top quite nicely. Killimancer kind of setting up there. They do have that one ward scouting out up top. We do see Brame. They're aware. They're bringing everyone up here. Runek is very alone.
He's deep. He's only got Killimancer around with him. As they're going to go in on him. They're definitely going to get him the once. See if they get him twice. Atsufix, Flax, they are here to help out. Runek turns up towards Focus. The Static Storm cover. Focus, he got the BKB off in time. It might not matter though. He's getting bashed by Runek. Big Sonic wave from Flax over to the side. Pushes the two of them back. Runek, he's getting low. Jesus, popped his back up to full HP. Takes out Skylark. Skylark comes in immediately with a buyback. The bash is there from Runek onto the TA. Wish forced out to the side. Uka trying to chase. E-Blade control out onto the Ursa. Runek's able to turn. Ursa trying to get away again with the Trickster Cloak that he switched in. He was able to live. And now is Skylark coming in with a buyback. The refresher play.
Oh my God, Skylark.
He's going to live. He's going to be able to stay alive as Brame turn it around and hold the fight.
Oh my God, that was so clutch by the buyback from Skylark coming in to save Focus there and the lifesteal building in. The man fight between the Ursa and that Wraith King. Ursa ends up taking the lead from those buybacks, and a very far away Wraith King from his team. They tried to bail him out, but it was just a bit too far. Static Storm came out just after that BKB.
They did, yeah. Focus. No hesitation there. He knew what was up when he sort of sees that play coming out from Runix. He knows that the Static Storm's going to be inbound, so getting it out early and paying off. Got very close to dying, but not quite. And now they're in position to start pushing up to the high ground. Buybacks available on Runix. See if they're able to force it out. Do have buybacks actually on all three that are dead right now. Burjui, deep hook shot in. They're in onto the quad. Quad forced out to the side. Flax, he's going to be able to E-Blade himself. Beyond this will get popped. Buyback comes out from both Runix and Uka. The arena's out onto the two of them. Abyssal Blade comes in onto Focus. Focus, he's popped the enrage of the BKB, but it's about to come to an end. The stun control's there. Focus will fall. Storm ahead, diving in deep towards Flax. Flax getting low, but he's able to blink out to safety. He's trying to jetpack himself out of the game with Storm ahead, but the glimpse is inbound. Drags him back into the claws of Runic. As Runic gets the double kill, the base will be held. As Brame just diving in a little too deep there. Stomahet trying to go in with the hook shot. Ends up costing him and his team the opportunity to push. The tier 3 holds strong. And now they're the side that's down one of the big calls for 70 seconds. This Ursa's dead and gone.
I'm glad they made the call though to just full leave them.
Sure,
like
everybody else
they were way too deep.
Out.
Everyone else just instantly got out. Yeah, the TA we saw Wish go back, finishes up some items, buys them, just continues to farm. I think that was definitely the right call after they overextended too far. And it is the buybacks they were forced, so Burjui does have to be a little bit careful what they do here, but looks like they're going to try to force the issue at least a bit here while that Ursa's dead.
I mean, yeah, look at Flax now. He's hit the level 30. 7k gold as well to spend. He's nearly going to have the opportunity to buy up that full Ags and the blessing itself, and still have the money for buyback. So if he takes a few more kills, so Flax a huge beast right now on the quad. Yeah, Brame will at least get away with not having to be pressured to use any of their buybacks here. Stomach.
Yeah.
And Focus will be back in good time.
Yeah, they get to chill and breathe a little bit. Roche, about a minute left on that respawn too, so burjui does not get to get that for themselves. They're going to be able to push their lanes out at least decently, which has been a bit of a problem, and this, I believe, was also the catapult wave at 50 minutes, so those double siege waves will be cleared away. We see Runic in position here, looking to get aggressive. Everybody is back up now.
Yeah, see what they can get done. Monkey King Bar on Focus to help against that.
Oh,
King
look at Spartan. Cutting some trees up top, getting a position set up for his Ursa to recall him in. Nice blick from his team pretty far, though. And there's that Aghanim. So Flax, he is pretty much 6-slotted now at this point, until he looks to start replacing things.
Teams.
Oh, that's not fixed yet, huh? The scepter damage and the regular damage on the Quap thing is reversed.
Wait, what?
That was confusing me for a second. Look, damage of scepter is 610, but regular is 760. Whoops.
Radiant are scanning.
On Sonic Wave of Quap.
Ah, yeah, well, that's because he...
They're reversed.
No, it's because he took the talent, right? No.
But it would be 200 then. That would make sense.
No, as in the damage without the scepter is adding the 200, but the scepter damage isn't adding the 200.
Ah, okay.
I believe. Maybe not. I mean, who knows? But I think they probably just threw some numbers at the wall and saw what stuck, and then they wrote it in the game. Yeah, that's how it goes. Here we go, into the pit.
That's Refresher and Aghanims now for free.
Certainly is. Certainly is.
Luker's got his level 25 now too, so he's got some HP regen for his teammates. And now we have the fun. Aghanim Shard and an Aghanims on Wraith King.
Yeah, good luck. I mean, how do you sort of win a T-fight against these heroes, right? If Uka and Flax do go down, they're going to be able to get so much done whilst in the Wraith form to the point that you've got to somehow kill these heroes and then survive after you've killed them, which is not necessarily going to be easy.
No, this is gonna prove things to be really problematic. Because I mean, how do you kill people before they get their spells off? Now it's like Disruptor's gonna get it. Everyone's gonna get their spells out always. This is gonna prove to be a big problem actually for Brame.
38-35, 3K lead now for burjui. A real back and forth gamer.
Yeah.
A great game really. 38-35 at 53 minutes. Lots of action.
Yeah, it does feel like burjui's really hitting this huge power strength though, as the Darkseer found very quickly. Starluck is dead.
He's out.
He bought back earlier.
He's out for 2.5 minutes now. On the buyback status, 2 minutes on the respawn itself. So no way back into the game.
That's
that
pretty
might
huge.
Just be it.
That might just be Brax's. Like,
yeah,
two of them,
at least Brax's.
Like there's no without it. He's everything. They're gonna look to set up a kill onto mid onto Uker, perhaps. Wish trying to go for it. Uker able to reset away, get the nice ult down, and walk away.
I mean,
Focus is split pushing, but they might lose it. They're gonna lose at least 2 sets.
At least 2 sets for sure.
Thank God they have that tier 2 bottom for themselves. But I mean, threaten tier 4s maybe on burjui.
As you said with the Desto AC and the level up, they can certainly give it a poke burjui if they want to.
I think you should. You have 80 seconds. That's so much time. You might just be able to. I mean, close this out if Brame doesn't look to fight you very hard.
I think so. Runic, get in there. I don't know what he's scared of. Hit those towers. And hit the heroes. Why not? He's going to jump across over towards Wish. The Static Storm's down. Wish, he's dead and gone. He's out of the game. He has got buyback for the first tier 4 falls. Fortification comes out still a minute, but they've got to hold on before Skylark's back and available to play. As they're taking the base there. Tier 4 down. Another one to fall. He managed to jump in. Focus getting himself over onto the backlines. He's taken out the Disruptor, but again, that Static Storm coming out from the Wraith form. They're able to still lock down the Ursa. Wish has to put the BKB. A buyback is available from Focus. Runic, he's just controlling the TA. They've taken down the once. Stomachhead comes in the arena. Is trapped both Spartan and Stomachhead. Focus and Wish are being pushed right back towards the fountain. And burjui, they could look to end this. They could just hit the Ancient, close the game up, buybacks are coming out, but they can't push them away, Brame, as burjui take this game 1. And what an excellent game 1 it was. Back and forth, consistent fighting. But burjui, they're the ones to come out on top of it all. A little bit of an unfortunate ending there for Skylark in particular, that death up top. I mean, you could sort of see it with the plays that came out afterwards from the rest of Brame. I think they sort of knew 4 versus 5. They just weren't going to be able to hold back this sort of play and push from burjui.
No, definitely not. But Brame, they did a good job of controlling that early game. It's just, like we said, I feel like burjui on their side, they just had so much overwhelming team fight that Brame, I feel like they had to play pretty immaculate this game. I feel like they couldn't make too many of these mistakes, especially around that Roche pit, and those mistakes really did add up. burjui, they took advantage of it, and I mean, this Wraith King, absolute beast, as we said this hero is going to be, and Queen of Pain, this last pick really working out. Although his lane went tough, Flax played phenomenal.
No, absolutely, yeah. Flax performance on the Queen of Pain. A whole lot of fun to see, and a lot of these players that you might not have heard of, but with performances like that, we're certainly going to start saying their names over and over again. But there we go. Game 1 going to burjui.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Odie, Pixel, and Fogged. And there is so much to talk about here. It was a back and forth game. We are going to talk about the Queen of Pain of Flax, of course, as well, but we are going to only break this game down after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My heart is beating like a drum, burning like the sun. I've only just begun. My blood is running through my veins. It's hit me like a train. Some things you can't explain. Like I've never needed anything before.
In the opening series of today and the opening series of these two teams in the lower division of the European DPC League here at DreamLeague Season 14, powered by Intel, it is Burjui that takes home the first game in this best-of-3 series. It was a close one, though. It definitely was a bit of a drawn-out one, and that was all good news for Burjui, who were able to capitalize on that late game, as we talked about on the panel. I'm here with Kyle and Capitalist, and I want to start with the good things that Brame had going for them, Cap, at the start of the game, because we talked about this. We knew that they set up their lanes, that there was a lot of focus on that, and that worked out.
Yeah, I think they managed to take a little bit of momentum off of the lanes. They did a pretty good job. They were able to win, I think, most of the Roshan fights. Like, I think the first two they at least took. There was only like I felt like the play-wise, it was an acceptable amount. Like, there was a bit of margin of error. There was like that Clockwork missing the hook on the Quap when she self-heals. That was like, I think, a critical loss. But they still won the Roshan fight after that and took that Roshan. I just think that their lineup, you have to play that like near perfectly in order to succeed, because inevitably, you saw in so many team fights, they just had to go for the back line. They could never go on the Wraith King who's standing in front.
A big part of this, well, the TA, a little bit of a greedy miscue there, getting a Daedalus. No, nothing to pierce evasion. You got it's like if you buy Daedalus on TA, you're winning the game within 5 minutes. Because as soon as the Wraith King finishes Butterfly, I'm just like, okay, well, this one's over. Because you're just, to your point, you're not killing Wraith King like twice, let alone a third time if we were to buy back fourth. The Aegis, it's just tough. Late game, the Wraith King and the Quap are always going to win out. Really well played Quap as well. I like the item build. I think that the Yules as Shivas after the Orchid was really nice.
Yeah, and of course, this was a long game, but it seems like Brian was able to pinpoint a couple of things that were vital, perhaps, to the success or demise of either Burjui.
Thanks, Shiver. What I want to talk about with this game is why I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Keeper Light throughout the rest of this tournament. I know he may have lost this game, but this is something that I think makes this hero completely broken, and I think a lot of viewers at home may be wondering why we see him first pick this game and why I think we'll be seeing him first pick a lot in the future. So what we see here is when Brame had their first Aegis. And most of the time, when you want to take an objective, you do need to have all 5 heroes there. And in the past, all I can really think of for carries that don't have to play with their team is a Spectre. But in this case, as you see on the mini-map, we have 4 Brame heroes in the top half of the map, ready to take top tower. And what is Ursa doing? He's just farming the bottom half of the map. So let's go ahead and play this out. And as you see, they're setting up for the fight. Ursa's farming the entire time. And Coddle just uses his ultimate and recalls Ursa on a 15-second cooldown. And what happens here, he actually just gets sent right back to where he came from. Honestly, kind of reminds me of my plane flight last week. But in that case, normally when you get sent away, what the carry is going to have to do is, oh, I have to TP back to this fight. I have to make sure I'm there to help my team. No, he actually just TPs mid in order to farm that lane and just gets recalled again on a 15-second cooldown. And this was one of the essential parts, the components for Brame to be able to get the lead that they were in the early game off of this first Roche, because of the immense amount of map control that the recall mechanic on Keeper of the Light gives you, where you can farm multiple lanes and take 5-on-5 team fights. Right after they take that tower, we go into this next clip where usually it takes a minute or two to transition to the other half of the map. But no, Spartan just TPs the bottom half of the lane, recalls Skylark first, who's going to first push the wave to set up for his team to then push the bottom tier 2 tower. And 15 seconds later, he's just going to recall the TA who was farming top. And now Brame is suddenly set up to push a tier 2 bottom. And I think this component of the game is just unmatchable by any other hero. And even though Brame ended up losing it in the end, I think this was the main portion or main component of why they were able to get off to such a big lead. And I think why we're going to be seeing so much Coddle moving forward.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Brian, and I couldn't agree more. That was, I mean, that just seems like, you know, your next level IO, if you will, and this time the IO doesn't even need to be with your carry. You can just already be helping your team. Cap, also something that I want to quickly highlight before we head into the next game. Flax, Honest Queen of Pain, talked about him a little bit. I always feel like, you know, when we see these teams that are really fairly fresh, I want to highlight one player that, you know, we can really see more of, and I think Flax is the one that stood out.
Yeah, absolutely, because he didn't get that like really good start in the laning phase, but he accepted that and just went around and found a bunch of kills. I think he went like 6-0-1 before he finally died. Big mistake when he did die, but I think he still continued to play really well after that point in time. He kind of fed away an unstoppable streak, being a little bit too cocky, but otherwise I think he played brilliantly in that game. And as Kyle pointed out, he had a really good idea of what items he needed in that game.
He had to be the aggressor because your cores are the ones that are inevitably going to be the target. So he had to be able to actually get in to the middle of the scrum. And yeah, just played well. The cool thing about watching Quap is that it's like this much, you know, an extra death here and there, and it goes from a dominating performance to terrible. Yeah. And he kept it up.
He did indeed. Let's find out what he's going to play for the next game. We'll be back with the draft very soon.
Hey there, heartbreaker, you can fall asleep on window panes as you're driven to distraction by all the colors passing by. Hey there, subtlety, you got lost before you knew you could afford to tell the world exactly what you thought needed to be done. Hey there, bitter kid, you can stand around you kissing teeth at all the million other people parading around in finery. Hey there, newsbreaker, you got hit by inspiration once you had given up on acting like you thought all the others do.
Shelter from the storm, when it rains it pours, forgetting all my losses, chalk 'em on the board.
Let's see then if Burjui can walk away with this series and take it 2-0, or if Brame is going to force out that third game of this best of three. It's a lower division Europe DPC match that we have here for DreamLeague Season 14, powered by Intel. You're going to hear me say that a lot, by the way, over these next few weeks. But we are about ready to jump into a draft for this game number 2. I am wondering, for example, like, are we expecting any differences in the openings? Because we did have just a very good explanation of why Coddle was in the opening. I know he lost, but that's definitely a spooky thing to deal with. We saw Nyx Assassin already be very, very popular also in other regions where he's basically first phase ban material. For example, in China, that was started this morning with the upper division cap. Anything in particular that you would like to see changed?
Well, I think the trade-off in the draft was they banned away all like the really powerful Necronomicon heroes, which on both sides, one side banned Lycan and the other side banned Beastmaster. And so I think with the draft system the way it is now, with only 2 bans at the start, you kind of have to accept you're giving away something that is kind of OP. Nyx Assassin is the trade-off for giving away a Coddle, and I think that's fair. The Coddle is what made a very fast-paced lineup look even better because they were able to move those heroes around the map. In fact, I love that BSJ pointed out that last clip because there was a third recall. It was after they had a team fight and it was kind of a stalemate. Both teams walked away to lick their wounds, but TA TP'd back to the base and they got brought right back. And they were able to take the tier 1 tower because there was a full health TA there as well.
I mean, it seems super strong.
Yeah.
With that, we are in the draft. We also, again, by the way, Kyle, we have Brian with us. Welcome back, Brian. Is he here? Yeah, he's there. Okay. Oh, it's always a little bit, you never know for sure. Well, Kyle is frowning at you being here. Anything you want to say, Kyle?
No, I think Brian will probably say just about everything, Sheaves.
The thing is, Brian, Kyle doesn't like being upstaged, and having somebody who regularly plays Dota is puts him in an awkward
patch
spot.
Notes, you mean?
Okay. Brian, what is the Aghanim shard for Enigma?
Oh, I know that one.
It pulls people around the black hole towards it.
That's correct.
Very good, Brian. Great job.
I don't think you're gonna win this battle, Kyle.
You wanna hit him back with one, or you confident?
I got one from yesterday. What does Ags do for Brewmaster?
It gives you a
Kyle should know this.
charge on your ultimate so that you can use it twice in one fight.
Brian, he only knew that
yesterday, and he's like, "You get 2 of those? That's broken."
It's pretty good. I'm surprised we don't see more brew, actually. It was a surprising revelation to a bunch of people, I would imagine. And to go off of your point, Kat, before we got so needlessly distracted.
Yeah, Brian does that.
Yeah, exactly. He's always off topic. Coddle provides one of only a couple of methods of like global map mobility, and I think that mechanic throughout Dota history has always been busted. So I'm really surprised we've yet to see Wisp, and we've yet to see Furion for the same reason. Specifically Furion. I'm sure when OG starts playing, that'll change.
Yeah, Furion's kind of an interesting hero right now, especially since he got that Aether Shard, which I think has like limited usefulness. There's like some situations where it's really powerful for split pushing, and then it's also kind of a counter to Quelling Blades. So yeah, I'm a little bit surprised we don't see more of that hero. But this is a very team fight heavy meta, and Furion, that is still kind of one of the things he lacks just a little bit. They buffed his ultimate so much that that damage is overwhelmingly powerful and kind of gives him some semblance of team fight. But ultimately, I think we're looking at, especially in this European games, we're seeing preference to these like Mars type heroes.
Yep.
I have a question. First of all, Lycan is still in the pool. I think is that something that we are expecting to be picked up here?
Yes, I think it's like a
Lycan
threat.
is hard to pick early, right?
Hard to pick early. Says
Why?
Brian?
Why, Brian?
I just think heroes like Tidehunter kind of shut him down. You just pick like 1 or 2 of those, like Timber Saws, these beefy guys that just sit in front of towers. I think Lycan's all about like that early momentum. I was kind of surprised they banned it at first round last game. I think it's a hero that's more of like a second round ban, because if you get to see like 1 or 2 of the opponent cores, I think Lycan can be pretty scary.
Because while Lycan is like really strong in certain areas, there is only a certain amount of ways that a Lycan can win, right, Brian?
I'd say there's really only one way Lycan can win. The funny thing about Lycan is that I in my experience, there's like there's like 25 minutes into the game portion where you just can't fight the opponent anymore. Kind of like the same as Nature's Prophet, where you don't offer the same amount of team fight. all of your damage kind of maxes out once you get your Necro Book plus a Soul Cuirass, so you don't get too much stronger from there. And that's why I think the early timing is so important.
That's not really true though, because once you get an Aghanim's on Lycan, which I really appreciate because it's also in line with the lore around Lycanthropes in the first place, you can turn your teammates into Lycans as well, which makes sense. You bite them, they then join your Legion. I just think the shard should have involved.
That's why Kyle's an innovator. He's the one running the 4 position Lycan.
Yeah, could work.
Nobody's going to see it coming.
Nick picking Eldritch Titan into Nyx is a little spooky. It's always been a traditional like upper tier counter because you just Carapace and run into the Spirit when the Stomp begins channeling. It's also very easy to Carapace an Earth Splitter and deal some pretty serious damage to the ET. So gives them incredible team fight, but a little concerning for Brame in my view, considering Burjui will have a significant aggression advantage. Just looking at the opening too.
So why do you think they picked this ET? Because I'm not sure if it's like the greatest protector of the egg either.
Is it particularly good against Ursa? Like, I feel like last lane, the Mars, even though it's a melee hero, did pretty well against Ursa early. I feel like they have just a metric crap ton of damage already coming out from the Elder Titan and the Phoenix. Maybe not enough for like Ursa to tank through. You know, you last for the 4 seconds of your enrage, but then what? We saw last game that the fight's going on for longer than that first BKB ult usage from Ursa, and the Wraith King reigned true. So maybe that's what they're trying to do to the Ursa this time.
Yeah, seriously, and look at the size of that weapon ET's carrying. In fact, it almost looks like a collar that would certainly be effective at restraining the Ursa and pretty much just bash your head.
Wait, what? So you mean the weapon of Elder Titan?
Yeah.
You mean you're just the endless discussion whether it's a briefcase or a stapler?
Yeah, and
you're just gonna throw in a collar?
Out of left field.
That's what it looks like. Look, you put your head in there and then you tighten it a little bit.
Okay, we don't want to know what you do in the back. Kyle.
Also, like, what is that bar then? If this is a collar, what is that bar where he's holding it?
It's not like a collar. It's like an oppressive sort of collar. So it's more of like the old school. Like you remember, what was it called? The old school like English punishment. You'd get the stockade. Yeah, that's what it is. What? But it's.
You know what's great is that I can actually see Brian's face, and Brian's got this look of amusement and befuddlement at the same time. He's like, he finds what you're saying funny, but he's very confused by it.
Yeah. I hope you do make it.
One day I'll not be surprised by the random things that come out of Kyle's mouth, but nonetheless, I do find it entertaining. So that's why I have the grin going.
Yeah, that's
I
why
do
you
give
stayed
props
there.
to Kyle.
But to be fair, this second ban phase is taking a little while for me to adjust to because it's so much time. And from what I've seen in the way people have been drafting, the last pick consistently has been a support in a lot of the games that I've seen. I think partially just because at the end of the day, 7 bans is a hell of a lot, and not many teams, especially in these lower divisions, are comfortable with enough cores to save, say, their mid pick for last. These teams are doing that, of course, but it's the first time I've seen it in the DPC matches that I've seen. Yeah.
Disruptor coming out once more on the side of Burjui, or Bourgeois. Definitely not Bourgeois. But I thought Atufix played it really well. We talked about how Disruptor generally is not that great when you play from behind. And Burjui had to play from behind quite a bit that game. He still was able to make it work. And there is an axe.
It's a really
new hero joins the fray.
Yeah.
What's the thought process like that right now, Brian? I see you being very pensive there.
I think it's all about protecting the egg, but it doesn't do all that well against Ursa, I think. So I feel like he's kind of become like pigeonholing himself into one role where he's all about the team fights. Nyx is also crazy good against Axe because if you're like running around in your Vendetta and the whole idea is to jump Nyx before he can react, you call him and then he just breaks you and does like 700 damage. So a little bit weird there. I think they're lacking the ability to actually just lock down the Nyx. I feel like if Nyx is allowed to carapace and run in, that hero is ridiculous.
Yep.
I know that sounds obvious, but right now he's just so broken in that regard.
Yeah.
And the shard makes that even more broken, right? Like given the extra movement speed and free pathing.
Man, it's also such a free Timbersaw game right now. And the Monkey, if you get a laning matchup, like it's not, you should be able to punish, but I think burjui will dodge that. And in addition, you just don't have much for Timber. If you put him against the, I mean, it just laning wise right now, it feels like burjui are ahead. You need some sort of, it's so good. It's such a good combo with the Nyx too, because typically all the heroes that are excellent against the Timber cannot really play into Nyx Assassin. Pugna, Leshrac, Necro, they're unpickable.
10 seconds.
Unpickable.
So Kyle, as a drafter, at what point do you kind of just suck it up and acknowledge, like, yeah, they have a Nyx, but you kind of have to pick something that deals with Timber, you know?
Pretty much. I'm a huge fan of Death Prophet. I think that we're going to see this hero because it is... I've always liked it against Nyx Assassin because the silent, like a non-damage disable that allows you to then target Nyx if necessary. Drain is excellent at proccing the Carapace, and you're also high sustain. Your int gain isn't as high as others, like Pugna as an example, but you're also great against the complementary Nyx heroes such as Timbersaw. So I think we'll see a lot of, I think it's actually perfect for the Brame lineup as a finisher. You consider you sort of just need that frontliner that your MK Wukong could protect. You have massive team fight behind it, and it's mixed damage, which is really effective when you're playing with a hero like Elder Titan. So that's my choice, but I've yet to see it in Dota for a couple of weeks. So I could just be nuts. Alliance will pick it, but maybe not here.
The team fight from Brame is ridiculous. I will say that much. Monkey King, once he gets Ags, I don't know if they can ever fight into it. So I feel like this is a reverse situation of last game where it's no longer Brame that's invested in the lanes, but more so burjui. And Timbersaw is the type of hero to do that, but didn't work out last game. So I'm kind of curious how this one ends up playing out.
Last game we had Brame with the stronger lanes, but burjui, we all said that they had a strong late game anyway. Would you then say that if burjui now has stronger lanes, does Brame have late game? Like, do they feel like you know, if they at least make it out of the laning stage, you know, somewhat okay? Are they okay? Are they good late game?
I just think it's so hard to fight into their lineup. I feel like if Brame is ever allowed to just take normal 5v5s, this game is heavily in their favor.
I love the SF pick. It just solidifies their engagement. You have an ability to pressure towers now, and mixed damage was key because you need some sort of mid-game pressure for the Timber. You can't skip hood and just play with Reckless Abandon now. Oh, first Invoker I've seen. Hype. I'm so happy our meta has shifted back to this Invoker versus SF mid. Let's go.
Hey, Brian, what item builds have you been seeing from SFs? Because I saw a lot of experimentation once the new patch came out with how to play SF. You seen anything interesting?
The only thing I've seen that's new, I've seen a lot of the Blink Yules, but I've also seen people go for the Arcane Blink, which is pretty nutty. It makes your ultimate half the channel time, and it's almost instant, it feels like. So that's the only thing I've been seeing differently. I think he is still like this magic utility damage hero that can still do a little bit of it. But I like the SF hero as long as they don't have the potential aroma on him a lot. My only fear is that they don't have like this independent core that can run around the map, while burjui has this Invoker that I think can just be a complete nuisance in the mid game. So I'm definitely favoring that momentum they're going to gain in the early game.
All right, thank you very much, Brian. More from you later. Calcap, any final words before we head into the second game? Does Brame, are they going to force out that third game? That's basically all I want to know.
I think so. Just purely off of like the huge amount of team fight that they have. I think that was kind of what stopped them from being able to take that initial game, was the fact that they just had to fight through so much and play perfectly. Otherwise, I think this kind of lineup is a lot more forgiving.
Yeah. It fits more with the style that you've seen also, Kyle, from their previous game.
Oh, for sure. I think the script is flipped a bit. If the game just stays stagnant, Brame get to a point where they're even 30 minutes or so in, they'll just take it because their team fight's so strong. But you have really nice kill pairings with the Invoker and the Nyx, and the Disruptor and the Ursa. So if they can get off to a good start, Timbersaw is able to just self-sustain, shove lanes by himself, you can create an insurmountable advantage. But I'm just hyped to see, again, Invoker versus SF. This
Blast from the
brings me
past.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. We're going to see how Flax do. We had a lot of praise for him in the previous game. Let's find out if he can do the same thing here in game number 3 and head over to ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, game 2 of Brame versus burjui. Fogged, we've heard what the panel's had to say. I mean, anything that sort of sticks out to you from these lineups? I mean, what are you looking forward to see here?
Just looking forward to see some fun synergy. You know, we've got some of my favorite heroes out here. We got an Elder Titan, we got an Invoker. I'm always happy to see this, so looks like we should have a lot of fighting coming out too. As now it's Brame who've actually raised that tempo and raised that team fighting composition compared to last time where they had very limited team fight. So.
For sure. I mean, Brame's team fight, as you say, it's going to just... It seems sort of... Well, one of the more perfect games for a Supernova that I've seen, right? You've got 4 heroes that are effectively going to be able to protect or at least set up around the egg in these team fights. Yeah,
absolutely. It should be, as long as they can do it properly, right? Just so many ways to protect, either with a Wukong, an Axe Call, a Requiem, a Stomp from the ET, a lot of different things. I'm not always too crazy about ET and Phoenix as the duo of supports. I've seen this quite a lot of times, is your damage is always just, it's uncontrollable a lot of the time in the Phoenix, and your ET is very much so about getting his nice Stomp setups. Your damage will break the Stomp setup almost every time. Your egg as well, just that natural tick damage, it'll break the Stomp. So we'll have to see at least some synergy work out between these two. But like we said, there's so many different ways to cover that egg that I think they're going to be all right with him breaking the Stomp. They have that Requiem and Call and Boundless and everything else. So.
Of course, over on the side of burjui, as Carl was really picking up towards the end as they passed over, you know, the thing that's going to be a lot of fun to see from them, it's got to be this Flax Invoker, right? He did so much in that last game as the Queen of Pain. Let's see what he's going to be able to do on the Invoker.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of fun stuff with the amount of control that you can provide with the new shard, with your like ice walls being vector targeted. You can just stand so far away inside the fights and kite even harder. There's a lot of really cool things that I've been seeing, to be honest with you, from many different Invokers.
We'll see what Flax is able to pull off this game. And so with the lane setup overall, I mean, you're looking at these side lanes, thinking that anyone's going to have a tough time here in this early game?
Let's take a look. Bottom might be a little bit difficult for the first few levels, but then I feel like the Timber should be able to just do fine. And I feel like he can actually apply some decent pressure, especially onto Spar, and they maybe get some kills. I guess maybe Runic might struggle a bit. This is a pretty strong duo. The Axe plus the Phoenix, we haven't seen it much, but Battle Hunger plus Fire Spirits, very, very annoying and lots of harassment. Disruptor can sometimes have some trouble to sustain his Ursa through it.
Yeah,
I'm mostly just going to be staring at mid because it's, you know, it's an old school matchup, and it is the Quas Wex versus the Shadow Fiend, so you'd imagine Flax is going to have some trouble. He's going to get behind on last hits a bit.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you would imagine Wish is going to have a little bit of a lead here, but see how much Flax can do with the well-timed tornadoes to secure those important range creeps. Yeah, definitely not an easy lane for him here to start things off. Wish warding him away there with the raises.
It really never feels like a good lane as the Quas Wex, because now he's got his bottle, he can force the waves into you. You have to play very confident and very kind of just aggressive as this Quas Wex, because you're going to lose this matchup hard, and your tower is going to get under pressure. So maybe we see rotations or something to bail him, but we'll see what type of plan that they do have for this Flax Invoker.
Yeah. And again, you know, that this is sort of a similar situation to what he started with last game, right, as the Quap. He was playing one of these heroes that didn't have a good lane, had a tough opening, but it didn't matter in the long haul. So we'll see if he's going to be able to sort of pull off a similar level of performance again from a lane where he's not in a favoured matchup.
Yeah, in Quap though, in that last game, it was a Queen of Pain versus like no stuns, so that's where he had so much freedom to really do. Invoker, much tougher hero to kind of just bail yourself out of a bad scenario after a landing phase. It's got to be very on point from him. And yeah, he's already getting doubled up. And we're seeing Atufix, he should actually be going down here, I think, with the slow and the damage.
Certainly with the Battle Hunger chased out. And they've got him there. As you said, these two heroes just so much pressure that they can put on these sort of helpless supports. You know, something like a Disruptor just is not going to be able to do anything to save himself from being run down by these two.
At least he pulled them really far from his Ursa, like all the way to his tier 2, so Ursa got, what, like 3, 4, 5, 6 last hits for free. He's going to be getting toward his Ring of Health, which will help a lot versus that constant damage that's coming out. So, all in all, not the worst death from Matufik.
Yeah, as you said, the best he can do for his name right now. It's not an easy one,
so
but...
we got the rune check coming out in about 15 seconds. We see Nyx already getting in position. They have to be sure that do not let Wish fill up that bottle. Because Wish, he also has his boots already. So, I mean, Flax, he's gone for the double null. He actually can get killed by Wish pretty easily with these boots and bottle and level 3 raise.
Let's see where the rune is to be.
Oh, Kilo's level 1.
Oh, and he's going to die, surely. Wish just finding the angle, and Kilomancer accepts his fate. At the same time, top lane again. Skylark and Stomanen able to run him down. The second kill onto the Disruptor in this top lane, as they're now at 3-0.
Oh, that's a level 1 Nyx. I mean, it's 4 minutes in, Owen. I mean, that's a concern for sure.
Oh, he's nearly level 2. You know.
Nearly there.
Nearly.
Their supports are really struggling this time around. They also lost the Disruptor top in the meanwhile. Now Runic is alone. And they're actually just leaving the Monkey King alone bottom because he's in a 1v1 versus Timber. Spartan's making the moves around him. They're going to kill the Ursa.
They certainly are. Stomp is there on target. It's a brutal opening to some of these lanes, this top lane in particular.
Yeah. Earn charges now also finished up for Stomina. So now they have even more damage going to be putting out onto that Ursa and Disruptor. Yeah, these lanes, this is really problematic already for Burjui. They're going to need some type of salvaging force, but they don't have great ways to rotate around the lanes like they did last time. This Nyx is very underleveled, and Invoker is much more behind than the Queen of Pain was last time.
And Kilomancer.
Still level 1.
He's still level 1. He is. They're running him down. But he's going to be all right. He's going to be able to get away from them this time. They don't have that bit of catch.
He's level 1, so even if they catch him, it's not like this massive kill. So, you know, he's kind of baiting him around a little bit.
We'll see top Skylark getting close underneath the tower there. Runic able to turn Flax, coming in with the TP to try and help out. We've got the glimpse back onto Skylark, and they'll have the damage to take him down. Good control here from a 2-fix. And it's Flax also able to help out with that Cold Snap and DMP. Make sure that there's no way for the Axe to live.
Nice little needed rotation for himself. We see Focus bottom. Getting gone on by Oker, but he full heals very quickly, and now Spartan's back down there to help.
And again,
and this lane setup is working very nicely here for Brame.
Yeah, doing well with the power runes again though. Burjui at least able to secure for a second time the rune against this bottle on the SF. In fact, the rune there was an invis. Flax to set up and get close in onto Wish. Nice stun from Kilomancer. Will follow up, but they got quite enough damage. Fire is there, and Wish will be able to make it alive. So
Spartan's coming over. Might have a stomp. I don't think they have enough damage to set up for this, though.
Let's see. Stomp onto the 2 same time. A bit of an attempt onto the Axe up top, but Skylark will be fine. But attempting to run down Kilomancer, but as you say, just was him on his own. As great as the stomp on 2 was, nothing to follow it up at the moment.
I mean, it's looking really good for Brame, the way they've set everything up too. And now with the fact that they have this last pick Shadow Fiend, you know, we were talking about how they didn't have, maybe like the 3rd pick or so, the Timber Saw didn't have any solutions. They can kill this Timber at almost any stages because of that Shadow Fiend, with that aura from the ET that's going to be coming into play too, and also the Monkey King having a good start. It's going to be tough for Burjui really to come back in this game, it does feel. It's going to be all on the Invoker rotations, seeing what he can do with this Urn now picked up, and yeah, he's going to start looking to move.
Let's see where he wants to head. Top Kilomancer.
Oh,
catching them with the Carapace. Let's see if they can go for this here with the Cold Snap. The call to hold back Kilomancer. Kilomancer himself might be the one to go down here, dying to the Battle Hunger. He'll full dive away for Stomanen. Stomanen's still alive here.
Still alive.
Getting away from the 3 of them. Time has been bought for Spartan to head over. Stomp won't be quite in position though, as Burjui back off as soon as the Spirit is sent out. But they keep Stomanen alive. He's able to make it out of there.
Look at these stacks too. They're getting so much ready over here. Burjui is going to start scouting them out, but looking at Wish already has Boots of Travel finished, and he got the best tier 1 item in the game. the good old fairy trinket. Definitely the best one.
Okay.
So he's going to be able to match the mobility of the Invoker quite a bit here with these boosted travel. Join his team.
We'll see up top, Skylark. He'll go down this time. Good start and control, and Flax, he's even trying to look for more. Some of them dive away. Flax, has he got anything else to throw out? Not quite. Stomping into the trees. Actually, I say that, Flax, he's still hunting, and maybe with the speed that he has, he might get this. Dominant trying to juke it out. One hit isn't enough, though. Wish turns around with a big, hard-hitting right clicks. No mana on Wish, though, for the raises. So fortunate enough for Flax to be able to head off. And with the TP up, he'll manage to get back to base and reset himself.
Nice little tier 2 armor bonus there. Definitely saving the Phoenix. A little +3 armor, I believe you get from the tower, coming into play. And yeah, so Wish with Boots of Travel. And I love Fairy Trinket, man. This item is insane.
I guess what, especially on these heroes like the SF, where you're cleaning free mana pool with the way you want to farm with the raises.
And the way spell damage works for this hero too, it's so nice. The stacking amplifier, just any type of extra damage is always so nice. He's actually going to pass it up though for the Fated Brooch because he's got the bots for the movement speed, but...
Alright.
I've heard a lot of players talk about how that item is regarded as, it almost feels like a tier 3 or tier 4 item. It's pretty insane because it's like a mini Kaya in a way.
Oh, coming up to 10 minutes in, and Brame still with the lead, but just 1k in it. So
yeah,
Calm has allowed burjui to keep themselves close behind, despite the fact that some of these lanes were really set up to be rather difficult for burjui.
Yeah, a very nice recovery. Like Uker, he's actually got he's up with level 8. He's pretty farmed up on this Timber in comparison to the Axe. Skylark, who had like an excellent start top, is the same as the Timber Saw. So I feel like that's pretty big there. But Skylark does have a triple Ancient stack that he's just farmed up. Timber bottom. Looks like they're trying to set up with the SF rotation.
Oh, they've got the Stomp. He's in with position for the Requiem. And that'll easily do it. More than enough magic damage to eliminate the Timber Saw.
Look at that move speed, man. 455 on this Shadow Fiend now. Even without the haste, he can just move around the map so easily.
I mean, with sort of the bots first, are you imagining him to get the Yules next?
The Yules build, yeah, just movement speed build and just easy setup for kills. Yeah, he can just, I mean, Yules versus Ursa too, it's just always going to be amazing.
Yeah. And would you say, you know, as was mentioned on the panel, Arcane Blink, ridiculous on SF. After the Yules, if you're having a good game, is that sort of the dream build-up? You do just get the Blink and upgrade it, or do you think Wish is going to need other items?
Wait up, bottom Timber, getting gone on again. He's going to drop down quickly. I think this is a game where I don't think it's needed. I feel like he can just play it safer. He already has like this.
Got the setup.
If he can, I guess he can if he wants to, but I don't feel like it's needed. That's like kind of the swag fun play. Just to protect the egg, right? Because like the egg's going off, it's about to pop. He Arcane Blink Requiems in a quarter of a second and saves the egg. So it can have some fun usages. I feel like he doesn't have to go for it though. Bottom, focus.
I'm trying to go for him here. Stomp. And he's going to catch the two of them though. As they've got to be careful now, burjui, as they're backing off. Flax heading away with the Ghost Walk. Fast Raise does clip him, keeping him low. Flax having to be very cautious. The Toothics, he's having to force them to back off with the Static Storm. Desperately throwing abilities out to try and stop Brame from getting any kills out of this. And it will work, they keep themselves safe. But Brame back to jumping ahead in the lead with the farm here. Now a 4k advantage back on track.
Kilomet's getting a good position here onto Focus. Actually gets the stun. Focus is almost dead.
He's gonna get glimpsed, but the egg
is down.
It is. He'll turn and get the strike down. And he's going out with the TP, and he'll make it away. Oh, the Supernova stun, in fact, stopping Uka from being able to pull that Chakram back in for that extra bit of passover damage, so he couldn't get the kill in time. XctN is also going to make it out himself.
Oh my god. What a nice fight by Brame, setting up and kiting them away. Just beautiful play there from Focus surviving.
And Spartan also able to TP out, so poor old Uka having 3 heroes TP out underneath his nose there, and he couldn't do anything about it.
Oof. Painful. They do still have runic farming very nicely, but this is quite a big deficit, and he is not into some easy matchups this game. Sure, he's good versus a couple of these heroes, but this Monkey King, this Shadow Fiend, these last two pickups, they're going to prove problems for this Ursa. The Shadow Fiend in particular, because of this movement speed build, he's going to be going like 120 move speed over this Ursa in most of these fights. So
mid.
it will always be hard. Mid, Flex.
They're trying for him here. The ult will bring him back a little bit. Field's down though, and TP's come through, stopping them from chasing in. Or I say stopping them, they're still having a look to step up to the high ground. I mean, Brame know that they're strong right now. Skylark.
They've got the blink on Skylark. He can look to set up.
And he's going to make a move straight away with the TP down bottom. He's looking to try and catch Uka off guard. Can he get the jump? Not quite. Off the mark, and Uka's able to step away.
That's the blink reveal too, so now they're aware of it, and they're going to make their own punch. They're going to move 4 heroes bottom. No earn charges on the Invoker at the moment, though. So might have some trouble keeping the catch going. They got to have Kilomancer get some good setup, good glimpse action. Yeah, they need to get something out of here. And they know that these two just ported bottom, so that's the one good thing. They know they can't like instantly just bail out, so maybe get a nice cut angle in order to catch them off here to get some kills. Do have to watch out for the other TPs, but this could be a pretty nice smoke for burjui.
Oh, here we go. Looks like it was just a brief pause as we get back in. But yeah, the kill's ever so important. If they don't get any action done, Brame will just continue to outfarm them with their cores. Especially with this Aghanim Scepter pretty much being completed on the Monkey King.
Oh my, yeah, that is very quick. They're trying to set up, they're bringing the Invoker in too. He's got an Arcane Rune to scout. Skylark's actually going to continue showing on the wave. He's got the blink ready. They're actually not going to... Okay. He gets to actually walk out of there.
Yeah, not quite able to set up on him in time, and the Skylark's just playing it smart. Senses something's up and he's away.
And now they're able to pressure the other lanes. Top's going to get pushed in. Mid as well from Shadow Fiend.
Maybe
got the Yules.
Kilomancer might still be able to find him.
They need more.
Yeah, it's just him and a 2-fix. I don't think so either. No, they're not going to go for it with just the two of them. Both Flax and Uka elsewhere by the tower, not ready to push on with them.
Wish does have the blink queued up, so there's potential. There's definitely potential for him going for the Arcane Blink still. So tower trade gonna come out. This is one of the better trades I still feel like for burjui. They need to get some type of map control. And it is gonna be the enabling build, it looks like, from the Invoker that we've seen Topson do a lot in the past in particular. Just Solar Crest to buff up that Ursa.
Yeah, it makes the most sense for sure, especially when the game's sort of fallen at the pace that it has here for burjui. It's going to be all about making sure that Runic is able to clean up and to empower him in every way that you can through your abilities and itemization.
Yeah, he's really going to need it, as he's getting quite out-farmed here. This Monkey King, like you said, Aghanims is finished. He's got the beautiful Orb of Corrosion as well.
See what they could do about stopping this push mid here from Brame, as Brame's starting to get back to poking on this tier 1 mid. Uka.
Skylark.
Off the mark again with the call. burjui. And they got Flax trying to look for some sort of setup. They are onto Focus. Stun comes out. Supernova will be there to try and force them to back away from the fight. Focus getting a little bit low here in the Static Storm, but he's able to get the Jingu Mastery stacks up, drop down the Boundless Strike, and along with the heal from the Sunray, he's able to get out of there. Focus the side, but they do have the grab back. Glimpse comes into play from a 2-fix. The Requiem pushing back the rest of burjui though.
And Runic dies.
He dies. The tick damage there of Stominate. There's 2 down. Spartan still charging in, making space for Wish and Skylark to follow up onto Flax with the blink. There's 3 dead on burjui. An unsuccessful hold here of the tier 1 tower. Even with that glimpse back onto the Monkey King. I mean, sure that they're killing the Monkey King, but of course at this point of the game where just as a whole Brame's 3 cores are just that far ahead in comparison to burjui, 1 core kill isn't going to be enough to get the team fight going their way.
No, they have massive damage issues. The Ursa can't get into the fights at this point still with just a Battle Fury. There's too much control. And I mean, Skylark, I was gonna mention this because he didn't go for a stick or anything like that. He actually did the most perfect mana usage on this axe. He got beautiful calls over and over again, got a nice dunk reset. He actually played that fight really well with the limited mana pool he had. And yeah, I mean, burjui just massive damage problems, and it feels like that's going to continue for quite a while. And they don't have the same team fight as Brame does at all. This does not feel like it's going to get much easier for them as big items coming out for the rest of Brame. They just need to get their BKBs online. If they want to go the safe route on the Radiant side, they just get the BKB on the Monkey King and the Shadow Fiend, and then they have full reign. Because pretty much all of the heroes on the side of burjui, besides the Ursa, are completely magic damage. So I think that's the safest route they could go for.
Oh, for sure. And then the Ursa himself, Runic, he's only rocking a Battle Fury right now, so
yeah,
he's just not scary at all. He needs more time.
And he can't go for something that's going to be a big impact like a BKB this game, because there's just too many things that go through it. So he has to go for more type of scaling build. So it really feels like the next 10 minutes or so is going to be very difficult for burjui to really accomplish much.
Yeah, it feels like it could start to get a little bit rough here. 15 to 3.
They find Wish.
See if they can finish him. He's trying to get that Requiem out and will manage to do so, pushing the two of them back with the Fear. There'll be enough space for him to run away. Runic was trying to head over to catch them off, but at the same time, top lane, burjui losing more as Killermancer goes down. Uka coming in to try and defend this tower against them, but has to be very cautious how he steps up against these four, especially if he gets into the range of Skylark and his Blink.
Yeah, and he might actually do that. Skylark's in. They've got backup, a lot of it.
They do, just instantly. The Wukong's come on with a few raises. No chance for Uka.
This is looking real rough. Not seeing too many forms of recovery for them here. All three cores so far behind, supports as well. Just map closing very quickly.
Just big moves all round from Brame.
Top tower has fallen.
It's looking pretty unstoppable here in this second game of the series.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that, you know, Stoma is literally higher level than everyone else on the side of burjui pretty much is a huge problem. This Phoenix, level 2 egg, he's got Spirit Vessel, had a perfect game. See if they can get a kill here.
I should do so.
On the 5 position.
Spartan, he'll go down. It's a kill.
It's a kill. They need it. They need some charges.
Yep, they need anything that they can find here, burjui. Anything to just sort of buy these precious moments in which they can be a little comforted in the knowledge that Runic won't be being hunted. He can continue to try and farm towards his first item after the Battle Fury. I am seeing such limited moves for them. It's so much pressure onto this Nyx Assassin. He's their only stun, so he has to pretty much do everything for them to peel these massive heroes away from his teammates. And yeah, they're getting some time at least to farm for this Ursa, but not looking too great as Skylark is getting toward his BKB as well, so it looks like they're going to go for a triple BKB timing on the side of Brame, and yeah, that's going to make it even more impossible as Focus he's starting the Rosh. He's doing the good old Monkey King things, where you just drop your nice Aghanims, and it just kills the Rosh for you. It looks like at the moment at least burjui not having any knowledge of this going on. I mean, there's good ward coverage, and we're seeing sort of these like 5 sentries from Brame inside of burjui's jungle. They just removed any information that burjui had up here. So burjui not aware of this at all. And again, even if they were, very, very hard to fight or do anything about pushing away this lineup of Brame that has such strong team fight around Roche.
They sent the Forge Spirit in actually, so they did see it, and they made the call to just completely going for it. And then they Sunstrike to kind of scout as well. So Aegis for Focus, so even before his BKB's finished, he's safe, and they're going to set up for bottom to defend.
Flax. He's going to turn with the Tornado, and the glimpse back onto the SF did remove Wish from this defense.
Oh, look at this egg. Very aggressive.
burjui there, they're making the retreat. Wish trying to jump in, was looking for Flax there with those blind raises. Flax off to the east, he'll be able to dodge them. See what they can find, if it's just going to be Killermancer, and it looks like it will be. Killermancer will be the one to be caught. The rest of burjui able to make it away there.
You can see how bloodthirsty they are on the side of Brame, how much ahead they really are too. Phoenix on the way to level 15 now. And yeah, they can just keep running around looking to hunt and take every single battle to burjui. I don't know what the item timing is for burjui to really have a big impact back in. Ursa?
Well, they found him. Static Storm will stop the Wukong's command. Runic popping the Enrage in an attempt to get away. Spartan able to juke him out with the Glimmer. Does catch the Stomp onto the Ursa. Uko over with the Timber Chain. Focus, he's ready to set up. Wukong's command is down. Instantly put to a stop though by that Glimpse, ripping him out of it.
Okay. So they buy themselves a little bit more time, and it looks like it is going to be Runic going for a BKB, so maybe that's going to be their timing, a BKB on him as well as a Solar Crest on the Invoker, but it doesn't feel like one of those like big timings that's going to change anything versus the side of Brame as they continue their aggression, and yeah, triple BKBs are pretty much done for them, so these fights are going to be much easier for their side, not only because of those BKBs, but because of their just way overwhelming team fight and advantage now. Runic, Yule's combo.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Wish gets him.
Same time mid lane, Skylark, he's found the jumping on to Killermancer. As Killermancer falls over to the side of Tufix, slowly being burnt down by the Sunray. 3 dead yet again, 21-4.
This is rough.
This is looking pretty irrecoverable right now for burjui. Their only real, I should say, source of scaling carry is this Ursa, and they're still at a point in this game where Brame are very easily able to pick him off in these fights.
And they just have, I mean, look at all the map control too. All the waves are being pushed in again, and they've only lost their one tower, and they've just got great ward coverage. There's just not a lot for burjui really to do in this game at the moment. Is everyone they see is just, they have BKB, so they can't even do a big initiation. They have to just 100-0 them out of a stun, which is pretty unlikely with their damage output.
Absolutely, you know, it's really a team of sort of 4 heroes that just offer a lot of control, and then an Ursa that you're kind of relying to do all the heavy work when it comes to beating heroes down. And of course, he's just not in a place to do that. There'll be a buyback from Killermancer. They'll attempt to try and turn this fight around the tier 2s. Skylark, cold snap to the MP. He's out of mana. And still, burjui just nothing they can really offer to get back in onto the lineup of Brame.
They have to all show up, all 5 heroes, to try to stall, to keep this tier 2 tower alive, which means Ursa's not getting that extra time to farm. They're going to smoke out to try to maybe catch something here. But like we were saying, the BKBs are at the ready. And now Wish can go back for that blink, that upgraded blink dagger, that arcane blink, because he has the BKB. It's a lot safer.
He's found an invis rune.
He's just going to break the smoke.
Do they have detection to drop down for this? They do. Sentries there. Find him with the glimpse, but nicely timed blink. And of course, just the BKB, making sure that he's not going to be dragged back by anything. Skylark's going to look to try and chase down Killermancer over to the side. They pop the egg over, but they will manage to take it down. The egg is removed, so they can get anything else though, because Focus, he's running down to Tufix, so Tufix holds him back in the Static Storm. Over to the side, Spartan being controlled by the combo of Flax, but Wish comes in with the Requiem, pushing them back. Flax still alive though, will survive on the edge of it all, and Brame, they have lost 2, but now burjui, they've lost their big one. Runic down, Wish jumping over to Wartuka as he's on the retreat. Chain out, he will manage to make it away. A Tufix turning back to put the Thunderstrike on Focus to limit his ability to chase. Glimpse as well onto the Monkey King. But Wish is charging straight over towards the Tufix. Tufix out in time though with the TP. So, well, all things considered, you know, burjui able to have a fight there where they were able to find some kills in return. They did still, of course, lose their Ursa though, and it's still not going to quite be that fight that turns around this game or anything really close to that.
Yeah, I mean, that was their best situation that happened, but it was not a good situation either way, because that Ursa did end up going down in the end there. Did at least keep their Invoker alive for the moment. He is starting to scout around, but yeah, the 18,000 gold lead, just still so much control. We see Brame they can play this game so chill because they went for the safe route as well. They went for the BKBs. They have like no risk really when they are isolated, when these heroes are alone. 3 cores. So many different things they can play around. Oh, I'm so excited to see an Invoker too, but this one is real rough. This game
it's tough.
He's having an okay game. There's not too much he can do after how every lane went. It feels like.
I mean, that's true. Lanes. Yeah, you know, he's 3-1-3. The team's got 6 kills. You know, Flax has been involved in everything. You know, he's trying his best, but yeah, just the way sort of this game went downhill pretty early for burjui, with Brame just dominating these side lanes and just having these heroes that whilst they have this sort of lead, are very hard for burjui to slow down with the lineup they have available.
Yeah, just if they had the overwhelming team fight, maybe, but they lack so much. And we see Focus jumping in deep.
He's able to get a nice call onto the three of them. Focus pops the BKB. The dunk not going to do anything though. The stick charges pop. burjui's up to the high ground. They will manage to make it away without losing anyone there from that attempt from Focus and Skylark. You get him up to the high ground. Focus. Static Storms as well. Runic's in on top of him. They're able to take him out. They've killed off the Monkey King. Wish is up to the high ground with the BKB. Skylark gets the call onto the two of them and is found. The big one gets Runic as Runic goes out. Dead for 50. I mean, again, they are losing the Ursa, but again, burjui, they are finding a couple of kills in return. And burjui, they're not quite done. Uka's trying to chase on. He's up to the high ground with the Timber Chain. He's looking over towards Wish. Killermouse is there with the wraparound, has the stun. Black dropping down the Cold Snap. Wish is getting low. They're going to be able to burst through him, take him out. He's down for 75. Now they're going to turn their attention over towards Spartan. Spartan into the trees with the Glimmer. Are they going to be able to find him? They're not. He's out with the TP in time. But this time round, I mean, losing the Ursa, they don't mind. They actually got quite a lot out of that defense.
They got all 3 cores. That was huge. I don't think the Monkey King was... I think he was playing a little bit too eager walking up on that high ground, just forgetting a bit about that glimpse. But beautiful play by Fix.
Yeah.
Not only just the glimpse play, but then hesitating for a second, waiting till like half the Wukong animation goes out. Then he drops the silence, and they get such good positioning. Even though Spartan got, what, two to three very nice calls, they're able to get the resets and get some pretty good pickups for themselves. Runic getting the big one. I don't think he got the last hit per se, but I think he did get... He was able to at least stick on these targets and has now a basher.
Yeah, this is impressive stuff from burjui. I mean, you know, sure, in game 1, where we sort of saw the players pop off, that was a game where they were behind a little bit. You know, this time round, they're down 16k, 26-9. It's a lot harder of a playing field for them to come back into, but maybe there's a chance here for burjui, and particularly so if Brame do continue to make these overly aggressive mistakes, jumping up to the high ground and the tier 3s like that.
Absolutely. That's going to be the big one, right? It's like the BKB's wearing out and just glimpse plays.
Yeah.
That's how burjui can't take advantage of these mistakes. So, Brame, they were playing a little relaxed, I would say, with the way that they were going. Not their item decisions. I feel like they've been really good with their items of this safe thing, but just a little bit too risky of a play there. They don't need to make those type of plays, right? They already have this very nice confined draft and nice confined lead. They don't need to go for those high ground plays just yet. Sticking themselves around the Roche, about 90 seconds until that does spawn. They're going to go for a smoke play here, but it looks like burjui knew it, actually. That
burjui knew
they have down, so I said that.
I like it. Well, here we go. See what they can get with this Invis rune as well available, so Spartan can step right into the front of it all.
Both Deso finished up on Focus now too, and I believe not quite the Arcane Blink done yet for Wish. Soon though.
Just the recipe away. And that, you know, at that point, a lot of focus on a 2-fix. Obviously, if the BKB's already off, not a lot he can do. But if we ever see sort of Wish go for greedy Arcane Blink plays without popping the BKB, which can be tempting when it has that reduced cast time. You see Skylark. Good call onto the 2. Egg follow-ups there as well. Out with the Requiem too. They've got the full team fight combo coming through to decimate. Now 2-fix and Flax jump over as well on towards Uka. He's going to try and escape with the Timber Chain and the TP, but the Yules is there to cancel the escape and to clean up another. And just sort of the showcase of the team fight that the Brame do have. When the execution's there, it just seems very easy with these heroes.
Yeah, I mean, Skylark is so on point with his blink calls this game. Every single time getting 2 to 3 heroes, it feels like. And they have such good follow-up, as you're mentioning. Onto that high ground. They got quite a bit of time here. Should be able to set themselves up for a quick Rax with this Deso picked up.
Yeah, being able to take that sort of fight outside the base, that makes it a lot easier for them to do this now up to the high ground. Arcane Blink now complete from Wish, so look out for those very snappy Requiems that will be coming into play.
Oh, and they're setting up for bottom. Runic, he's in trouble.
Oh yeah, but no BKB. There's not really any chance for a TP here. He can pop his Enrage, try and run away from them all. He's going to attempt for a TP in the trees, but there's no chance with the Yules that they have in play. As Runic will be kited up and burst down there by Wish with the raises. That's Runic.
It's so crazy how
No.
fast the raise is cast. You can't even see the animation with the Arcane Blink.
It's going to be very hard for Runic to play against until he has the BKB. 2,500 gold into it.
Yep.
Still needs a bit more time to farm it up, and then maybe he'll have a chance to sort of live. If he's able to dodge the initial call from Skylark, get that BKB off and sort of hammer into the SF, maybe can mess Wish up enough to stop him from getting the opportunity to get that Requiem out, even with that reduced cast time.
He's gonna need something. He's gonna need some type of blessing because they also have a Phoenix that they have to deal with who's same level as his Monkey King, has a BKB 9-1 and 14 this game. Just absolutely killing it.
And there we go,
And let's
Aegis.
see.
For focus, now with the Aegis on the Monkey King, they can definitely get away with trying to push high ground with the team alive on burjui.
And even more so about having to 100 to 0 a hero because they also cheese, so they're going to be able to pop that probably and turn the fight as well. So burjui has to be very careful. Wish on the prowl here a bit. Trying to see if they can maybe catch Flax. Kilo.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's the one
is under
scouting.
attack.
It's very hard for burjui. I mean, Runic. It's up top, trying to find some sort of area to finish off this BKB. And this Spartan here on his own. Uka. No control on him to keep Spartan around. Spartan's able to get away with pushing out like this. Bottom lane. At the attempt here. On towards Kilomancer. They've found him. And they will surely get him. Wish quick with the raises. Another kill for this SF. 11, 1 and 8. Same time up top.
Immediately botsing up top. They can look for the fight.
They're over. They've got control of this outpost. They're in. And see if they can catch something else from this. The glimpse being used into the pit. Runic. He's hitting in onto Wish, but Wish, ooh, he's done a turn. He's going to pop those raises and take him out. Didn't even need to use the Requiem for that kill. He can hold it for something else. As Flax and Uka, the last two here, left running back towards the base. They will manage to scramble themselves away.
It's really feeling so impossible as there's just too much for them to deal with. It feels like they're playing versus 4 cores, just so much farm on all these heroes. I mean, the Monkey King, their focus was able to just zone away 3 heroes, it felt like, by himself because of his Aegis too.
They managed to get the setup on a focus. They'll take him the once.
He's got the cheese too.
Oh, but Wish he's in.
Looking to jump in.
They did get the Yules to mess up the combo that he was attempting for. Now get it off. Put the Supernova. They're pushed out to the side. That was at least, what, a couple of BKBs, Supernova and a Requiem used. And now with the glimpse on Focus, his BKB's on cooldown for 10 seconds. He's into the Static Storm. He's going to be able to pop the cheese, but the swipes, they're stacking up. Are they able to finish him off? He's solo, they'll get him. Focus goes down. Skylark also likely to fall here as he's stuck up on the high ground. Spartan's trying to run in. Will manage to beat down Uka, but the bashes are there from Runic. Spartan's still doing an incredible amount of damage. Gets the double as he beats out the Ursa as well. They will kill him for it, but Spartan definitely getting the job done there as he runs back in and punches out of the game both Uka and Runic.
How many levels did he just get for those two? Dude, he got 5,200 experience for those 2 kills.
Is under attack.
He just had gotten the axe, just ran through at all the bonus damage and actually gets the 2 big kills. Oh my god.
Burjui's not quite done yet. They're into the trees. Kilomancer was playing around with both Stominant and Wish. Wish has hung around for this. His BKB's still on cooldown for a couple of seconds. He's gone. Stominant, he's going for the TP out. He'll make it. But this is quite a messy push there from Brame. Some big heroes dying. And they didn't even get the melee racks in that lane. The melee racks was kept alive whilst Brame were trying to sort of go in deeper and look to play for the fight. I mean, sure, they're still 24k ahead pretty comfortably in the lead, but it is another bit of a glimpse of Burjui's potential to hold and turn these fights around despite being as far behind as they are.
I mean, it honestly would have been a pretty big win for them there if Spartan didn't kill 2 of their heroes.
Yeah, it's a good job. It's a good job Spartan did run back in. Otherwise, that would have been an awful series of events for Brame.
Yeah, it feels like burjui still needs that to happen probably a couple more times in this game, at least.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Maybe 3 more times or 4 more.
Maybe 4.
For them to really feel like they're back, but it's a step toward the right direction.
It's something. You know, they've shown it. They've done it twice now. Situations where Brame's really gone in and they've lost a lot of heroes for it. How we're seeing on some of the big items, the Agonyms for a 2-fix is, you know, it's now only 800 gold away. It's very likely that this Disruptor will have an Ags before the next push comes in, unless Brame is very quick about it. All Flax. He has been caught by a Stomp Hit, and they're in with a follow-up call. Flax outside of the base will get taken out. Does have buyback available, though, for the hold.
Yeah. He's also, I actually did not really get to see how high level he did get from the fight, too, because they did survive. He's level 23 on the Invoker, too, so yeah, he's got potential. I see he's got Refresher queued up, too, and he's got Max Exort with an Agonyms.
The double
so
Cataclysm.
Potential for the double Cataclysm, yeah.
And they've certainly got, as we've seen 2 times now where Brame has been as far ahead as they are, but have still definitely lost the team fight. Let's see what Brame wants to go for now. At least try and poke out the Invoker buyback and at least try and get another set of racks done. Let's focus. It's going to be opened up upon by this stun. The Cataclysm coming down, but the War Runic, he just gets ripped apart.
He just gets destroyed.
He tried to go in on the front, but he just disappeared. Runic down and out for 70. No buyback on him and Spartan. He's now starting to charge in onto Atu-Fix underneath the tower. Buyback comes out from Uka. They've finished up the melee racks top. We'll see what they can play around with here. Zuka turns over towards Spartan. Spartan, with that Aghanim's able to get that magic immunity, turn things around. Skylark with the call in onto Flax and Killermancer. Static Storm is down to control Focus for the time being, but they've lost Killermancer. Uka's heading over with the burst onto Focus. Focus is in trouble. The Tornado play comes out from Flax. They'll kill off the Monkey King. Uka's trying to chase for more. He's going to be able to burst down Spartan with the Whirling Death. Flax turning over towards Skylark. The Cold Snap and the Ice Wall down. They're kiting up the Axe. They'll turn and beat down Skylark as well. The 3 of them killing off another. If they'll hold back Brame, they'll keep this game going. Did cost them 2 buybacks, and you know, again, it's the defenses are costing them more and more, but it is another defense.
Yeah, I mean, they are still taking some pretty decent fights, and we are seeing a little bit of, you know, some synergy not working the best here from the side of Brame. Some axe calls from Skylark. He is getting the calls, but his team doesn't seem to be ready for them all the time. He's just jumping in, and then the follow-up comes late. burjui does get some type of kills and some type of advantage leading back toward them. Still need, like we said, a lot more of this one. It is still also the Ursa dying.
Yeah.
Much every single time.
I mean, that's sort of Runic's. I mean, we said he had to be the one that stays alive. I mean, it seems like the strat is the opposite. You know, the fights where he doesn't stay alive, they're the ones that are going the best for burjui. He's 1-9. It feels. It's just had no progression, bless him, with the way these fights have been happening. And he's going to have that gold help back once more by the looks of it here. Oh, able to get the enrage off. He's going to try and run away from this. He's got teammates to help out. A 2-fix does come in with the static storm down. Wish popping the BKB Requiem, but it's going to push this Ursa deep away from the rest of the team. Runix will go down. Supernova easily able to be kited by burjui's Flax, but not a 2-fix. There's now 2 down without buyback. Brame, they're going to come in. We'll see what burjui can do with just the 3 of them alive.
Oh, and I don't think we pointed this out either, but our poor man Runic is 1-10 this game on the Ursa.
It's rough.
It's been rough for him.
Oh, Uka.
Uka is making him work for a little bit here.
Nice little flicker play, but he's still dead. And he also without buyback. 2 minutes,
Yeah.
no Timbersaw. Now this, we've seen Brame sort of struggle to close the game the last few times that they've headed to the high ground, but this time round, with 3 dead, only the Invoker and the Nyx Assassin to worry about. They should be fine, unless Killermancer gets like a 5-man Impale into a double Cataclysm. Maybe. We'll see.
That's what they need. That is exactly what they need.
Oh, but Wish.
Oh, just kidding.
Yeah, they're not going to get it. Wish ends the game pretty much there with the Blink. The Arcane Blink blows up the Invoker, and they'll be able to close this one out here. Brame, tier 4's going down, and no chance for a defense here from burjui. So, Brame, this second game, 43-16, 34k lead at the end of it all. Quite the different game from game 1. You know, burjui, they had a few fights from behind, but they were ever so far behind the whole of this game for them.
Yeah, I mean, this one was just all 3 lanes lost, and they had no team fight to really recover them at all. Sure, they got some kills, and they did have some attempted kind of comebacks in this one, but I feel like that was handed to them.
There we go, the Rampage in the fountain. Why not? There we go. And the game's over. I mean, hey, you're already up sort of, 43-18. Why not add a Rampage on top of that? They say as they dive the fountain. Well, there we go. So, Brame's certainly going to be feeling pretty good about that game too. After what was a tough game 1 and a well-fought game 1 from burjui. As now the series stands 1-1 between the two of them. burjui's got to really pick themselves up after this game, though. But would you say a lot of this you felt was down to the draft, the reason why it was so hard for them to play here?
Yeah, I feel like they put themselves in a position where all 3 lanes were gonna have a hard time. Like your Timbersaw, they showed it not too early, but a little early, where the Monkey King could come out, and then the Shadow Fiend. So he doesn't really have a great lane to go to. They have this double melee with the Nyx Timbersaw. Then they have this top lane also. It's just effectively all 3 lanes lost, and they couldn't really rotate and move stuff around because of those last few picks. So I feel like Brame they covered all their bases this game. Good lanes, good team fight. And just, I wouldn't say clean execution this game, because they did make some mistakes, but
they had a bit of
knew
fun.
what they needed to do.
You know, it was classic stuff from some of the players on Brame that we're used to seeing. Spartan, of course, himself. You know, he likes to have a bit of fun in his games, and we saw it there. As fun was certainly had there from Brame, ending at 48-18, 35k lead. As the series now stands 1-1 between Brame and burjui.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, ODPixel and Fogged. What a comeback from Brame here in that second game, forcing out the third. We here on the panel are going to break down that second game after the break.
Telling me what you think it's over. Should've jumped from the ship, now we're up to our shoulders. But hold on, just a little bit longer now. Yeah, hang on, just a little bit harder now.
Brame takes the game and tie the series 1-1 here in this best of 3 for the lower division of the European DPC League with a DreamLeague Season 14 powered by Intel. And they did it in style. It was, as our commentator said, it wasn't the most flawless performance, but you could feel it, you could see it. They were enjoying themselves, they were having fun, they were battling, and they were crushing it. They were in the lead from the word go, and they, even if they lost a fight here and there, they never let go of that advantage that they had.
No, they really didn't. We basically saw, we talked about how the tables are going to be flipped here from game 1 to game 2. Strategies reversing here, and we're seeing in this game 2 basically what happens when you don't actually win the lanes with that kind of lineup, right? I think Flax, he came really close to being able to get some like crucial kills. He almost killed the SF once, as well as the Phoenix in like back-to-back situations, but they rotated well, they protected each other, they make sure that that Invoker really didn't hit the ground running.
Yeah. Didn't hit the ground running. Yep.
And then the other 2 lanes also lost. So it's like, well, okay. And even if actually, if you look at it, even if the Timbersaw did well, they actually had plenty of damage to deal with the Timbersaw on top of that. So it was like, felt like there was a lot of things that needed to go right there, and none of them did.
Yep. You had to be ahead, stay ahead, and just find skirmishes and pick-offs, and it's just not possible when you're falling behind effectively all across the map. Great performance from Wish on the SF too. I think we'll see the hero a lot more. Probably the best utilizer of the Arcane Blink, even if just because you consider like your right click steals some serious damage, and the raise cast animations are real punishing. But now you're getting a triple raise off and a stun, and then you get some right clicks too, and map dominant, rune dominator, you still deal tower damage. It was a really nice compliment to what they had drafted.
Kyle, you said before the game started that you were going to pay a little bit extra attention to that mid lane as well, and I know Cap just mentioned it already. Yeah, you did. You said I was going to have the blast from the past with the Invoker versus Shadow Fiend, so I'm curious, taking away how Flax and Wish individually performed, I'm curious what you thought about the matchup.
Well, it wasn't...
You did watch the game.
Yeah, of course. It was a very weird Invoker build. That's my thing. Yeah, I think it was Urn into Solar Crest, but it was just an odd... He didn't go for the full Quas Wex like I expected if you were going to go for this style, and I personally would have liked to see him go full Exort with the Nyx on your team. Like, that just seems like...
Better synergy.
Yeah, so you can even time it off the Glimpse relatively easily as well. And when you go this build and you fall behind and you're not able to hunt the SF, because that's what's necessary. The whole point of having Tornado in the first place is to land kills on the enemy mid. You're not rotating there, so what's the point?
Yeah, it definitely feels like I'm not an Invoker player, so I can't really speak to the differences in builds too much and like what actually feels good right now. But I could say like that build is what I've been seeing all the time right now. Is just like a little bit of Quas Wex into this Exort, but I've very rarely seen people going full Exort, and I kind of wonder why that is. Just feels like everybody wants to kind of take a half of both of the builds, you know? Have the early game Quas Wex where you're running around killing people, but still have the big Cataclysm impact.
But this right here, look at the network, that's the problem. He had a good game. He had some solid rotations, but it turns Invoker into like a Quap, where you have to constantly find kills, but Quap at least can shove lanes.
Quap for previous game,
but Quap can kill creeps, Sheaves. Killing creeps are, it's like just minding your economy. Quas Wex Invoker effectively has to kill at all times, and you're super out team fought as well, and having this Tornado MP does not solve that in the least,
Yeah, and that's why you needed one of your cores to be like a really strong hero that can position himself very aggressively in lanes and just push it into towers all the time. That's supposed to be the Timbersaw.
Yeah.
But the Timbersaw didn't actually have that kind of strength because his laning phase didn't go the hottest, and you fall behind on Timbersaw. It's hard to come back.
Now we had for game number 1, we had kind of pinned Flax as our MVP for the game. This second game, Kyle, who would you give the MVP to? On the side of Brame, of course.
Wish.
It's just going to be the mid.
Yeah, I thought he played well. I mean, he had, I'd say, the hardest job as a core in that match. I liked what Skylark was doing too, but Vanguard into farm a stacked ancient camp, courtesy of the support, into blink around and lane taunts. It's all activated because his SF has been able to get, I think it was an 8-minute, 28-second bots, which is nuts fast. Like that. At that point, I'm saying GG because it's just such a huge edge.
MVP Spartan, even if it was only for those 2 kills that he got in the dire base when his whole team was already either backed or dead. He just 2-shot everybody that he went for, right? Basically on the other Titan.
Aghanim is pretty hype on Elder Titan, but I'm actually going to put a name that none of us said, which is Focus, because I thought he played pretty well as the Ursa in the first game, and I think he showed a lot in the Monkey King for a second game. Ultimately, though, everybody like kind of walked away from their lanes, farmed with items and making plays, so everyone kind of looked.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
When you're dominating a game, everybody's gonna look. It's like.
And on the side of burjui, then before we get ready for that third game, I am very curious to hear from you. Like, was this just a drafting issue? Because they still did well, for example, defending the high ground, even though they were behind. That there were some, glimmers of hope there. But was this just a draft issue then?
Yeah.
Or?
There's no damage. There's just no damage, and you're playing against like ET Phoenix, massive damage. SF, Monkey King, the AOE team fight. Simplify things for the viewers at home and Cap, of course. If you have 5 heroes on this team, 5 heroes on this team, and they run at each other, and all players and all heroes cast their spells, and one team wins decisively, that team is going to be heavily favored.
All right, well, it's just about picking the better 5 then. Let's find out what these 2 teams are going to draft for themselves after the break. third and deciding game between Brame and burjui. Who is going to take the series? We are about to find out as we head into, well, very soon into the draft of this third game. Of course, you're here with DreamLeague Season 14, powered by Intel. And we are live together with Capitalist and Kyle. And we also have Brian with us again as well. Hey, Brian.
Hi, Brian.
We're waving at you.
Hey.
I don't know, can you see us? We can see you.
Yes, I can see you. I got my nice little live stream feed going here.
Nice. I'm looking for some words from you regarding this previous game. Did it kind of play out the way you expected it to after you saw the draft?
Yeah, we all agreed that burjui was all in on the lanes, and so I kind of thought to myself, I think I'll know what this game will look like after I see the first 5 minutes. And after they lost the first 5 minutes, I didn't think it was going to look too good for them. So I actually decided to look at the rankings for all the players on both teams because I was curious. It kind of feels like Brame is just playing better individually, like across the board. And it's kind of funny. Almost all of them are top 100, and burjui is like ranked 600 average. So I found it fascinating because it didn't feel like Brame did some specific thing right or like fancy or anything. They kind of just consistently outmaneuvered in the early game, the early rotations from the Phoenix, like the SF's ridiculously early farm turned into killing the Timber Saw. He's like, wait a minute, a 9-minute boots of travel SF just killed me? No, that's stuff you don't really expect to have happen.
Yeah, I think also we must not forget, Brame has been together since like September, the end of September 2020, while burjui, I think they've only played together this month, Kyle, and I would imagine that even if it's only like 3 months difference, playing together, that makes a big difference in terms of the synergy of the team, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, just consider as well, it was a huge patch that it dropped, so
yeah.
You hadn't really had time. I mean, to be fair, maybe you could consider that an edge for newer teams because they're adjusting their playstyles without any of the old knowledge and lessons that they've learned. They just immediately hop into the patch that counts.
I would agree with that if this patch was more impactful. But we didn't really get any economy changes, right? And like most shard changes are kind of like whatever, you can almost ignore about 80% of them. So I feel like if there were like bigger economy changes, but I feel like the way you play the map, like all of those lessons are going to be the same.
Yeah, true. I still would like more. I feel like we didn't really replace shrines. I know like there's outposts, but I don't feel like they really serve too much of a purpose at the moment, with the exception of rushing a tier 2 tower down before 20 minutes for the XP boost. And I would still like something done about the way runes are utilized. But yeah, I mean, it's different. Aghanim shrines.
So wait, did you like shrines?
I did, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I just it promoted. I think it should have been done differently. I would like outposts to function like shrines in a way, where you have to take them over, or they're like activatable but usable by both teams. Like I just want there to be more objectives to fight around, except for towers and Rosh.
So did you like it better when the outposts were not limited to changing before the tier 2 tower fell? Because before
yes
they
and no.
were free for all the whole game.
The thing is,
right?
it just we oftentimes would just see teams. It's like we see with bounty runes now. It's not like you're really able to ever contest both sets. You're just trading. So maybe I'll take your outpost, but you were always going to be able to take mine.
Sand King, huh?
Yes.
It's good against Nyx.
I find it kind of like a two-way street for the Sand King and the Nyx. You have the instant stun from the Burrow Strike, which is really nice to prevent the carapace, but then at the same time, if Sand King is ever sandstorming, you can kind of just walk into it, carapace him, and then follow it up with your Impale. So they both kind of kill each other. I think Sand King's gone up in value a lot. Obviously, the epicenter being turned into a channel rather than a cast point rather than a channel is really nice for him, so that if he doesn't get a cancel, it's like the most useless ultimate in the entirety of Dota. But honestly, I agree with Kyle here. I say those words.
I was gonna say, someone make a sound clip, please.
Yes, exactly. But like you never really see fights going on around the outposts. Like they're kind of like, okay, I need to put myself in danger for 6 seconds in order to take this thing back. I agree. The quality of life of watching it as well as play, they feel like they feel like a busy work. You just have to go do it, but nobody wants to do it. You take a tower and you're like, oh, it's time to go take the outpost, and it's like, not it. You know, I don't want it. You go get it.
It's one more job to pass off to your supports. Like, go get those bounties and go get that outpost and do all the things that I don't want to do.
What if it was destroyable after you killed the tier 2 tower, and when you killed it, you got a bounty and vision permanently in the area?
OP.
I'd be interested about that. Make it worth defending potentially.
Then where is the rubber band effect? There should be some kind of rubber band effect in there that you can, I don't know, rebuild it or something.
Yeah, that sounds broken to just take the tier 2 very quickly.
Is this a core IO?
It's either that or a core Phoenix initially, but I feel like core IO is more likely. We've been seeing a lot of core IO lately in pubs.
I've seen a bit of core Nix, but from what I've seen, it kind of just does the same job, other than getting like an earlier level 6.
Yeah, I think core Phoenix is more likely. I don't mind. I like the Jug here in the matchup, but I've always been a big believer that Jug doesn't play well into Wisp unless you want to do it the puppy style, where you utilize it like early on, abuse healing ward, and take a bunch of towers early on, because you need to choke the map. If Wisp is allowed to play with the full square at his disposal, Jug seems quite off, and a reload traded for an Omni Slash is always a win for the Wisp team.
We got all these global moving heroes, though. We got the Coddle on one side, we got the IO on the other.
I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. That's one of those concepts that is just gonna be broken until something is overhauled, just because of how valuable creep waves are. I think maybe that's the crux of the issue in terms of why we haven't seen the meta or the economy change too much, is just that there's too much, not too much necessarily, but there's a lot of value on creep waves. And thus, if you can play all 3 waves throughout the game, you're just going to naturally obtain an economic advantage.
Do they need like, cause obviously considering IO could still be a core as well, even if it's an IO core, you still want to have a pairing with it, right? Or is it fine enough with the heroes that they have picked so far? Or you still want something that benefits like massively from the overcharge?
I mean, Bat Rider addresses one aspect, which is just getting pick-offs globally, but I do agree, Sheeps. I think the way this looks now, it kind of has to be a Wisp core, because otherwise I'm very concerned for the damage output of Brame. They've just picked a Bat into a Jug, and I'm sure BSJ is waiting in the wings because he understands this matchup quite well, and he's going to say that Jug is very good against Bat Rider, he loves to play it, and that this would be a very good game for burjui's carry.
So I love to pick Jug into Bat if I feel like I have like a mid laner like Storm or Queen of Pain that's going to go kill the Bat. I don't think Jug stops Bat from doing what Bat wants to do in the game, though. And right now, I think Bat's really geared up to have this like free roam of the map, similar to what the SF did in Game 2, where wherever he chooses to go with his Boots of Travel, Firefly, as well as just whenever his lasso's off cooldown, he's kind of just going to run rampant, I think. So I'm a bit concerned for him there. I like the Queen of Pain ban from Brame. That's one of the heroes I did note, and I think that they probably know the mid Bat Rider matchups even better than I do. I would say that this, I don't know, like, this is such a scary lineup to play against in terms of the kill threat coming out from Brame. But like you said, the Jug is very survivable against all of this. If he gets to the point where he gets like 3 or 4 items, they don't have a carry. So I don't know exactly
yet
what the end game plan. Yeah, yet there is still one hero on each side. You're right.
We have a Shadow Fiend banned out again on the side of Brame. I say again, but we saw it obviously in previous game. This time it's banned out together with Queen of Pain, so they're expecting the mid laner of burjui to be an active one coming out from them, as they are thinking about their final ban, and they have been banning carry heroes. So with the Weaver banned out there as well, we'll imagine that they would ban out, I don't know, something that maybe can work with IO still. Monkey King. They remove Monkey King.
I like those 2 bans. They're nice against Jug. They're good carry matchups against Jug.
There we go. It is the Luna.
What?
Oh.
I mean, that's your traditional combo, but it does leave some question marks at which role who's which role, right?
Looks like a 3 Phoenix, I have to imagine.
Yeah. I mean, ever since they looked like they were doing mid Bat Rider, I think at that point in time, I don't think you're going for your off lane last pick. It looks like this is 5 IO. And Luna's, I don't know.
Mid-bat, when you don't see the enemy matchup, it's just always risky to me. Unless they're comfortable with maybe playing the Wisp mid or something wild like that, and bat turns to a support if you don't like the matchup. But Wisp Luna is just the ultimate hyper carry matchup. I love the mag pick. This is traditionally a hard counter to Luna strats because you can't itemize to survive RP. You can buy a BKB, it doesn't matter, and you're playing against a hyper carry, so both boost your jug and ensure you have that answer, that top of the deck hard lockdown to win a fight.
Okay, I like this better because it's actually mid IO.
Yeah.
Wish is going to be playing mid IO, and I always like when they do mid IO with a carry that benefits from it, because it feels like you've got, when that duo comes together, it's very difficult to deal with. And now this IO just won't get blown up by a juggernaut that is empowered in the Omni/RP combo.
And
so
I like this so much more because, to Brian's point, Bat's going to accomplish the same thing in this game. You're trying to lasso jug, kill the jug. You're a 5 position now.
Yep.
Whereas if you were to spend your mid hero on this, like, the draft just looks weak. Your damage doesn't seem to be there. But now Wish plus Focused are just beasts. You just have to live through RP. You're going to have the damage to take a team fight and then rush straight through structures.
All right, Brian, any final words on the draft before we let you go?
Whenever I see mag, I think all you need is creeps to hit, because you can hit them really fast, and I'm concerned that by like 10-15 minutes they may not have any towers left. So if they can get to that point, though, the Magnus looking real good.
All right, thank you so much, Brian. Of course, we'll hear more from you later. Cap, you saw the draft. You gave a lot of space to Kyle and Brian during it in terms of talking. I'm curious to hear your opinion on it.
yeah, they're both pretty big heads, so they
are.
talk a lot.
Yeah,
so
there's no judgment.
let their ego. No, I think a lot of this comes down to their offlane. I agree that they need to be able to protect their towers, protect their triangle especially, and get those stacks up for the Empowered Jug to be able to farm all that. And I think in order to do that, your Sand King Coddle lane has to go off. And I feel like there is a chance they can actually win that lane. They're matched up against 2 ranged heroes, which isn't the best for Sand King, but Luna's got that low range. With a constant nuking coming out from the Coddle plus the Sand King Burrow Strike, I think you can win that lane. And if they could take that, if they actually win that lane hard enough, take that tower, open up the map first, and then just get the Sand King Fast Blink Dagger, protect your mid tower, I think that's pretty much the 1-2-3 for them to be able to win this.
Well, let's find out who can open that map up. It is the decider match, Game 3 with ODPixel and Fogged.
Yes, thank you very much, Steve. Yeah, the all-important one here, the deciding one between Brame and burjui. And draft-wise, Fogg, we're having quite a bit of a different pace, right, from both teams compared to what we've seen from them in the previous games. Both teams, they've got that big old heavy hard carry farming hero, one of them being a Luna, a hero that, I mean, I've got to ask you, is this the hero we're going to be seeing more, or does it sort of surprise you that we've got a team picking it?
No, I mean, I'm all right with seeing it. It all depends on how they're going to be playing around it and what build he goes for. I've seen some kind of wacky stuff going on in some pubs and some kind of not so wacky. I've seen the more normal Mask of Madness kind of farm, and then I've seen Nick gets a quick little kill bottom as they bring 3 heroes. And then I've also seen some Spellcaster Luna builds, which are pretty hilarious. Don't know if that's going to be the build versus a Juggernaut this game, but still pretty fun. And then we have the core IO. I think this is something that can really change everything because it has been starting to rise because they buffed the individual hero. Your base damage got buffed, your spirits got buffed, your actual control of your spirits got buffed, and your Overcharge now gives you spell amp as well as attack speed for yourself too. So there's a lot of really cool things that you can do with this IO, and I'm looking forward to see how they can make it work versus this big heavy team fight that can come out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but they've got the big wombo combo on burjui top lane already. Heavy pressure onto Focus. And so it certainly feels like it's going to continue in this early laning stage. Not an easy lane for the squishy old Luna to farm into.
No, definitely not. And Phoenix doesn't really provide too much backup versus these 2 spell damage nukers. Sometimes when it's just your right clickers, right? Phoenix thrives because you're just fire spearing, getting good trades. This is just hard magic damage. So Focus steps up. If he's not healthy, he can just die at most of the levels inside this top. Jeez.
Yeah, the combo between the two, the Burrow Strike into pretty much a fully charged Illuminate.
They're going to try again.
Yeah.
Another blast coming in. This Spartan might go down. Very close.
He's able to juke it out and get that salve popped, but a lot of pressure on that top lane from burjui. Mid lane Flax, he's of course, I guess expected with these early
as expected.
empowers, just crushing the mid lane. 8-4 against the 4-0 of Wish.
The only way Wish recovers is just he's gonna have to have stacks to catch back up on versus the Magnus, because that's just it's an unwinnable matchup straight up. Just you have your 30-40 damage deficit. You have to just work with your spirits and farm like that. Bottom, we're seeing some pretty interesting dive from Skylark. He will die as well himself, but he'll get the kill. But usually not the most beneficial thing to have happen, because then he just brings the Jug items, and now Jug is way stronger than that Bat Rider, so not the best situation there for Skylark. But it's a tough matchup. They chose to do the Bat Rider versus the Jug. They tried to do some funny lane mechanics by pulling it around, but didn't end up working, as they couldn't take advantage.
Well, let's see if they're able to do anything to at all to slow down Runic. I mean, this top lane, it's just the fact that Focus is going to have that quite a bit harder of a time compared to Runic on the other side of the map. But burjui, I think going to be a slower start for the Luna. Right, mid lane, stopping in, just coming in. Draining some of that mana of Flax, but Flax not going to be worried at all. Easily being able to just farm up this mid, and the side camps is getting a lot done. Top lane, it's got the dive up Spartan. He's away, but again, just these two having to play so careful around Uka and Killermount. So a lot of focus, though, obviously, on going on the heroes from these two. You know, Uka's not really been hitting many of the creeps, so his CS actually is the SK, not looking too impressive. Just going fully in on just trying to mess with Focus's lane.
Yeah, it's really important that Spartan did block that hard camp up top. That Sentry Ward is so crucial to make sure that they can't just constantly push the wave in, side pull, and just ruin Focus's entire game. So it's really nice that he's actually 14 last hits to the 9. Now they can actually start to pressure Uka a little bit, as we see Killermancer's chosen to actually clear the small camp so they can't pull that one. I actually like this move by the Coddle quite a bit. Takes away all that small camp pull. Now Spartan can't reset the positioning. And yeah, Wish is just fully abandoned the lane. He's just farming jungle. Now the Coddle's going to start chasing him a little bit there, sapping some of that XP. And Flax is going to have a full level and a half or more, and quite a bit more farm than that IO.
Yeah, this Magnus is going to hit some very good timings in the pit. Killermancer, looking for the Roche deny. Won't get it though. Wish able to take him down with that final hit. Yeah, was he
fear of contesting the IO there? He can just bring in a buddy and take you out.
For Flax as well, with this sort of speed to the farm that he's getting, do you still get Echo Saber in the build-up as a mid-Magnus? Or
I'm fine with it.
He's queuing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he should, because he's also playing versus a very fragile lineup. I see 5 heroes on the side of Brame, that they can die. Like, if they just get RP'd, the Magnus has good farm, he can kill them in the RP. Nobody is really a tanky frontliner on their squad.
Yeah, and at this sort of speed, Flax is going to hit very good timing on the Echo, and of course that in itself will speed up how quickly he can get the blink online.
Yeah, I like it quite a lot here. See the Bounty Rune contestant coming out. It looks like it might actually be 3 for burjui. Never mind, they did not actually get the one bottom.
Is under attack.
See top Uka getting very low there, but Killermancer able to off that extra mana, allow him to Sandstorm once again and actually get a kill as well. They illuminate straight into the lane, and Spartan not quite ready for that at all. Takes him down immediately. One lane will see a bit of an attempt onto Skylark, but a nice stun from Stominet holds the two of them back and renders them unable to follow up on the cask. And yeah, Killermancer back to trying to disrupt what Wish is doing, and he got at least I think he got 3 big. I think he got 3 of the big creeps there with that illuminate. I mean, he's happy, and well, Wish certainly is. And so Killermancer, he's getting a lot done as the Keeper of the Light here in this early game.
Yeah, ooh. All right. Spartan gets a nice little Icarus dive during the RP, gets out.
I mean, this is, secretly, this is always the plan when you play the mid Magnus. You whiff the RP mid, then your team never flames you for ganking side lanes, and you're allowed to continue to just mindlessly farm this middle area of the map with Empower. It's amazing.
The Owen mentality.
Yeah, because now they look and he's like, hey, I've not got RP, I can't help. And they're like, yeah, fair enough. Keep hitting creeps around the mid lane. Flax, he's smiling away. He's going to be farming this Echo Blink still in no time.
Bottom. Skylark. He's chasing a courier here. His Firefly's about to end, though, and he's about to get stunned and probably Omni-slashed. He's got to move quick away.
He's got the bold charges.
Oh.
Oh, he's going to try for the TP out,
Oh,
but
the tree cut, though.
Yeah, nicely done from Runic. And won't even need the Omni Slash Blade Fury alone. Enough to claim that kill. Top lane, pressure at the same time onto Focus. Return with the beam, and you're right. Down bottom, Runic's able to use that Omni Slash to clean up XctN as well. The 2 kills for him. Top Focus popping the Eclipse. To try and force them back. They're going in, and poor old Uka.
Okay.
He tried his best. He went in with the Burrow Strike, saw Focus was low, but ended up Burrow Striking himself into his own death.
I think he was a little afraid of the IO connecting there.
Oh,
but,
at least he's got Kilomats. These Illuminates, they're just not ready for them. I mean, he's cleaned up a Phoenix in the same sort of manner, and now he's just got it cleaned up Focus. Focus was like, hey, I could stick around and get some creeps, and Kilomats says no.
And now he's level 6.
Yeah.
Kato level 6 before Sand King is, and now, you know, we saw what Spartan was able to do with those recalls and moving people all around the map. He's going to be able to do the same thing here. He's going to be able to move the Jug maybe to set up onto Luna, and that's a very good matchup in particular throughout pretty much all the game. The Jug versus that Luna core matchup, he can always just focus fire him inside of those straight up fights. So
yeah, it's going to be
important.
Very important for what really Skylark to just get the lasso on the Jug right. If this lasso isn't there on the Jug, as you say, Jug's just going to play in a way that Luna's going to feel pretty helpless.
Yeah, it's a really nicely set up Jug game, to be honest. Versus the Nyx, versus the Phoenix, versus the Luna, versus the Bat. Just everything. It kind of just feels like one of the more ideal Jug games for him, and especially with the Magnus at his side too.
So
fix. They're trying to dive.
Quite having the range with the stun. Still might have to kill though, Spartan, with these spirits, and he does. Gets the kill. Maldict's on him. But, he should be fine here. Yeah, tethers up from Wish. Spartan's going to be kept nice and healthy. Down bottom, Uka and Kilomats are sort of set up behind the tower, but Wish and Spartan might come hunting for them.
They have Runic's TP, because he got recall top. He can actually TP down bottom if he chooses to fight here.
Uka's starting to poke onto Wish with the Burrow Strike, but it's a lot of heroes here from Brame, and they'll quickly take down Kilomats, and they'll find Uka here as well. Nothing Uka can do to get his way out of this, so the team movement's starting to come into play from Brame, grouping up and looking to really put the pressure on. Does mean that Flax continues to have complete reign of this mid lane, and as we've been seeing, Runic has done a very good job of just finding these places to farm that the Brame is just not in at all.
Yeah, I feel like in that bottom situation, I feel like Uka should have played the core role, where he just bails out, he just gets the hell out of there, lets his Keeper of the Light die, and they just try to farm and get benefit. Because he's starting to fall pretty far behind in the Sand King, but the call was definitely made by the team there to not defend that tower. Because Flax was pushing mid, Jug was pushing top, so a little bit of a mistake there from the Sand King. They're still doing just fine, but he in particular is falling quite far behind on his team. So he's got to be a little bit more careful for his own game. Because his Kato is just owning him. I mean, his Kato's got like 800 net worth over him now.
Yeah, he's having a great time. His Glimmer Capes, it's done. 9 minutes in, Tranquil's Glimmer.
All right, that's pretty sick.
Yeah, I mean, excellent against any sort of attempts from Focus with the Eclipse. Glimmer Cape's going to do a lot in terms of saving these heroes that are already very hard to catch off guard with that Lunar ult. As you say, with the methods of getting out Blade Furies, Skewers, they've got them. DD as well.
I'm excited to see some of these tethered plays too, with the Spell Amp coming in, with the Luna, with the Bat Rider as well in particular. I feel like there's some untapped stuff right there that could actually go on in this game, but they're going to need it in this one, especially because they're starting to fall pretty far behind, getting themselves some nice kills, but it's pretty expensive for them. Uka again, not looking to farm. I mean, this Sand King, 20 last hits, and he's just not looking to push out lanes at all. He's just looking to be this fighter. It's going to get him really far behind, but
I mean, he's telling himself, hey, I got a Magnus, I'll get empowered eventually, I'll catch up and farm. You know, Uka knows he's got the recovery game under lock with the Mag on his team. There's Flax talking about the Mag. It's close. This Blink Echo, it's going to be like a 12-minute Blink Echo. And as you say, like this Blink Echo RP, level 2 RP as well at this rate from Flax, it's going to ruin any of the heroes that he catches in it.
Yeah, and Runic's going to have SNY. So Phase Boot, SNY pretty much done at this 11-12 minute mark too. They have some phenomenal timing for themselves to look for all these fights. And yeah, although there is some decent team fight on the side of Brame, I don't think that they can nearly contest this, because the Jug pick in particular just counters so many of the enemy heroes. He's going to be owning inside of these fights if he doesn't just get lassoed.
Yeah, for now, just sort of opting to play a bit of the farm game. Just Runa Focus. Doing the best he can to keep up with those the cores on burjui, but it's, with the Empower, it's just not going to be easy. Runic and Flax will continue to stay ahead until Brame's able to do something in terms of fighting.
It just feels like Brame can't really surprise them at all here. They need the Blink Dagger on the Batrider to really do much of anything. I feel like they'll get counter ganked really hard otherwise. We've seen the sentries set up really nicely so far through this game from the Radiant side to watch any of the Nyx moves. And then, without Nyx setting up, they really can't. And now the Blink Dagger is done on Burjui. They can kick up this pace. They can start being super active.
Yeah, straight up, time to group. They've got the smoke on a 2-fix. They're ready to go. This is a big reveal and one that I don't know if Brame can really prepare themselves against this.
I don't think so.
Stay well hidden. Someone's going to die to this, and at least someone, maybe two.
Yep, they're walking directly in. They're going to run into Spartan. Just going to throw the RP on him. Just take him out of the fight.
Skylark, he walks into this. I mean, they just burrow him.
He's just dead.
He just went in. I mean, he's got backup. Maybe they feel they can find some kills and return focus. He's able to clear up a couple of them, him and Wish. See if he can get more. Maybe they can here. Over towards that 2-fix they head. A 2-fix turns with the paralyzing cast. Will hold them back. So Brame, but to be fair, with Skylark heading in like that, it did allow them to turn in and get some in return. He's looking for the Omni Slash. Wish a little too speedy as he and XctN are able to get out of it all. So Brame at least able to bring down a couple with them.
Yeah, that was actually pretty decent. I'm kind of confused where Runic was. I thought he was closer inside of the fight, and then I saw him just dangling around inside the river, not actually walking up to go, because I thought he was going to get on top of the Luna or the IO there for a second. The fight would turn very quickly, but a decent hold there for Brame, all things considered.
Yeah, not bad at all against that. I said that big reveal, that first jump from Flax with the Blink Echo.
And with having Skylark just walk into the fight and die, right?
he just
going
walked
top,
in.
and he might be able to set up for Uker here. Yeah, they'll be able to get this.
Some solid moves here from Brame against what has been the quick, fast items of Burjui. And it doesn't look like this movement's going to stop. Instant smoke as well after getting that pick off on Uka.
They kept the lasso. That's the important reason why, that he thinks he can make a move. And they have the relocate bottom. They're looking to outnumber.
They're playing fast.
Can they get the lasso?
Runic, and they've got him.
Got it.
Lasso in from Skylark. Runic will get the Omni Slash up, but there's too many creeps. He's not going to have the damage to get the kill.
Still alive, though.
They leave focus here on the chance of maybe trying to finish him off, but they can't. Runic's going to live, and Skylark, he will likely go down. Cask and Maledict, Skylark will fall. And also Flax, he found it.
Focus.
He found it, focus in the trees. Flax hunted and chased, and he got it. So what looked at, it looked to be a good attempt there. As you say, they saved the lasso for it. But I guess what, just with this build, the S and Y, Jug just tanky enough to live through the damage that they had to offer whilst that lasso was going.
Yeah, he literally just survived. The Omni Slash protected him because of how much damage he dodged during it, and then he can get his healing ward and reset. And now, they're going to have their ults up ready again. Like, Magnus RP is ready, and I just heard Spartan's egg go off
over towards mid. He's trying to fight into the two of them, and he is out with a dive into TP. They won't find him in the trees here, no vision on the cliff, and nothing to cancel it.
Did get away, but now, RP is going to be ready, and I'd imagine that Burjui, they can look to take any type of heads-on fight here because that lasso, everything was used. Egg also down. So they're in a good spot and continuing to grow that lead. And killing Focus there is just nailing the coffin a little bit there for the time being as he gets slowed down even more so. And he needs to have this kind of perfect game on this Luna, it feels, to be able to match this Jug's farm. And now another form of initiation, a real one on the side of Burjui. Besides that, Magnus, who doesn't always want to be the first one going, they have the Sanking Blink, so easier ways to set up kills.
Dire are scanning.
And just, both of the cores really. All three of the cores. All these heroes that really suffer if they're jumped upon. Luna and Io, just the general squishiness. I guess Wish is less so now with the items that he's been able to build up. That Ag's very close to be being done on Wish on top of the helm, so still hitting good timings on the IO, but not quite the same as the Jug Mag of Burjui.
Yeah, it does feel like they're going to have to start getting a lot more of split up engagements around the map and just get these last... Look, they're going to have the Blink Dagger pretty soon on the bat. Skylark does have it. They're going to have to start utilizing this this great map control that they can't have with IO is setting up these lasso ganks and global potential, moving around heroes and just start moving the map around. However, burjui, they do have a response. They have a coddle to recall too.
And mid, Flax, he's going to open with the RP straight away onto Wish. Wish still able to tether over to the side with the backups there from burjui, and they'll be able to make sure that Wish has no escape. And they're more than happy.
Can they go to Roche with that too?
I mean, I
they're
think
thinking
so, right?
about it.
The Supernova is back up. Still, of course, just a level 1 egg, so, you know, against a team with a jug, you'll always be able to easily take it out unless it's in some fantastic position. burjui's just going to run up to them on the high ground. They do get the lasso out onto the jug, but I don't think it's going to matter. Runek's able to put the Blade Fury, and with that turn straight over towards the egg, take down the Supernova, as they're just running at the burjui. They knew that Brame was going to try and pull something together around that Roche pit, and they just ran at them. They just didn't give Brame any sort of chance to set up and just continue to exercise this lead that they have.
Nice ops ward that they placed right here up on that kind of sneaky spot. It was spotted, but gave them the opportunity for Uker to get that quick jump in, and yeah, they just evaporate the heroes, and I believe that was like all the ults used as well from Brame, so even so, it's going to be harder for them to fight when they do respawn. As Jug, he didn't use the Omni Slash. They did have to use the RP earlier on, but that was way earlier when they killed the IO. It's back up in 50 seconds. burjui just continuing to be at a big advantage in this game and not really let up at all for Brame.
How's the farm looking on focus? It's still sliding.
He's so far behind. It's looking real hard for him to really recover in this game versus just, it's so much damage that they do have on the side of burjui. This is a 1200 HP Luna. He's just going to get evaporated in every single one of these fights. And there's a butterfly even on a jug. Oh my god.
No, I mean, 18 minutes in. 18 minutes in. This man is massive. And, you know, I think what pretty much, as BSJ said, you know, you just can't itemize as a Luna against the RP. In a game when you're behind, like there's nothing that you can buy to keep you alive in this. You're sort of relying on Wish with the tether, but of course even that, you know, this is not you being the mid-IO, it's just not an IO with any sort of mech or instant buff to give you something against that incredible amount of burst damage that will come out whilst you're caught in the reverse polarity.
Yeah, they don't really have that kind of counterplay, right? Like, it's going to have to come way later down the lines from like an Aghanim's Phoenix to grab people in egg, but they're not going to get to that point at this pace. It's burjui just taking over the map, looking to be super aggressive, and yeah, just looking to set up constantly. It's just...
Yeah, I mean,
it's constant pressure.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what Spartan does get, because as you say, maybe something like that, Ags, is sort of the only way that you can go. You've got to be thinking, how do you keep this Luna fighting fit in the team fights? Top lane.
Surrounded up here.
They remember the jump straight away onto Wish. Wish is trying to run. There he goes with the tether to the side, but quickly able to break it back in the river as well. The Bat's also been caught. They'll finish off Wish there with the hard hits to the jug. Spartans trying for the TP out. If they got anything to catch him, they do. Uka's got the burrow strike back up and ready. 3 down as burjui, I mean, starting to really hit back against Brame as hard as Brame did against them in this game too, we just saw.
It's starting to feel pretty impossible. Yeah. I see the build changing from focus too. He knows he can't actually get into the fights ever. He's going for the Aghanim's build, and it's into the Juggernaut. And it's into already, I believe, a BKB of Flax.
Yeah,
so this is just feeling harder and harder and just more and more impossible for Brame. For sure, they came very well prepared in this game with this draft and executing it perfectly.
I mean, this is what you got to expect is going to happen when you fountain dive for a rampage. You know, you're going to make the team a little angry coming into game 3. And burjui, certainly getting a little bit of revenge for being fountain dove for that rampage from Brame in game 2. They're certainly back here in game 3, big time.
They kind of put themselves in this position this game, right? Like they knew what these lanes were going to be when the Batrider was picked and the Jug was picked, and they decided to keep it like this. So they're, you know, I feel like a lot of this could be expected with the way that they set up the lanes. Like IO's not going to beat a Magnus mid, Batrider's not going to beat a Jug. Your hope is that Luna has a good time top, where I could say that Focus recovered okay, but it still wasn't an easy lane for him. So just under the gun all the time and just tough to make moves.
Top. Uka. He's got the jump on Skylight. Skylight just having to use the lasso to really keep himself safe.
He's trying.
He's trying to poke back at Uka, but with the healing ward out, there's nothing he can do. He's just got to get himself away. So again, just these ultimates having to be used by Brame in situations that just purely keeping themselves alive rather than allowing them to actually get anything done against burjui.
Yeah, it just feels like they don't have many moves on the map really to do. And it's just the Nyx looking to alone to kind of set up for these ganks, but it's always burjui together. Their supports are never getting caught out alone. Even Flax is always with his teammates, getting the empowers up on the jug. And this is just very clean play coming up from burjui.
These tier 2s, no chance from Brame to pull together any defense. They've just got to let these sort of towers go. Still trying to eye up that tier 1 in the mid lane here, 22 minutes in.
Uh-oh, look at bottom focus. They have the read on where he is at the moment.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Focus has got to run, closing the gap here. Lucent Beam will stop the blink for now, but again, another beam does stop it, but he's getting blasted back in range. And an Omni Slash alone will do it. Runic cleaning up Focus. Another kill for the Jug and pushing him closer towards having this Skadi again. Just incredible item timings from him. As Supernova will be popped. Tufix trying to take it out, but he can't do so alone. Once more, ults being used and nothing really getting done here by Brame. We'll start to play around with Spartan too. He's diving away, trying to escape with the Stun Ray and the TP. You know,
is he okay?
I think he's going to be okay. The Fountain Healing should be enough to offset through the Maledict, as he will manage to make it out.
Spartan is actually insane. That's all I have to say about that whole entire engagement I just saw. Because he was just man-fighting the Witch Doctor for 35, 40 seconds. He's about to tick to Maledict, pops his egg, and somehow he sticks around instead of just bailing out. He stuck around to try to go for him again. I mean, he's making some space for his team at least, as they much need. As their poor Nyx gets two-shotted by the Magnus.
It's only going to continue. Flax as well. He's built up very safely after the Blink Echo. I mean, as we've seen, the Echo... Blink Echo and the levels he has is alone to do what he wants to do. Now not only with the BKB, but 300 gold, and he's going to have a full Lincoln, so it's going to be very hard to control. Then he can just protect himself
for his Jug. Yeah.
Or Spartan. That's another one here. Killer Monster cleaning it up with the Illuminate. Uka will go down. Skylark finding him up top, but still burjui, even a man down, they don't care. Straight up to the mid-tier 3. I know there's very little Brame can do to hold this off. If Brame turn up, they've got to be prepared to deal with it with an RP. 30 seconds to Omni Slash.
The IO is a bit annoying with the constant spirits coming out and hitting them, so they will give some respect. They do have about 40 seconds left, 50 seconds left on that Aegis. About to pick up some nice other items too. Flax still lingering in the area, still keeping them trapped in their base, keeping this farm going. So Skadi is pretty much done here for Runic.
These items have just come out so fast for him in this game. Thanks to the Empower.
They're about to have Ags on the Coddle too.
Yeah, so. Killer Master just holding up to 3,800 gold.
Oof, this is going to make the fights even more dominant for them. Having a Will-O-Wisp thrown up on top too, with all their already overbearing team fight too. When he gets this, these fights are going to get much harder. Does not feel like it's ever going to get easier for Brame at this rate. As wards are perfectly set up too, burjui just has all the vision in the world watching them. As Skylark, it's not going to get away. Flax even getting the courier with that RP.
Yeah, Flax just continuing to have a lovely time here as the mid-mag in this game. And he's not been stopped at all. 6-0-6. No. He's been able to go where he wants. It's the same to be said for of course, Runic. 7-0-5. No difficulties for him this game whatsoever.
Nope. And then as soon as they do go look for these annoying heroes like Spartan who's cutting waves and whatnot, they're just going to recall their buddies to the mid lane and continue this push. Aegis is gone. It was reclaimed. But with the healing ward, more than enough to be able to go through this.
Just taking these racks right underneath the noses of Brame. Brame just not having anything at all to really stop that. As the melee racks go down, starting to poke towards Flax, but it's almost impossible to make a move on this Magnus.
Skylark's trying to go in here.
He's able to get the grab on the jug. Straight back into the Eclipse, but Brunek, he's able to get the Blade Fury out. The lasso comes to an end. He's fine. Egg will be popped. Uka's trapped right underneath it, so at the least they should get the Sand King out of this one, as Uka left behind by the rest of the squad. And again, just the two cores, Runek and Flax, just unable to be locked down by what Brame has. The lasso so alone, it's just not enough to hold this jug in position to kill him.
No, with Yes and Y, you know, that little bit of status resist, that 25%, it's quite a bit now, actually.
It's quite a lot nowadays.
Gives him enough to be able to get that spin off and live. They will find bottom. Killomancer will go down. So at least taking advantage of that pressure they used to push away Burjui's lineup, they'll get a kill, but not getting the big targets.
And I like this from Runek as well. Getting the shard this game. Definitely one of the out of the carry heroes in the game. One of the better shards on a carry.
Yeah, especially with how good Blade Flurry is going to be in this game anyway, right? Like, he's going to be attacking, he's got the Empower, he's going to be able to get a lot of benefit out of it because he's getting hit by so much spells, so I like it.
Yeah, especially in these situations where, you know, you're in the face of Focus and the likelihood is you are going to be Blade Furying because Focus is going to be dropping that Eclipse, so now not only protecting yourself, but yeah, the hits add up, being able to hit hard whilst Blade Furying against a hero like Luna.
And he has the Scotty too, so it applies the slow, right? So it's nice to be able to continue that chase and get all that kind of good stuff going out of there. So yeah, it can be nice. He's about to hit 22, so even more damage on it if he chooses to go for that talent. And they're pushing all these heroes away. It's giving time for Focus to get some much needed farm, as he is going to be going for that build that I was mentioning early in the game that it felt like it might go toward his E-Blade Aghanim. So all magic damage. It could catch some heroes off guard.
I mean, it's going to be the quickest way of doing as much damage as possible during that moment that the hero, whoever it is lassoed, right?
Yes.
E-Blade,
and especially if he's tethered and he has this int Vambrace, the damage, that magic amp, it could kick in. It could be enough for them to insta-kill heroes.
Yeah, it is a lot. It is a lot. It's definitely going to be the way to just do the highest amount of damage in the smallest amount of time with what they have.
And it allows him to play in a different style, because usually with Luna, you're kind of running in a little bit closer. This style always lets you sit in the back. Wish. Tether out.
Fast, but Stominam. Only about the two of them with the stun, and burjui won't be able to chase on any further. In fact, they might have to be a little careful. Lasso comes out. They have managed to get the grab onto the Jug. They'll take him out. This time around, with the Eclipse, they're able to do it. Jug goes down. Focus, he's picked up a triple with this Eclipse, and they're going to be able to find a 2-fix as well. The hold is there, and it's working. The Aghanim's Eclipse, as you say, it just, these lucent beams tear through them. Flax will be able to make it out with the BKB TP, but maybe this will do it. If they can continue to make moves like this again, the pressure really on Skylark to continue to pull these plays out, and he has been doing so. Every time being able to get in and grab the Jug with the lasso. If he keeps that up and they can kill the Jug like this reliably, maybe Brame's got this one. Maybe they have got this one in the bag, and the whole lead that burjui has doesn't matter if they could just kill the Jug like this.
If they can keep getting these grabs, Skylark just gets the perfect opportunities. There's nothing was casted by burjui. Literally no abilities were able to be cast from the way that initiation went down. And they even have the ceremonial robe, so even more magic resistance lowering. So, I mean, this damage is ridiculous that's really coming out. And Luna is now 20, so even more damage. It's crazy if they're able to accomplish this.
Leave the Will of the Wisp down. Allow them to look towards Stominam. I said that though, Stominam's still alive here. Heading off to the side, Spike Carapace and a TP out, and he is away. No, he died. He did die. It was close. Wait, what did he die to in the fountain? What killed him?
Was it like a blast that hit him at the end? I actually don't even know what killed him at the end.
What would it kill? What was on him? I mean, Solar Blind obviously it didn't do any damage. I don't know. Can we get a replay on that?
An auto attack or something that clipped him as his TP finishing? I didn't get to see it.
Everyone killed him inside the fountain there. From the
well, he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. He's dead.
But definite signs of life. That is pretty huge. Is approaching, what, 11, 12K advantage for both gold and experience, and they've chunked it down.
We're going to see it again here on the replay.
Even.
I don't know if you see this, Fogs. Is it just a right click?
Let's see.
He's... Oh, it was just the right click. The right click connected as the TP had finished, but of course, you know, as for whatever reason, as TP's work, there's like a frame where you're out with the TP, but I don't know. I mean, it hit the perfect time. A little ball of light there from Kilomancer. Frame perfect from the call.
Frame perfect. I mean, this IO is, I mean, level 21 as well, too. Like Wish, he is starting to be kind of a beast, too, with his damage. He's got the Sanj Kaya, so even more damage amp. These spirits start to really hurt.
Flax scouting out the area here with this skewer. I mean, yeah, you see it. burjui, they're being a little more careful. Again, he's found the last up, but this time the Blade Fury's off in time. They can't follow up immediately with Eclipse. Now the Supernova's under threat. It's taken down, and with the RP onto Wish, they got to bail. Or have
Focus.
they? How have they? This Eclipse is down. Focus just dies. Immediately dead. Wish is up for a second life onto the side stomach and taken out by the Death Ward. They're looking over towards Uka. They'll find the Sand King as well. Again, Focus just able to find the opening to drop the Eclipse and eliminate the Jug. And Skylark, he's chasing on.
I think this Jug, he just queued it up. I was about to say, I think he needs a BKB. I think he has to have more ways to play around to be able to dodge out. Either he has to get on top with an Omni Slash during it, or just has to be more careful with his spins. But he has to spin there because of with the lasso. Yeah, it really feels like he has to try to kind of switch up his build a little bit there. I mean, Focus is just able to get the perfect positioning every time.
Yeah, this is some solid stuff from Focus. And Kaya, Refresher, it's got it queued up next, just building completely around this Eclipse. As, you know, this is something that, you know, Lunas have been doing now.
Yeah.
And, well, you're seeing a beautiful showcase of why here. As he's just wiping out the enemy carry with an ultimate every single team fight.
And wait till he's got 3 more levels, right? Then it's the mini stuns that come out and you can't even really react a lot of the times. It is pretty unbelievable. They can definitely make this work. Also, they have fun. I think I used to see this in the past, is the IO relocate and you put the ulti on the IO and you can just blast people, but I don't think we'll see the ion cannon. Because you can globally do that one if you throw it onto your teammate and he jumps out.
No, for sure. For sure. I mean, most of the time in these situations, you know, they've just not needed to do it right because they're coming towards them, burjui. Now, burjui are still trying to get the job done, but yeah, you saw there on the hero damage, those last few fights, the Focus is just starting to literally eclipse that of the numbers that Runic is hitting. As Runic just not being able to find the opportunity to get the job done, even in that situation where he got the Blade Fury out before the lasso. When the lasso finished, he was just sort of kited out to a point where he just didn't have anyone to jump on with the Omni Slash. So some nice moves from Brame, making it very hard for Runic to play his game in these team fights.
Yeah, this one at least in particular, it feels like it's going to be... It does like a lot of the times when you're playing versus like Bat Magnus, they have to be really careful about these jumps. If they have to have vision in particular on the side of burjui. They have to have some high ground vision because that's really what has screwed them over in the last two fights in particular. Skylark has had perfect vision and he can pick and choose which targets he was able to go for.
Yeah, there's a bit we said earlier, just Skylark's moves and you know, him as the bat, they wouldn't be able to do this without any other hero. The jumps that he's made has just really allowed them to start to turn this game around.
Yeah, Uker, he has this gem. He's leading the charge for the most part here with Kilomancer. They're looking to get information, looking for some type of fight. Because they still are very strong as long as they can get this jump off, as long as they don't get their Jug lassoed, as long as they can get on top of this Luna. Like, look at where Focus is positioned every time. He's always so far back.
Uka, he's going in for this here. Look at what Spartan, he's able to get the Supernova up, but they will be able to take it out quickly with a Blade Fury. RP down onto Skylark 2 to make sure there's no opportunity for Lasso this time around. They're chasing down Wish. Skylark's going to buy back. They're looking for the opportunity with Eclipse. It comes out, but they're starting to back away. burjui, but the Flame Break, knocking Runic back in range of the Eclipse. Skylark with the buyback play, he'll do it. Uka tries to go in onto Wish, but the cheese is popped. Uka's held out to the side. Atufix will be turned towards by the Luna of the IO. The cast does hold the two of them back for now. Uka tries for a TP out, but Yules is there to cancel it. Atufix will not escape either as Wish beats him down during the TP. As another team fight heavily going the way of Brame. They had to buy back on Skylark, but absolutely worth it. Just that extra bit of catching control there with the flame breaks, allowing them to keep the Jug held in range and in position to make sure the Eclipse once again was able to do the damage that they need to do with it.
How many times have they got? They've got him 3 times now at this Eclipse. I feel like one of these, if you know that your Jug is getting initiated on these a lot of these times and he's having to use the spin immediately, I feel like one of these supports has to get a Glimmer to kind of protect him some of these situations. They did have, I think, maybe some vision toward the end,
They've
but
both
not
got
for a
glimmers.
while.
They have both.
They've got 2
glimmers.
of them. That's why I'm like, how is he getting focused so hard by it every time? Flax, nice little BKB TP out up top, baited a lot of heroes up there, but yeah, they have to start solving that issue because it's 3 times in a row. They have to start saving the Glimmers for him if there is no reveal in that fight. But yeah, 3 times in a row now. You know, you can blame the supports a little bit, but also have to watch the positioning. Runic's got to be more careful and more aware of maybe just, it might sound counterintuitive, but maybe running into the fight rather than running away so that he can get this Omni Slash off. Because, like I said, 3 times in a row now, has to be careful because, I mean, Brame is pretty much fully caught back up into this game.
I mean, here we go now, though. The BKB's done. So we'll see how much this sort of changes the situation. Again, though, Skylark, if he finds the lasso before it comes out, then that BKB is not going to matter at all. Oh, and look what they found. The Dream for the Luna.
Oh my god.
There it is. Oh, and
yeah. Oh, baby. Up Prism too. Okay,
oh, he's out. Oh, he's got both of the nice ones.
He's like, oh god, which one? He's like, I'll take this one. Okay.
He's going to go with the cooldown.
He's like, you know what? The Timeless Rock's good on the IO too, because you don't see it as much, but the Spirits are doing an unbelievable amount of damage in the fights, and the Smoke, they might get the wraparound here.
He's going to find the jump on the IO. RP as well does catch the Phoenix as he's diving in. They'll be able to take the... No, Spar's able to get the egg off. It doesn't matter, though. They'll still kill him off through it. And they do get the bat with that as well. Runic able to move in with the BKB, take him down. Eclipse is there. Runic taking heavy damage, but this time the Blade Fury's up. He's focused on Wish. They're trying to run. E-Blade will pop the Witch Doctor. Well, they've grabbed focus. And Runic, he's riding on the Luna. Luna's down. Triple kill from him. Wish will fall as well. This time, they're able to get the fight going. And just a great start there. Flax able to find that RP. And an unfortunate dive from Spartan. Did get the egg off, but of course meant that he had to use the egg in a position where everybody was ready and waiting to take him out immediately.
Yeah, and even though Skylark, he got the lasso on Runic, pulled him onto the cliff, Runic actually got the time, gets the Omni Slash off instantly, gets down off the cliff. His BKB wears off, but his spin is back up. He can reset, re-engage, focus. He used his entire load there. He used everything. He refreshed and popped both Eclipses, but they were able to get up onto him because everybody else was mostly dead except for him and the IO. If he gets collapsed on, that's where we're going to see that happen. They can just kill him very easily, but if he can keep the distance, he still can do some good stuff. But that's a big fight. That was the BKB reveal from Runic. And now they can actually get some nice wards and maybe even look to close out this last Rax here. No Batrider for 40.
Yeah, and with this, the Arcane Blink on Flax, the uptime of RP it's great. You know, every single time it's going to have that reduced cooldown on the RP, and it's going to come out ever so quickly. Will-O-Wisp on the side, they do catch focus. We'll see who Flax wants to jump upon. They take down these Rax. Runic committing with the Blade Fury will get themselves the racks, and now they're back off. If there's any catch here from Brame, Spartan heading him with the dive, they'll turn over towards him, they get the skewer back also, and Spartan, he's in trouble, he's taken out, he's down.
Uh-oh, and Healing Ward's down, so they full reset, and they're going to be full health to continue pushing here. They go back now toward top. If they'd like to make the move over, I think they can. They do have bounty runes up, so I guess they're going to go for those instead, play it a little bit safer. They did have 50 seconds without Phoenix, though.
And we'll see who...
Lots of money to spend.
Who wants to take this one, but Flax finding the Trickster Cloak. I mean, that's another little item that can come in, in handy against the Eclipse. Being able to sneak away in the shadows.
They've got to smoke out. They've got to go fight right there. Everything is up. Level 25 now on the Luna too.
Yeah, 25, yeah, on Wish as well. Just super tanky IO.
Yeah, I guess this game he doesn't... Yeah, there's no argument for the attack tether target. They're not really attacking at all in this game. It's all spell damage.
Yeah, just throw out the Eclipse and we'll sort of hope that they get the heroes of burjui running in the wrong area.
Nice patience here by burjui, seeing these the creeps and the catapults hitting tier 4's mid. They are aware that that smoke is coming out because they went threatened, quote-unquote, the Roche that wasn't existing yet, but now Roche does spawn. They can go in there quickly. And all the pressure in the world on Skylark now. Focus, this is probably one of the better places for him to fight, depending on how the fight does jump and go off, if they're not under vision. The sneaky ward is still down. Tufix does have it there at the ready.
Skylark starting to poke around. Yeah, Roche falling very quickly. They're going to have to try and make a jump soon. Will-O-Wisp out to control the area around it. Skylark's going to look for the jump. He's able to snatch the Aegis. Will get that Aegis still. Runek able to pick up the Ags, blessing those. Spartan pops the egg, but again able to take it down with ease. With that Blade Fury and over to the side, Uka's got the setup for more. Focus, he'll get both of the Eclipses off. And, oh my goodness, that's the Jug dead. But it does also cost them the life of the Luna themselves. As Focus will fall, Wish able to get out of the fight.
He's going to return though. He had to reload out, so he's going to be coming back. Skylark. There's Wish.
He's running. Yeah,
might be able to scurry away actually with spider legs.
All right, he's out. Up onto the high ground to get away. But so it's now
they did lose their tier 4.
Yeah.
Catapults are still going in.
And they're now down 30,000 gold. A painful fight around that Roshan pit, where they did burst through the Jug very quickly. Weren't able to take anyone else. And we saw as well just how quickly the Luna fell. And there's no buyback on the Luna. No buyback on Focus. No buyback on Skylark. So we'll just be down to Wish and Stominen and Spartan to hold against this. And maybe they'll have a bit of safety in the fact that burjui, of course, are still down the Jug for 35.
Maybe. And they get the Jug, but I mean, the rest of the team is very strong on burjui. That's the big thing, too. It's like once the Luna dies, most of their damage is completely gone, but this Magnus has been an absolute beast. Flax finding another target, pulling them out of the base, up to level 28.
I've got the buyback here from Stominen, so just continuing to try to alleviate this pressure that burjui are putting on up top. They're trying to claim that final set of barracks from Brame.
These constant spirits are so annoying. Flax keeps looking to get like a blink skewer off and just gets hit by spirit every time. Just can't actually get the opportunity. They're going to recall the Jug with that nice coddle. Doesn't have to waste his time running over there. Now he has his own Lincolns as well on top. More protection on top of his own Aghanims. So he's got mini Omnis. He's got so many different ways to protect himself now. They're going in.
Trying to jump in onto Wish. Oh, he whiffed the RP. Couldn't get in with the Jug. Spirit. But they do still get the racks. No trouble at all taking those down. The lasso comes in from Skylark, dragging in Runek. Runek's still able to step away. There's not enough to get it. And whoop, the Lotus does reflect the Swift Slash. Now follow-up stun onto the Jug and hit the E-Blade and Eclipse. Blade Fury's back up though, so Runek doesn't care. He's able to step out of the ultimate. burjui happy to back up. They got the Megas. They know that they can play it pretty easy from here on out. There's Runek. Might actually look to go towards Wish. He does. He's still got the two of them. He's running towards this Desire. Wish. Got the Ghost Scepter to play with. He's still tethered up, but they just beat through him, and that's Wish down for 2 minutes. Runek Swift slashes up Stominen. The Eclipses causing a bit of an issue for the team, but Runek will still survive. And back in he goes with the full-o onto the two of them. Skylark has the Yules to dodge it out. Skylark forcing away, popping the BKB. Runek turns over towards Focus instead. As Focus falls, the two of them down for 100 seconds, Focus and Wish. And with the Mega creeps up and burjui having Runek ready to lead the charge, this should be their opportunity to close up this game free.
Hell of fights, though, brought out from Brame. I did not think that they were going to be able to get even these type of recovery plays throughout that mid-game. They fought hard. It was tough from the start, though. This whole game really did feel like it was pretty impossible, as the 3 lanes went pretty sour for them again this game. But some decent fights in the mid-game, but overall, burjui, they kept their cool. They kept losing their Jug, I think 3 or 4 times in a row, but then they got that one big fight around that Ancient and really just solidified their victory to get that Roche and map control.
Absolutely. But there we go. burjui, yeah, taking this game, and with that, the series will be theirs against Brame. burjui, they'll win this one 2-1.
I must say, I don't know whether to be happy or sad that Fog's size behind you got changed, Owen. Yeah, burjui does indeed take the game and therefore take the series. We're going to find out exactly how they did it after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Stories, fallen glories again. Lost angels, this is how the story ends. Again. They're creeping in the corners, in your shadows and your dreams. They're hiding in the mirrors, yeah, they're looking back at me. They're painting you a picture of the lies you wanna see. I'm pretending to be me, I'm pretending to be me. But you see, crew is safe, lies are rehearsed. What came first, the devil or the curse?
Singing songs and I sing along. I think I love her, I think I love her. She's always going out and I tag along. I wait in the cold at her instigation, freezing but full of big
burjui. It was said that after the draft, you know, they had one shot. As long as that top lane made sure that Luna had a slow game so they could open up the map and take control and get that farm that they so desperately needed. It was said that that's what they needed to win the game, and they did exactly that, Cap. I think they listened to your advice and like, wait, you know what? That top lane, yeah, we're gonna not give Luna any space to breathe.
Yeah, you know what the funny thing is this game could have gone actually a lot better for them. They pressured the Luna pretty well, but the Sand King didn't actually walk away with that much farm from the laning phase. Really unfortunate burrow strike into the lingering Eclipse that killed himself was kind of bad. Then he rotated bottom and died again. That was a bit unfortunate. And then on top of that, the Juggernaut died a few times that he probably shouldn't have either, but it still felt like an extremely one-sided game. And that says something about draft, right?
Yeah, it felt like maybe there'd be a comeback mechanic after we saw, I think Jug just straight up died to an Eclipse, but it's Mag Jug, and eventually you didn't kill the Wisp of the Luna.
And when you have a BKB, you live?
Yeah. I heard Fog, he's like, I think you might have to buy a BKB, but it wasn't like a panic. It was just like, it's like, all right, I see how this goes. I'll buy BKB. This can't happen anymore. We're going to win this game.
Yeah. We're going to also learn what BSJ thought about this game and which thing about it he pinpointed being an instrumental portion for burjui.
Yeah, so this game, I decided to focus on the Magnus last pick, a pick that I didn't fully understand other than the fact that it synergized with Jug going into the draft. But clearly, they knew this was going to be a Wisp mid. And the idea of this Wisp mid is that the hero's going to push in the lane with spirits, and then he's going to go farm jungle. He's going to get a Helm Dom, and then he's going to continue to push the lane with spirits and rinse and repeat. And what they chose to do with this Mag counter pick in the last pick is basically take a hero that has 100 base damage to the 60 base damage coming out from Io that just does the exact same thing. Their idea of winning the game says, we're just going to draft to farm the map just like your entire lineup says, the Io, the Luna, and the Batrider, and we're going to do it faster. Io is losing 18-7 in CS, 2.5 minutes into the game, is already forced to jungle. And as you see here, Mag's going to just do the exact same thing. So when we go into the next clip, what this sets up, since Mag is the superior hero at executing this strategy in the 1v1 matchup to Wisp, it allows the Coddle just come over here and invade the Wisp farm. This is such a large swing in gold, while Mag is just pushing the mid lane. And this says so much about the game plan coming out from burjui, because going into the mid game, as we saw in the first game, they took the advantage by taking Roche and taking towers. But in this game, it's all about farm. We're going to see them group up in the mid lane. The first major move as a team at 12 minutes in the game. Is it to get Roche? Is it to get a tower? Absolutely not. What they are going to do is they are going to invade the opponent's triangle. They treated this entire game like farming the jungle was an objective. And it made so much sense to me, the last pick Mag, after I saw the way they executed this game. Every single movement they made, every single fight they took was all about just out farming the map and gaining area on the map in order to farm. Regardless of how these team fights go, since Jug is more survivable than Luna against the enemy heroes, and since Mag executes this role better than Io, even if Brame is able to win fights, that's why you see Brame winning so many fights with the Luna blowing up the Jug in the late game. It just feels like they're battling uphill, because whenever there's a fight that's not going on, or there is no fight going on, they're just winning this war on the farm. And notice how they win this fight, they don't do anything crazy. Jug, he's like, yes, I get to farm this big camp, I get to farm these ancients. That's the dream. That's why we did exactly what we just did here. And this is why I feel like their draft was so superior, something I didn't fully understand going in, and learned a lot this game, and I hope you did too.
Thank you so much for that, Brian. And it all comes down to real estate, I was going to say, but this is the red button alarm. I want to know what this is about, and I'm sure you do too. I just have to press this button, but I won't do it until after the break. have sat like this the whole time. There is no way you could have seen me not sit like this with my hand on the button. There's no way I was on camera during the break, but it's here, and it's a red button, and something's gonna happen. All right.
What happened?
I have a surprise for you. I have looked at you guys' faces for the last couple days, and Cap, I don't mean you. Neatly done.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Very nice and neat as always.
Kyle.
What?
Disgusting.
Can we actually, Kyle, could you stand in front of the desk real quick?
Yeah, can we get a close-up of this?
Can we get a close-up of this? And hey, Owen, could you join him as well? We just do a one, you know, just a close-up shot.
You're so tall.
You're so small.
What?
All right, so first off, we have a surprise for you. I know these guys both agreed that we could do anything. Anything. So we are actually having we have. Can we see it?
What are we even looking
Okay.
at? We haven't even. What is it about me?
This is the before picture because we're gonna style you, including haircut.
I like my
we
hair
have
shape up.
we have a little bit surprise because there is the wheel of fortune. So we will show it in a second. There's two wheels.
Where's
Kyle,
the
we're
wheel?
gonna have you first. So let's take a look at the wheel. I think it's gonna be on that monitor right there, and I think the stream will see it maybe in the same one. But you're gonna see
What's wrong with my hair? I'm going for it's a vibe.
You've been getting
No.
shaggy, Kyle.
That's
a little too shaggy.
Like I see you. We do Mafia together online and stuff, and
Yeah.
every single time, you know, the hair gets longer and longer
There
and
it
longer.
is. All right.
Oh, what the hell?
So either these are the different haircuts you could get. That is a half shave, the back shave, front's not. I can't see it properly from too close by, actually.
Ow.
There is a Elvis
The
haircut.
mullet.
There is a mullet.
The bottom one is the monk haircut.
Monk haircut with the bald on
the
top.
bald on top. The bald
And this,
cap.
there's also a shave. Oh, we're gonna spin it, Kyle.
Who's this? Kyle.
This is Kyle.
I really hope I don't get cornrows.
Ah!
I almost got you.
What?
Oh wait, are we?
All right, Owen, you're up next. We're gonna
Is
get
that,
Owen
is that the
green
Dumb and
cut.
Dumber haircut?
What is that?
Owen,
I think it's
you're
the Dumb and Dumber haircut.
Owen, you're next. You're next.
What?
We're doing the pompadour.
All right.
Pompadour for Owen.
It's the Elvis. I think it's the Elvis. It's the
Okay.
Elvis.
like
The
it, I like it.
next up, Kyle.
What?
They're not just gonna style your hair. They're also gonna style your outfit.
What?
There's also a wheel for that. Here's the wheel. Oh, here's not the wheel. This is the old wheel. We will have a
want the
wheel
new
for that.
wheel.
We want the new wheel.
Hey, the new wheel.
So there's a traffic cone,
traffic
a hot
cone.
dog,
Oh, you.
I'm gonna
I
be
don't know
the
what that is.
flamingo.
a flamingo.
A potato?
Know it. I already know.
No.
Okay, hot dog.
It's gonna be a
it
hot
is.
dog.
That's
All
not
right,
bad.
all right. Owen, a hot dog with a Dumb and Dumber haircut. Owen is gonna get the Elvis.
With
Oh, with being a golden.
I mean,
that
I
a
think I
golden
want
suit
this.
or what is
Oh,
that?
I
That's
think
kind of
it's
cool.
golden suit.
yeah.
What?
You're just a hot dog.
Owen's gonna look sick.
This doesn't.
All right.
This doesn't feel balanced. I think
Thank you,
there's a bias
production.
We
here.
will do
You're
this.
great. That's why I come back here every time.
Keep the stream on in between matches because we are gonna head to the next match, of course, as well. But we are gonna have them showing, getting their style on with our help, with help from Jennifer, because she'll be helping out. We'll be right back though because we're also getting ready for
that?
Viking versus Liquid. What? What did I
What
say?
are we
There's
doing
a
with my
timer.
hair?
It's
There's a timer.
really scary.
I think
There's not gonna be anything done with you. Don't have a hair.
Make a wish, boy, and let it go. And hope to heaven before you're old.
Welcome back. It is finally Upper Division time here for DreamLeague Season 14. Upper Division, of course, of the European DPC League. And we're going to kick things off here in the Upper Division with Viking versus Team Liquid. I'm here with OD Pixel next to me. And our third panelist, you can see him right there. He's getting his style on right now. So we're going to have Kyle. He has a microphone. He can also hear us because we talk loud enough. How are you doing there, Kyle?
Very nervous.
You know what kind of hairstyle you're getting. You know what kind of outfit you're getting.
I'm glad you guys are enjoying yourselves. I heard production laughing earlier. But this is our first Upper Division game. Wait, can we? Yeah, wait.
What?
Huh? What's happening?
They're gonna get a line going. All right, let's focus a little bit on the game here. Owen, I know you're maybe a little bit nervous about what's gonna happen later because you're also gonna be on that chair. But while Kyle is getting his hair done, let's talk teams for a little bit and let's kick things off with the standings, see where everything is. I know this is the first game, but this is like how we're going to do things, so you know how we're going to show you things and you know exactly which teams are playing. Owen, what do you think about having the opening with Liquid Viking?
I think it's very exciting. I think these are two of the teams that everyone's going to be wanting to watch right now. You know, sure, they're not necessarily well, Liquid's one of the bigger brand names, of course, Viking being a lot newer, but you know, Secret, OG and stuff. Yeah, they're all cool, but the Viking and Liquid, they're the ones that I'm personally very interested to see what they're going to be doing on this patch. You know, yeah. Viking in particular, you know, they come in with a lot of crazy stuff. Liquid, I'm going to be intrigued to see how much they change from sort of previous patches, because they seem to be a team that has certain things that they're more stubborn on. You know, regardless of the patch, Liquid, they're still going to be looking for these cheese picks, whether it be the Quake for, you know, Broods, the Visages, the Lone Druids. It doesn't matter where those heroes are, they're going to try and play them. So I'm looking forward to see if they do try and bring those out against Viking. And just to see some of these players play some of the heroes that we know to have become very strong on this patch. Both teams love playing, for instance, the Keeper of the Light. And we've seen that rock the last series great, so that's going to come back here for sure.
Yeah, for sure indeed. I also can't wait to hear more of the players during this entire 6-week duration. But for now, I want to hear more from Team Liquid.
So going into the DreamLeague DPC event, we don't really have any expectations. We like to go in with high hopes, but not really expecting too much. I think we had a pretty nice start ending to the last season, so we're hoping to build off that and continue like the recent performance that we've had. I think Viking GG is a very good team, and when I look at them, I see a lot of similarities between how I used to think of ourselves back in Alliance, where when we were starting off, we were just 5 people that I don't think were very well known in the scene. People knowing us from pubs, I mean, at least among the pros, but I think for the spectators, we were kind of unknown. Some make XctN. I think any team coming into the bracket, coming from a qualifier, is always going to have a slight edge, just because they've been playing a bit more in the tournament setting. So you have had those nervous games, you've seen what works, you really got to try it out when both teams are trying their hearts out, and you know what's good and what's not. Yeah, so we're really excited to actually finally have the DPC season back, and yeah, hopefully it'll be a really nice matchup.
I think it will be a really nice matchup as well, and you hear Insania say it as well. It has been Viking that has had their number a ton of times over the last season, over all 2020. We're gonna call 2020 a season of itself, but any wild guesses? You can name 2 numbers. I know they have faced each other 14 times. What's the rate there?
Oh, I would say 10-4 favor Liquid.
Nope. Incorrect.
No, it is 5-9 favoring Viking.
I meant Viking.
Yeah, okay,
I meant
sure.
Viking.
But very close then. And
yeah.
of course, we also are going to see a lot of Viking over the next 6 weeks. And we're going to hear from Viking right now.
Towards this DreamLeague DPC event, we've been just doing our usual preparation, which is the scrims. We talk about our ideas for like hours, and then we try them out in scrims and see if they work. And we just trial and error on what works for us till we find what fits. We've been kind of disappointed because we felt like we deserved to be in Division 1, but I wasn't too down about it because the Decider tournament isn't too hard, and if we are actually if we deserve the invitation for Division 1, then in theory we should be able to cruise through the Decider tournament, which we did. So I'm I wasn't too sad about it, but I think we kind of deserved it. Team Liquid is probably even matchup with us. I feel like it can go either way whenever we play them. I think they're a very good team which have proven themselves multiple times already, so I'm excited to play them, but I think we can manage to beat them.
Yeah, RMS seems absolutely ready, just like Liquid, and I know that they are roaring and ready to go, which means we're out of time to talk about them because we just want to watch them play some Dota, which will happen after the break. Upper Division time. Team Liquid and Viking, two teams that have done quite okay, I'd say, in the 2020 season, but also two teams that want to be consistently in the top four. And at the moment, we know that Team Liquid got invited to DPC, but Viking did not. And there was a little bit of controversy for people that thought, you know, wait, what? Maybe Viking should be the one invited over Liquid. So this is kind of feeling like a little bit of a pressure coming out from Liquid, maybe a little bit more so from Viking. Also for the draft, we are joined by none other than Purge.
Purge!
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. Hope you guys are doing okay over there. I'm glad I didn't have to spin the get a weird haircut wheel. It was really messed up my personal life for the next couple months. I'm sure that's why Kyle was upset.
Yes. Also, well, he also did not have had a haircut for like forever. Also in the Netherlands. Oh, and how long has it been since I cut your hair? Because I cut hair, which is definitely noticeable. It's no offense, Owen. I'm not very good at that. I'm happy that there will be a haircut around the corner. I'm also very happy that there will be a draft around the corner. Woo! We're actually already in. And we have the IO Monkey King. We have the Crystal Maiden. I know, Owen, you find Crystal Maiden the safe choice as far as supports go.
It's great hero, fantastic hero. One of the I think just the easiest and one of the stronger 5s to play right now. You just go to a lane, you bring that mana regen, and you start just spamming them out with the Nova, and it's incredibly frustrating. And your team loves you. You're buffing them up with this insane amount of mana to play around with, and what better heroes to play around with it? Puck coming out from Liquid a second up, a hero that's understandably being picked quite early in this lineup, in this draft as well, because it would definitely be something that Viking are going to be keeping their eyes on too. This is a hero that both teams love to play, so I really like the Liquids picked it up early this draft.
Yeah, you're definitely right that CM's a strong 5, but she does have some limitations. She's really slow compared to most 5 heroes, so trying to like interrupt pulls if you're behind, or preventing people from pulling creep waves around, it's not something that she can deal with as well as some other 5s that are just really fast. So she has some limitations here, but Puck's gonna be really happy to have all the extra mana.
Now explain me this. Where's Nyx Assassin, Purge?
That it is a little weird that he hasn't been picked or banned yet. I think one of the issues that's hurting Nyx right now is that because he's such a good hero, you have to pick him really fast, and then people are very careful with their drafts. So it's not necessarily terrible to not grab him right away, as long as there are good hero counters that come out a little bit later. So it could be fine. You know, it'll still probably make a ban or pick a pair, very likely.
We still got 4 picks to go. Oh, sorry, 4 bans to go in this banning phase. What do you make of the 2 openings, Kyle? While you're on that chair.
It's a higher level. I mean, I'm glad to see Wisp is starting to see more prominence. I was really surprised we didn't see it in many of the lower division matches. Puck finally makes it through the initial banning phase, but I'm a fan of Liquid's opening. Still, you know, you've got Boxy, Mickey, and Koifa, who could all be on the Puck. I really like Insania's CM, and it complements the way Liquid like to play, so big fan of the open from them thus far.
All right, well, let's see what type of bans we got coming out. Seems like Liquid's going for the safe mids with the Dragon Knight, Owen, the Viper, the Sturdy.
Yeah, I mean, again, sort of harbour on the Nyx Assassin, I'll be very surprised if Liquid leave it in. I just feel for Viking, it's such a good hero against the 2 that Liquid have shown already, and just to synergize with the heroes that Viking have, having the sort of heroes to scout things out, set up a good relocate, or that extra bit of stun control to keep them held in the Monkey King's Wukong's command. I mean, I feel like I'm sure we'll see it being banned out as this next ban from Liquid, unless I'm missing something completely. I'll be very surprised if it is left in.
There must be like some kind of, if you don't ban Nyx, we won't ban Nyx, but we have a plan against it, and you have a plan against it, so who's going to pick it first type of scenario going on here, Purge?
It could be like that, yeah. I think I like it comboed better with the Puck right now, because right now Liquid just has tons of ways to delay Monkey King ulti, scout him, and things like that. And if you are playing an initiation hero, it always kind of helps. It helps sometimes to have like 2 heroes that can kind of perform the same function, because it's going to allow you to either scout with Nyx and therefore find a good initiation with Puck, or Puck can go in first and Nyx can do counter initiation. So I think I like it a little bit better on the Liquid side right now. But they still have so many other ways that they might want to go. They might want to pick them a stronger 4-position hero. They might want to pick a stronger roaming hero than Nyx. Nyx can struggle a little bit sometimes with damage output when he roams compared to somebody like Earth Spirit. So still lots of ways to go.
Lots of ways to go indeed. We got another mid banned out by Team Liquid. They remove Invoker. We saw Invoker earlier today.
Yeah, and of course a hero that Boom has popped off many times before in the past for Vikings. So, you know, as we know, the hero definitely can work in some capacity. Sure, we didn't see it necessarily in the best showing today, but I think there is a lot of potential with the hero in its current position, and Liquid know that the Vikings are going to have some strong hands on it.
Well, that is an Earth Spirit, and I know there's been some teams that run the Earth Spirit as a core, but as far as I'm concerned, the Shadow Shaman now picked up as well. Looks like Nyx Assassin will be ignored this game. The support duos, IO Shadow Shaman versus Crystal Maiden Earth Spirit. What's your thought on that versus matchup, Purge?
I like the Earth Spirit better. I think the Earthspear is a perfect pick in this example because it's going to allow for easy roaming. You can do really obvious rolling boulder into punch people out to break coil. You can punch Monkey King out of his ulti, so I like those matchups a lot better for the Liquid side. Shadow Shaman has been seeing a lot of success as a hero though, and that's one thing that Viking's currently lacking is Disable. So being able to kill Puck going to be very difficult with just a Monkey King and an IO right now. So they definitely need a Disable to be able to lock them down, and it also gives them some nice tower pushing as well. So I think Shaman's a good pick here.
Does that mean you like Shaman, IO, Monkey King? Like you like Vikings opening / first 3 a little bit better?
I like Liquid's. I like Liquid's first 3 a lot better because it doesn't really reveal that much, and it gives them tons of options for catch and disable and stuff like that.
Well, here we are.
And it's a trap, right?
Well, you know, as I sort of said before, it's like it's Liquid. They're always going to be on the lookout for getting one of the Quake for heroes in. And here we have first game. They're going to be bringing out the Lone Druid. Very quick response there from Viking, though. They wanted to play the Lycan, and you know, as was talked about earlier, you know, this hero is one of those ones that has such an insane win rate at the moment with how powerful the Necro book can be. And you're starting to see a real strong kind of push coming in from Viking. They get like a quick, you know, good timing on like the Ags on the Monkey King, and they just start running at them with this Lycan Shaman push and the IO sustain. It's some fast-paced stuff from Viking that the Lone Druid might not be prepared to deal with, in the sense that I think Viking, they knew that Liquid were likely to pick this Lone Druid, and that quick pick of the Lycan kind of shows that they don't care. They've got a plan against this.
They were prepared. Kyle, you also really wanted to say something about these final 2 picks we've seen?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of just the game that we get to watch when it's Lone Druid versus Lycan. It severely limits the margin of error for both teams, and the split-second decision-making in terms of like, do we push for that extra objective? Do we look to go for a fight? And on the side of Viking, it's can we kill Koifa's bear twice? If you get into a team fight and suddenly realize that Koifa, you can't get that second bear down, it's going to be very difficult for them to take an engagement. But this is pretty much Liquid's bread and butter, and also the first Lycan that I've seen. Still one of the highest win rates as a core, and just look at the tempo. Like, both teams threaten a Rax 15 minutes in.
Yeah, it could be very fast. Couple mistakes, and the game might just be over in this case. So with those 2 building pushers, and also, of course, we have the Shadow Shaman coming out for Viking as well. Is there anything you particularly want, like, as a team? Are you going all in on the push, or are you looking to find a way to be able to hold towers more now with your last pick going, or Purge?
It feels like Viking can, I mean, outside of like Monkey King nukes and maybe like Shadow Shaman nukes, they can't really defend towers super well. I also feel like Shadow Shaman feels like he's not going to be able to channel Shackles all game. He's going to have to worry about like Roar, he's going to have to worry about Silence or Roll from Earthspear, he's got to worry about Puck Silence or Puck Ulti. So it feels to me like Shadow Shaman might be a little bit weak, and with the IO also having weak Disable, I feel like Viking lacking Disable could be something that hurts them if the game gets a little split pushy.
All right.
I agree with Kevin's concern, but you get it really, I think, just to have an answer for the Puck. Like a guaranteed answer for Puck. And it's better than Lion if you're planning on getting a Lycan.
Yeah, absolutely true.
And also Hex mechanics are really nice when you're playing with global mobility like Wisp, and then heroes that also can play kind of off-map but close by like Monkey King. Because it effectively means that if Rasta can just get CC onto anybody, there's going to be 2 heroes there to finish a kill no matter who it is.
Well, they're taking quite a while to decide what they want to ban out next. Looks like both teams owner are looking for their offlaner here, Boxy and Toby.
Yeah, and there's, I mean, I'm trying to figure what sort of Viking are trying to secure. You look at these bans such as the Ursa and the Timber, and you know, you've got to sort of think whether they're sort of prepping for some sort of big beefy offlaner for Toby to being played, you know, like a Tide, like a Liquid ban the Tide, you know, something like this would have been very nice for Vikings lineup. I mean, other heroes that sort of fall in a similar fashion, maybe the Underlord, but I'm not too sure how hot that hero is nowadays. It could sort of offer sort of the wave clear, again, some extra sort of global potential to play around the map with the IO can make it rather hard to deal with. And it is going to be that sort of hero that's going to be building up these auras, you know, to help the push early with the Lycan and the Monkey King. There's just general lineup that Viking have.
Yeah, would you consider Axumi? Obviously, you saw it in the previous game. Would you consider that in the same line of heroes there too?
I'm not too sure about the Axe. I mean, Toby can play a great Axe, but we'll see.
We will see indeed. It will actually be not a very tanky hero at all. Looks like they're going for speed on this one. Purge, what to make of the Void Spirit pick?
It's pretty good here in that it gives them another way to disable Puck. If you buy Yule's Scepter, you can always do Yule's into Aether Remnant to disable him, so gives them another setup, another hero that they can pressure with. If he gets an Ags and they initiate on Team Liquid and they silence like Earth Spirit or CM and maybe Puck, the fight is going to be completely different for Vikings. So they definitely needed either a little bit better catch here, that way Shadow Shaman doesn't have to be the only one, or just generally better team fight.
Yeah,
so it's the laning stage might not be as good because they have 3 cores that they're not all super tanky. So if Void Spirit has a rough lane, this could hurt Viking a lot.
Ooh, and we got a Pango coming out. Kyle, you want to give your thoughts on the Pango before we let you in peace be, styled?
I love it for here. If you look at what Vikings threatening, it's just the ability to straight up win a fight and go high ground as early as possible. Pangolier is arguably the strongest mid-game team fight in-game, especially if the enemy's running at you. And it's one of the best heroes against Lycan. It seems perfect for this. They also needed somebody to buy auras, and that's Pango's bread and butter. It's a lot faster than a contemporary or one of the similar heroes like Tide or Underlord. They're just so much slower. Pango can be a lot more active and effective early on.
All right, thank you for that, Kyle. Purge, what are your final thoughts on this draft?
Yeah, I like what Kyle said a lot. The Pango will certainly be able to at least prevent the rundown from the Necros and the Monkey King and things like that. And tied with the Puck ulti, the amount of teamfight disruption that they're going to have pre-BKB should be really good to give them space, to buy them time.
All right. Owen, I know that you're going to pay close attention to this game, but you're also still going to be very worried, perhaps, about your Elvis hairdo.
I'm looking forward to it.
Nice. All right. Well, any final words for you for the draft?
I think Vikings going to do it. I do like the draft of Liquid, but again, you told me the win rate between the two teams, and I'm looking at this lineup with a Lycan and a Shaman, and I think they could run this over quicker than this Lone Druid from Quofa is going to be able to get online. So I think Vikings going to run this one over in less than 30 minutes.
You feel like they were prepared for the Quofa Lone Druid? They got.
I think they were. I think they'd done the research. They knew it was coming, and they're very happy to play the game that they drafted for, regardless. So.
All right. Well, let's find out how this first game of the best of 3 will play out, and let's head over to a commentary team, which this time is going to be Capitalist and BSJ.
Right. Thanks, Cheever. Brian, hello. Oh God, you're so big. You look so small compared next to you. You hear that a lot,
I feel
don't
like this is the opposite than like real life, you know?
That's true. Real life. BSJ is actually manlet. That's why he never came to Europe. He didn't want to be seen in person. But he is a coward, stayed at home, and he's going to be here remote with us. Brian, what do you think about this grudge match of Liquid versus Viking GG? Do you agree with our panelists? It feels like they were leaning towards Viking GG with all that pushing power they got.
I feel like whenever I analyze Team Liquid in the draft and the strategy, I'm always like, yeah, the enemy team's lineup looks easier to play. And I think this is definitely the case going into this game. But Liquid always, like, they're just the team that does everything, right? Like, we see them swap the 3 and the 4's farm. We see Mickey playing mid heroes. We see Quofa playing the carry sometimes. So they're all over the place. And if there's anybody I have faith in, it's Quofa playing Lone Druid. So I'll never count them out, even though I do like the simplicity of the Radiant lineup.
Well, you like simplicity. What's simpler than getting the easiest Fear plus Coil combo? Got just the Coil from the Puck, and the Lone Druid Bear runs up and just scares everybody into breaking the Coil. That seems pretty simple to me.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. I honestly didn't even think about that going into the draft. They also have the Earth Spirit kick to knock you out of the coil. I'd say the main counter to Puck is to actually just stand still, and they're not going to allow you to do that. It's also nice against the Monkey King's ring, I assume. Like, it's another way to force him out of his own ultimate. Rather than trying to kill the Monkey King in the ultimate, another solution is just get him out of it.
Yeah, no, I when I saw this duo, I was like, oh, that's a Liquid duo for sure. It's just, normally it's Boxy playing the Puck, but as you pointed out, this is something that Liquid has been playing around with a lot, which is switching their 3 and 4 position quite a bit, where we've seen Taiga in the previous patch actually taking more of the core role in that offlane. Boxy has played mid a couple of times, but then the other thing is they're giving Mickey like these real playmaking. I'm not even sure if I can call them carries, because it's like Snapfire. Here we're going to be seeing the Puck pickup. It feels like this team is very comfortable at shifting to just whatever they feel is going to work for the situation.
Yeah, maybe he's not going to do anything too crazy, but is there a chance we see like the phase shift attacks and a Deso or a Maelstrom coming out?
What about the Witch's Blade? Seen that a few
Oh,
times,
yes,
right?
that's true. The Witch's Blade too, yeah. I just think they do, even though they have the Pango with the last pick, which was a nice pickup in order to clean up a lot of the summons, I think it's not necessarily reliably enough when you get to like the 25, 30-minute mark in the game.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to be doing a lot of lane swaps. What is it that Liquid wanted to avoid here? Because they stuck with the puck mid, I'm assuming just because they want the levels on him rather than the lone druid going mid. But what about these sidelines?
I think it's the Pango versus the Lycan matchup they wanted. I think they were trying to dodge Pango versus Monkey King because Pango loves fighting against the Wolves because the Wolves are only strong against magic damage, and Swashbuckle is physical, while on the other hand, Monkey King is quite happy to play against any melee hero. And
he wouldn't be happy
Pango
playing up against a lone druid, right? Like just a bear
Exactly.
being in his face all the time, not able to get the Jingo. We're seeing some fighting up here in the top lane, a little bit back and forth between the two supports who are trying to deal with the Wolves and get them out of here. But good job by Vika GG. Toby controls it pretty well, and they actually deny both the Wolves.
yeah, it looks like Viking GG is going to get the lanes that they want, but honestly, I don't think these lanes are too bad. Boxy's going to pay the price a little bit, but as you see, there's always an answer in the off lane. Taiga's just going to drag his creeps all the way back to the tier 3.
Yeah, this is the dire pull. You can't go between the tier 1 and tier 2. You got to go all the way back between the tier 2 and tier 3. And fortunately, Celery's got enough space that he could just follow, and they'll attempt to basically have a CS battle between the two supports. See how mid's going. 10-1 for Mickey compared to 11-1 for Boom. Boom has been super impressive this entire quarantine season as a mid laner for Viking GG. I feel like he has been so integral to their success as a team.
Yeah, I remember him being the guy that revealed how broken Quap was about last year or so. I definitely will not forget the impact he had in that tournament. They took a game off a Secret off the back of his performance, and I love this Void Spirit versus Puck matchup because both heroes build to kill each other, and it's all about execution. It's all about who catches each other with their pants down later on. And I've seen people willingly pick Puck into Void Spirit. I see people willingly pick Void Spirit into Puck. And it's just a fun matchup.
It's going to have to swashbuckle away. The pressure of the Monkey King is a little bit too much. I was also distracted by the fact that apparently Koifa named his bear after Mickey. How cute is that? That's the true carry on the team, he says. His bear.
I guess cute's a word that you could use for it.
What would you use for it?
I'd call it a little. I don't know.
You think he's being demeaning to his ally, his teammate? He's like, I own you in a way?
Yeah, you can twist it that way. I like that.
Yeah,
I like
of course,
that. Wasn't what I was
the
going
toxic
for, but that's definitely better
American
than
would
anything
think
I would
that.
come up with. Yeah.
All right, well, we have yet to have a first blood, but maybe when we come to the power runes, which I'm sure we're going to see some support rotations. Since that mid lane is so focused on being able to kill each other, I'm sure the power runes are going to play a pretty integral part to what's going to be happening here.
Yeah, this is just a level-dependent game. Both teams have heavy push lineups, which means most of the time they're going to lack kill potential early. And it's all on the back of these mid-heroes who both heavily rely on their ultimates to get the job done. So I'm sure the pace of this game is going to ramp up pretty damn quick, but definitely an expected slow but sure start.
Taiga being harassed so much, he actually had to pull the creep wave into the tier 3, so won't actually pull the creep equilibrium back at all, which is really not to the favor of Boxy, who's kind of suffering as a level behind Shad right now and doesn't have any regen on him, so this lane's looking a bit more rough. Meanwhile, it seems like Lycan is farming just fine. They're actually going to bring the Crystal Maiden down to this bottom lane. since the Lone Druid isn't necessarily needed anymore, they get a nice roll on to Shad here. Shad trying to get those Jingu stacks up, does manage to get it. There's going to be Frostbitten, turns around, throws... Oh, look at that! They used the glyph to be able to stop any lifesteal to come out. Now they're going to body block Celery up. He does have his tether, but the creep wave is not there in time. What a great setup from Liquid, and the glyph usage was just beautiful there as well. Back over to the mid lane, though. The support showing bottom lane means mid is free for Aramis to be able to rotate on.
Dude, that fort, that just made me so excited, man. That was a really nice return move. Taiga TP's in. Wow. Okay. I didn't even mean to watch that. I just had my perspective like chilling in the mid lane, talking about that last point, and Taiga just catches him off guard, and suddenly he's almost level 5. 5 minutes into the game.
And they're just going to hover around this mid lane and beg Mickey for some bottle charges so they can potentially go again here. But Aramis...
He also got urn charges there.
Yeah.
He just got his urn. That's even more important.
Yeah, he actually used one of the urn charges to put it... I think he healed the puck in lane and then used offensively on the Void Spirit and then just got 2 of those charges back. It's pretty sick for Taiga. 6-minute power rune.
Spirit seems scary. Oh.
Mickey is gonna die here. They roll from Taiga, does grab the DD. See if no shackle from Aramis.
Whoever gets level 6 first in this mid matchup just owns the other guy. You saw it there. Puck is eventually going to use Orb to farm, and then suddenly Void Spirit can just double Astral Step you and kill you. On the other hand, if Puck gets 6 first, just coils you and you have nothing to get away. As we see, Boxy is managing to scrape together some farm in the bottom lane. He's honestly the same level as Monkey King, which is pretty crazy, but will Armus catch him? He does.
Yeah, now he's going to die with no swashbuckle up to be able to get away, get the distance away from Shad. Looks like he's going to be probably falling a level behind again. Looking at top lane, looks like Toby almost has his level 6 and his Necro book. I have no idea how well a solo Lycan is able to pressure a solo Lone Druid when it comes to both of them.
I think he should be able to. I don't think Lone Druid can deal with these Necro books. Maybe I'm mistaken, though. I honestly don't know for sure. He just doesn't have any AoE damage or anything like that.
Yeah, he also has like a very low mana pool, so I could see a world where he pops True Form and he has so much HP that like he's not necessarily threatened so much, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. It's not going to be a solo battle, though. Support's coming in on both sides because I feel like they both understand there's a certain timing coming here.
Yeah, I think they both understand that one guy could just murder the other at any given moment now that they've come to their power spikes. So this is the very important times to make sure you don't have it happen to your side, basically.
Insania feels like he's needed a bottom lane to be able to get enough damage to kill Shad here. They don't actually get a disarm. They're still not getting a disarm. Shad, he's walking away, managed to get the Jingu up, and he doesn't have enough, though. Thanks to the Crystal Maiden coming in, they are going to be able to kill him. Celery's going to go down as well, and they're even going to try and catch Aramis here. The roll-in is going to be able to stop the shackles. Boxy has a little bit of HP to burn thanks to the magic wands, and he will be able to get 3 kills in that bottom lane as a result. Force the rotation from Viking GG and still win the fight. Liquid feels like they finally kind of broke the laning phase. It was going tit for tat for so long.
Yeah, these are the moments where I get reminded on Monkey King that sometimes you're just never supposed to use your stun. I know for a fact that Liquid just saw him use his stun. It was like, get him, guys.
Yeah.
And they just all went on him. And that was a moment where I was like, oh, is he going to stun them and kill them all? And instead, it's on cooldown for another 5 seconds. And it's just not a coincidence. They know exactly what it takes for Monkey King to stand his ground and turn the engagement. But as Liquid looking to get even more done now that Pango has hit 6 and both supports are 6. 9 minutes in.
They're going to run right into Boom, and Boom in turn runs into them with the Astral Step. Gets a good amount of damage. Is going to be rolled on, though. Has another Astral Step to go, but Boxy's going to join him here and pop the Rolling Thunder. Not going to be able to go for the Void Spirit. He saved that Astral Step for an escape mechanism. Celery, though, is free food, and they're going to try and chase for more because Mickey's actually going to meet them with this fight in the jungle. He pushed in the mid lane, cut over, and manages to help them get a kill on Aramis as well. 3-8 as now Liquid begin to extend a bit of a net worth lead.
He is queuing up the Witchblade on Puck. A lot of mid-game damage coming out from him. as pretty much every core in the game is having a decent start, but all the kills have been going in favor of Liquid. So since everybody on the map is rich, you're actually getting so much from getting these kills. Sometimes we'll see the kill score be 8-3 and have there be barely any of a difference because maybe they killed a bunch of the supports, maybe they were picking on the offlaner, but all 6 cores are about even at the beginning of the laning phase, you know, around 5-6 minutes in, and suddenly these kills have really swung the momentum. Suddenly 3,000 net worth, 10 minutes in. The timings are going to come out that much earlier for Liquid. Can they get anything done behind this Lycan is my question. He's got his ultimate. He hasn't used it yet. He's got Necrobook. Looks like a Necrobook 2 coming.
That net worth lead is about to get even bigger, Brian. They're farming up quad stacks in the jungle right now. I just checked Viking GG's side. There's nothing like that. So mg, that is a huge amount of experience in gold that he just got. Jumps that net worth chart up a little bit more. Insania is in some trouble, though. He's trying to defend this tower. Celery's already used his tether, though, so Boxy might be able to take advantage of this unless he's controlled up too much by Boom. He does manage to get off the Rolling Thunder. Is still susceptible to some physical damage, but because they're melee, they can't really go for him. In fact, now with the coil here from the puck, they're going to be able to control up Toby and burst him down. He dies. Shad jumps into the middle of this fight. Boom unable to hit his Ether Remnant, though, and Taiga keeping his distance, slowing him down. The next round of spells is coming up for mg. He's got a silence. That's going to kill Shad. Now they're going to chase down Boom, potentially. Nope, they're saying, okay, we're out of spells. Let's not push our luck too much here. I've got to go defend mid anyway, as there's a Serpent Ward push coming in from Aramis with the Siege Wagon. Got it to be able to deal with this. In fact, they might. He's a little bit outside of the wards here. Looks like he will manage to jump away in time, but still, a lot of damage on this mid tower. Bare minimum, if not entirely taking it. Oh, they do actually get Taiga at the top lane. Boom managed to get a mega kill streak on top of that with the mid tower going. All right, a little bit of windfall for Viking GG towards the tail end of all that.
Yeah, I was starting to wonder if they were just going to get steamrolled, but they do. A little sign of life here coming out from the Radiant. I just don't know when it gets better for them. I feel like what I mentioned during the draft is, or like after the draft, is that Lycan has a harder time as the game goes on actually fighting into the opponent. This is the moment in the game. This is his timing when he gets these early Necrobooks that he's supposed to be kind of just marching down lanes, taking buildings. And instead he's kind of just farming his own safe lane here near his tier 2 while the rest of his team is playing the map. And this is just not exactly what I'm sure they had in mind at this stage in the game.
Yeah, it feels like they're waiting for that biggest power spike in the Necrobook 3, but it also feels like Koifa's kind of following him around. Maybe it's just because of the fear. He's not really scared of the Lycan at all.
I think he knows he can TP with it, right? He can just fear and then TP away. So worst case scenario, the Lycan has to ulti to make him TP away. I think that's a worthwhile trade in his eyes, as free kill on the Wisp it looks like, as mg does have the Witchblade complete.
That is a healthy amount of damage. Being able to get your intelligence poisoned for 3 seconds on top of the burst that Puck already has. And it's going to get it even better.
At this stage, it's 270 damage. It's basically an extra nuke, right? You have 2 nukes already of the Waning Rift and the Illusory Orb. Now you have a 3rd one.
Yeah, and the cooldown is very, very closely matched with the Illusory Orb and Waning Rift, so pretty much you get a 2nd round of Witchblade with the other 2 spells coming up. Boxy is going to be saved by Taiga, gets off the Rolling Thunder inside of the coil. Again, 2 down. Shad gets brought in by Celery, but Celery is just gone at Freezing Field. Quickly blows him up, and Shad asks, why, oh why are we taking that fight there? Liquid, they seemed well prepared and well set up. They're just like, how are all 5 of them around inside of their own jungle?
I love the way these top tier teams distribute their resources, because you asked that question, but it's just Koifa farming the bottom half alone, ready to show up, and the rest of them just making moves in the top and middle of the lane. Like, that's all they've been doing. They're completely aiming to just counterplay the push from Viking GG. So while it may seem weird that they're ahead, but they're playing on their own side of the map, they know if they're ahead and nothing happens in the game, that they're going to win. So they're just like, okay, we're just going to plant ourselves like a barrier on our side of the map and say, I dare you to come take our stuff. And they just kill you. And it's just so cool to watch how smooth it looks. I feel like I could imagine exactly how I'd want this game to go and they just like read my mind, and they're all still playing the game, and I've got like bird's eye view and everything. I've got all the information I need, and they just know, man. It's just crazy to watch.
It feels like they have a very good idea of how to counter a Lycan draft in general, right? Because that is kind of what you're talking about, right? In I know how Viking GG want to be able to take this ideally, where they want to be pushing. It all comes around to these Lycan team fights into taking objectives, right?
Yeah, it really has felt like Liquid is like basically peeking into Viking GG's playbook this game. They're kind of just a step ahead the entire time. Maybe they're stream sniping on the 15-minute delay, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know how they know all this stuff. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, they would be just coming out of the draft right now if they're stream sniping.
Oh, sorry, I saw the 8K net worth lead. I thought it was later into the game.
You know, you're forgiven for that. It's a 9,000 net worth lead this early on is kind of a one-sided game, which is not what I expected, especially from Viking GG, seeing as this team has been, I feel like, one of Liquid's toughest rivals. You know, Blitz will try and tell me all day long that, hey, we won the series that were important, but is still Viking GG who's won many more series over Liquid than vice versa, including the last 2 series. Top lane, they do manage to get a kill on Insania, but in turn, the support of Viking GG, Aramis, falls at bottom.
Yeah, I feel like Liquid's the team that's going to decide how this series goes. They're the most polarizing in terms of their performances. I feel like we're getting the tier 1 Liquid. Sometimes we see the tier 3 Liquid. We're definitely seeing the tier 1 like execution and just honestly crispness with every movement they've made. I feel like every time I look at the map where their heroes are placed, you know, the Crystal Maiden feeds to a gank, and now the Pango feels safe enough to go farm the top dangerous part of the map. They're putting all their kill heroes together. You saw the Earth Spirit kick with the coil combo. Any hero's gonna die to that, right? That coil snap, it's meant to be punishing. You're meant to have to walk out of it. Instead, he's just gonna kick you right out.
Yeah, exactly. Soon he may even have, he could get both of the talents soon. 30 damage and phase shift attack if he really wants to continue that right-click build, which I think is a good idea, especially against this Lycan. You've got so many targets out there. They're going to get the initiation on the Lycan before he can get off the shapeshift. Beautiful entrance there. Looks like Taiga may be pulled back, but they're going to blow a lot of spells from a distance just to bring Taiga down to half. So you're looking at this saying this is no longer a good setup. And it looks like to me, Liquid, off of killing Celery here from the relocate back, are probably going to take this tier 2 and take the outpost before 20 minutes, which is, again, another sign of how one-sided this game 1 is.
So I know you play some like melee 4s and stuff that may build this item, but in general, how does it feel to play this patch as the guy that doesn't build Orb of Corrosion? I feel like that item is so broken.
I would kind of tend to agree with that, yeah. I think the nerf was a little well placed. Oh, the roll-in almost caught Shad before he jumped out, but Shad was able to get away in time. Quickly kills Insania. Now with the shackles onto Boxy, they're going to be able to bring him down. Toby is looking for more, and he's going to find it too. Koipa, he managed to get the fear off on some of the heroes, but with his tanky true form, Toby gives up on that kill. Shad's going to try and protect everybody with this Wukong's command, but Liquid, they're just going to wait on the outside of it. Mickey preventing them from being able to head back to the base. Taiga rolling in, but maybe a little bit too soon. Oh, perfect for Mickey, though, to come in and clean up all of these kills. Even if it costs Taiga his life, it's only going to be Shad who gets away. Inevitably, it is a 3 for 4 because Insania did die in that team fight to the favor of Liquid.
Yeah, he does end up taking the 30 damage and the phase shift attacks. The AoE damage already showing itself to help clear the Lycan summons. I feel like that's kind of the final straw. I feel like they deal with most of Viking GG's lineup just kind of like with their heroes kits already, and now the puck has kind of just sealed the deal, I think.
Yeah, maybe it would be a different story if we were talking about a Monkey King who is building, you know, like that carry style of like Battle Fury, Aghanim Scepter, and we're talking about like, oh, this guy's going to turn into Linkate Beast. This is an Orb of Corrosion Maelstrom Monkey King. Like, he was supposed to win the early game in Snowball.
The crazy thing about that when you say that is if they hadn't glyphed that creep wave properly, he probably would have killed 1 or 2 heroes, and he could have just very well snowballed the game. Yeah. It's crazy when you kind of rewind it back in your head, like how these just little inches can add up so much. As a smoke looking for boom.
The smoke breaks, but Viking GG, they know what kind of perilous situation they're in right now. They pretty much just have to hold high grounds and tower areas because they know Liquid's going to be constantly on the hunt, especially with this initiation from mg. And an initiation that's going to go entirely unpunished with the Lincoln's pickup that's coming in a second as well. So he can be very bold and just kind of diving in and starting fights.
I think the most broken part about Orb of Corrosion is I know Blightstone used to, or does as well, but the fact that it stacks with Deso, you kind of just have like a medium Scotty slow, and then you just have -9 armor.
Yeah.
On enemy targets. That's just crazy, man. And then you can see Lone Druid. It helps not only with killing heroes, it helps with killing Roche.
No, it really is fantastic. Especially on something like a Lone Druid, which it feels like you just have free slot. So, you know, you never have to replace that Orb of Corrosion, really.
True.
Maybe it's super late game, you put that Scotty in place of the Orb of Corrosion, then you can put the Orb of Corrosion on your hero.
I feel like you'd put the Scotty on your hero because the bear doesn't get stats, man. That'd be such a waste if you had the Scotty on your bear.
Listen, Brian, I haven't seen that situation yet, all right?
Yeah, we'll get there. Honestly, you say that, and it's like, at some point, you'd think you'd see everything, but that's just Dota, man. You never do.
No, you really don't. Speaking of Koifa, he almost has an AC, but when are they just going to march down these top? I feel like Liquid is like full control of the game right now. They've been hunting heroes rather than I kind of expected them to just roll through this top lane, you know, since it's free money. But they're just not giving Viking GG any room to breathe. They're making sure that Chat doesn't get to do that split-pushing Monkey King shenanigans where he just pokes and prods at the bottom lane, always keeping it pushed out.
Yeah, I think when you're winning the game like this and the enemy team has a hard time fighting you, the best thing you can do rather than forcing objectives is to actually just try to hunt them down as much as possible and say, I dare you to try to fight us. Like, the thing is, if they can fight you and you try to go for a kill, it might turn into some like reverse team wipe that you just can't afford to have when you're ahead by 15k. But when their team fight is lackluster in comparison, that's just never really going to happen. So every time you try to hunt somebody down, it's more like they're going to turn tail and run and hope like every man for himself kind of thing rather than coming to each other's assistance.
It's like a game of chicken down here in this bottom lane. Like Taiga, he's just waiting. He knows like Shad is going to be playing around this area. And as soon as he rolls away, Shad's finally going to show himself.
You know, Shad thought he can't possibly wait a third creep wave.
Yeah. And Taiga was probably sitting there going, no carry is going to be patient enough to watch 2 creep waves die and not try and farm it.
Yeah, it's that's a tough one, man. It's just gold sitting right in front of you, man.
Yeah, I know. You as a carry player, there's no way you would be that patient. Oh, jeez. Erbis, no! Oh, no. Oh, it's like the bad ending of Indiana Jones. He just got rolled over by that big boulder. He goes down without Liquid committing in the slightest. They've just been letting the bear take the buildings this entire time. And Viking GG are not able to come up with any kind of defense.
And when you can't fight him and you're against a Lone Druid, you just kind of just end up watching the Lone Druid kill your base. I think this is an important thing to learn when you guys are thinking about going high ground, is I feel like a lot of times when I'm playing this push hero like Lone Druid, your team kind of like griefs you a bit because they want to like initiate onto the opponent. And I'm like, dude, they have to go on us, man. Like, let them go on us. And in this case, you see there, like, they don't want to go on the Lone Druid. So what ends up happening is Liquid's patiently waiting behind him, and the Radiant's base just dies. So think about who you want to go on who, I think is a pretty important part of high ground sieging, as Liquid's kind of just putting on a clinic. I don't really know what else to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid just watched Celery and Chad move up to the top lane. They could have tried to hunt him down or something. Instead, they're like, oh, man. You can be at the top part of the map for 30 seconds, and in that 30 seconds, you're going to get 300 gold, and we're going to take bottom lane of barracks. So good luck with that.
Yeah, you play this whole hunting phase until you have the items you need to go high ground, and it looks like they assess that to be the assault cuirass for Coifa, because that just accelerates how quickly they take these towers by such a large degree that, yeah, at the time that they're taking your racks and you're trying to get a trade, you know, you're picking up 2 bounty roots. It's like, okay, that's not all that great. And now they're just going to collapse the map. They TP their support to top, their least useful hero for the team fight, while the rest of them control the triangle. And this is going to easily set up for that tier 2 push top, and then that final lane of barracks or the Roche. They can kind of just play it as slow as they want, because at the end of the day, they keep saying, hey, Viking, we dare you to do something. And I don't know, I don't know if Vikings lineup really functions like this, right? Like they can't, it wasn't built to make some comeback team fight play.
Yeah, it's built a lot more around movement and tower taking, right? Like just your support duo, for example, like not the biggest team fighters or anything. IO's wanting to be able to play that game of moving heroes around the map and taking team fights that are advantageous because the enemy is not together or something like that. And Shadow Shaman, well, when you're behind like this, you don't do anything in team fights. You just kind of die over and over again, so.
What's worse, Shadow Shaman or Disruptor when you're losing?
I'm going to say Shadow Shaman, because at least Disruptor, you can just drop your ultimate and have a disabling. Meanwhile, Aramis, in order to get a disable, I guess Hex is out there, but there's no chance you're getting Shackles. As you can see, Coifa's going to run up to him with the bear, and now he's dead. Chad, he's going to come in with EKV, gets off the Wukong's command, and see if they can fight here for once with the bear stuck inside the serpents. It will die. Coifa says, don't worry, I've got another one where that came from. Boxy, he gets a little bit low. Shad doesn't want to go outside of his ring. His ring is gone now, and so too is the armor. So Coifa quickly takes him down in just a couple of chomps of the bear. And that is truly it for Viking GG. And it feels like that's been it for the last maybe 10 minutes. Definitely the last 7. I mean, Liquid had just put on a clinic for that game 1. I was wondering if Liquid was going to do their typical like slow roll into the tournament for this DPC setup. And like, okay, you only have 1 game a week. Like, how is this team, which has traditionally kind of been, you know, they start off a tournament, immediately go into lower bracket, and then they make this super long run, right? This game 1, they look pretty hot, Brian.
Yeah, I think Coifa's K to D kind of says it all. They had 32 kills, and he was just 3-0-6. He was a part of 9 of them. So his whole team kind of just ran around killing people while he killed buildings. And I think they made it look way too easy. I think Viking GG will put up much better fight in the next game. I feel like they kind of just don't even know what just happened to him on the side of Viking GG.
Yeah, I'm sure they need a little bit of time to think about it. Unfortunately, we've got a little time to go to Shiver. I mean, I feel like our panelists said Viking GG, trust in them. The stats said trust in Viking GG, but Liquid put up a good argument themselves.
They really did, Cap. Thank you so much, Cap and BSJ. Yeah, what an opening from Team Liquid here. Viking indeed seems a little bit blown out of the water in that first game. We'll see what they have for game 2, but we're going to break that game 1 down first after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
It's no use telling me what you think it's over. Should've jumped from the ship, now we're up to our shoulders. But hold on, just a little bit longer now. Yeah, hang on, just a little bit harder now. You need to relax, you gotta go with the flow. You need to relax, start by saying hello. I remember the time before the flailing, blinded by the horizon, smoother sailing. We're so gone, yeah, our love boat bottomed out. Moved along, just like a note in a bottle now. You need to relax, you gotta go with the flow. You need to relax, start by saying hello. You need to relax. You need to relax, you gotta go with the flow. You need to relax, start by saying hello. You need to relax, you gotta go with the flow. You need to relax, start by saying hello.
We started this first game in the upper division for the European DPC here of DreamLeague Season 14, powered by Intel, by saying that Viking had a plan. They knew what they were getting themselves into when they went for, or when rather they gave or let in the pool be a lone druid by Koikfa, and they they did not have a plan, Owen. Or rather, if they did, they were not able to execute it because it looked rough.
No, for sure. I mean, Liquid just playing phenomenally here, and just in the classic Liquid way that sort of won them the lands, or at least allowed them to go as far as they have been doing so in the previous year. This idea that they as a team can just come in with these picks, these positions that you don't expect. You know, suddenly, Mikkei's back in the mid, Quofa's taking the lone druid to the side lane. It was just such a fast-paced performance from them, in particular, Boxy, Mikkei and Tiger. They were just ruling the whole map for the whole game.
Yeah, we heard our commentators at the end also mention it, that even though, we put a lot of limelight on Koikfa and his lone druid, He wasn't involved in most of the kills. Like, he was just allowed to roam around.
That's sort of the perfect Lone Druid situation. You know, that's what Quakefair, he would have loved that game.
Yeah.
You know, that's exactly how it's supposed to go.
Hit the building.
He gets the space. He's putting the pressure on, and Boxy, McCade, Tiger, they're just running at them, and they're on the perfect heroes to do that on. You know, this Pango, Puck, Earth Spirit trio is just. They couldn't deal with it on Vikings lineup. You know, you have this poor old Shaman. He's like, well, I can lock one of them down, but then two others just collapse upon him, and there's nothing he can do to just stop how fast Liquid were playing and how well they were playing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm also very curious at what point Purge has picked for his segment. Let's find out.
Hey guys, what's up? So what was really interesting about what Viking did with their lineup was they had 3 cores that were, you know, somewhere between mid heroes and safe lane heroes. But because they had 3, they had to fit these good lane matchups, and they actually got them. Lycan was going to be fine against Lone Druid. The Monkey King was going to match up well against melee heroes because he's going to be able to get Jingu Mastery stacks and go for kills. But what ended up happening that won Liquid the game was their early rotations. Here was one of the first ones that was really big. They struggled a little bit in this lane here, but very importantly, Insania came to the bot lane as soon as he picked up level 3. That gave him Frostbite levels and the Nova. Obviously, the Glyph in the wave was really instrumental in getting the kill because it prevented the Monkey from healing. But Frostbite stops you from attacking, so you don't get lifesteal. And Crystal Nova as well is going to lower attack speed, making it just easier to kill him. And because they were a little greedy picking the Io, normally a really strong hero, that guy's not going to be able to contribute as much to the lane. They did get some return kills, of course. They end up killing Puck on the mid lane, which is really effective. But the problem with that is that the Earth Spirit ends up rolling back in after TPing in and got a little bit of experience back. So the good moves that they did have didn't really profit them that much. And here comes the same thing happening again at 7.5 minutes here. CM again rotates bottom, this time with 3 points in Frostbite. Makes sure that the Monkey King gets no right clicks in. Even though Shaman tried to react this time, it still provided the same situation. So in the meantime, what's happening on the map, if we go all the way back to our first clip, or the minimap, it's just Lone Druid and the Lycan hitting creeps together. Lycan can't easily go and gank in those side lanes because he was limited on mana, and when they did actually do smoke ganks, trying to get some moves happening, Liquid still reacted to it really well and got a lot of action and made sure that they still kept getting kills while Lycan hit creeps. And then even though Lycan had good farm, they had counters. They had Puck, they had Pango, they had Earth Spirit, they had ways to deal with them. So even though he had a decent game, it was still perfect laning stage on from Liquid because of their great rotations.
They're gonna fix that. Curious how they're gonna fix that for the second game, which is very, very soon. It's right around the corner, actually. Before we go to that, though, you might remember that we sent one of our panelists away because he's gonna get a makeover because he didn't have his haircut before the show, before the whole league, because lockdown and things. And he got a Dumb and Dumber haircut. And here we go. This is the before. And... well, drumroll please, which you already have. In comes Kyle! Can you please just look at the camera for a little bit? Can we have a close-up of this? There it is, look at it.
Looks great, Carl.
Thank you.
Yeah, look at this.
I think I'm going to keep the style. I got a lot of compliments.
Yes?
Yep, I went on, I put this as my profile picture on Tinder.
Yeah.
And I already got 7 likes, which is more than I got all last year.
There you go. All right. Well, with that being said, we're going to head into the draft of the second game of Viking versus Liquid. Of course, while that's happening, Owen will also take the chair for the makeover, but we'll be right back with some Dota 2. there was a little bit of a longer break than intended, but now we have a DPC update in the client where the stream is live. I actually looked at it for a little bit. It's really nice. It's really pretty. But you know what's also really pretty? First of all, Purge joining us for the draft as well. Cap, you have supposed to have moved away at this point, but sure. And Kyle is freshly styled as well. The hairdo is, of course, also.
I dodged.
Yeah, I liked it, but they told me it wasn't professional enough.
It was not.
I disagreed. I thought the hot dog suit was a nice touch.
I mean, you're still a sausage, so it's fine. I don't know. I had to go somewhere with that. We are going somewhere with this too, though, because the draft's here. Purge, thank you so much for joining us. We also have Owen that has got a microphone, I believe. Owen, have you ever got a mic? Oh shit!
Yes, hello. Yes, hello. Looking forward to this one. I hope this one's going to be a bit of a better game than Game 1 in terms of it being close. Game 1 was pretty one-sided. I think Viking needs to step it up. People expect a lot more out of Viking than what we saw in Game 1.
I was taking notes in my alternate persona during that last game, and I realized, I really went through the replay, and Viking, they didn't ban Lone Druid. And then Team Liquid picked Lone Druid, and Team Liquid won the game.
Well, to be fair, Purge, would you agree that Koikfa could have played anything in that matchup, perhaps, and still the game would have been somewhat similar?
No, not necessarily, because what was important about him being Lone Druid was that it's their win condition. Obviously, it's very good at pushing buildings, so I agree with Kyle there. But it's also a hero that's not threatened by Lycan. He got his ulti at level 6, and normally when Quakefo or other players play Lone Druid, they delay that a little bit, kind of like Wraith King Ultimate.
Yeah.
So the fact that he could just farm equally against a Lycan and also kill the enemy wolves pretty easily helped him ensure that the Lycan had to resummon wolves more often, was low mana, and therefore was unavailable to rotate. So having Lone Druid there was pretty effective because it just made ganks going top really unlikely to work and helped make sure that Liquid's rotations were going to always put pressure on the guy that was killable and would matter, which was Monkey King.
So what you're saying is Kyle is right.
No. Kyle's a sausage. I won't go that far.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so we have got the opening. We're going in a little bit of a different direction on the side of Viking. They go for the Oracle level 1. We have the same opening again for Liquid, though, with the Crystal Maiden and the Puck.
Yeah. I love this open. Puck is one of the few heroes in the game right now that feels equally good, whether it's 1, 2, or 3. And especially, I've brought this up, it's been a while since the item slot change, but the Witchblade, the Mageblade, I'm sure we're going to see more heroes pick these up because it is so important to be gold efficient now that you can be less slot efficient. And the thing about a Puck is that you're capable of just grabbing this Blink Witchblade and you just feel super strong. Like there's no other spellcaster that feels as good with that gold spent in comparison to a Puck with these 2 items. And in addition, it can be 1, 2, or 3. It doesn't really change anything but the timing.
Yeah. Owen, what do you feel about the 2 openings so far?
Yeah, I mean, for Liquid, you got to be happy, right? This is what they just smashed the game with, and for Viking, I like that they do go with the Oracle. I feel like, look at that last game. The eye alone, it's just not enough. You need someone that's got more of a solid save. Oracle's going to be that hero that can at least immediately protect one of the cores that it's very likely Liquid's going to be running at. They've opened with the same 2. You can imagine Liquid could go down a similar route. You've got to address the things you really struggled with in that last game.
Yeah, you really, really do, Purge. And so far, we have not yet seen a ban on the Lone Druid. Also, Purge, we have replaced your camera with a camera, and I hope that the stream sees it too. But no one's just, quickly fixing, I believe that's Aramis, quickly fixing a Rubik's Cube.
5 seconds.
I'm very confused right now, but I'm going to talk about the draft.
Yeah.
Lone Druid. So the reason I disagree with Kyle about the Lone Druid is I think Lone Druid is perfect in that game scenario about him being able to farm in that position. So I don't think it's an always good pick, but in that lane setup and situation, it was really good. So I don't think it's crazy it hasn't been banned out quite yet. I do think heroes like Lycan or Troll potentially, or other carries can be more dangerous. But I do like the Oracle a lot because it does really counter what you do with a Puck lineup. You're going to Dream Coil somebody, especially a core, and then your whole team's going to run at him. And it's really hard to get away in those moments. So if an Oracle sits behind that guy and you can effectively counteract the tempo that Puck presents as a hero, it's really effective.
I see your point, but I think it works both ways. Puck's also one of the best at jumping into the back line, and you find the Oracle Coil Oracle +1, and like that, you're killing him. In addition, if you get the silence off early, you can just 100-0 the hero. It's one of the best initiators at finding backliners, because as a Puck, you don't really throw yourself into too much danger, assuming you have enough levels and a Blink Dagger up. But I do agree.
Yeah.
I just think that Oracle's biggest fear is high reach, and Liquid already have a ton of that in just their opening 2 picks.
Yeah, that's true.
And they're open now. I mean, we haven't seen Drow. I don't know if we will this game, but I'm sure that hero is still very powerful. But personally, I think that the Lone Druid is still probably going to come out for Liquid in their 4th pick here. And I hope Viking have something a little better suited to dealing with it. Bounty Hunter is not bad. That was something that Kuro and Puppy really liked to do against the Lone Druids in the past, because especially with the Beastmaster, this is another PPD. Like all the old captains love this kind of thing, because you have a vision advantage, and then you just hunt relentlessly around the map. And that's something Team Liquid has always struggled against, is just super duper high aggression. They actually just double down on the team fight too. So no BKB interrupt yet, with the exception of the Roar, but we'll see. The team fight's there.
The team fight is there. Oh, and we have seen Nigma banned out a few times today, but he makes it through to the 3rd pick here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, this hero just seems ridiculously strong, and you know what better hands to have it in than in Liquid's, right? I think, I guess it's probably going to be boxy, but you know, you can sort of play it in that support position too. If they want to switch things around, you never really know with Liquid. Of course, they have that incredible versatility, so. Yeah, they've got to have some stuff to address. They do already have things to cancel the black hole, but of course Enigma, it's much more than just the black hole. That's not really why it's being picked. It's for all the other multitude of reasons why this hero is so strong right now.
Yep.
I love the Viking draft. This is just really solid. We saw the SF earlier today, but the natural synergy, you have tons of vision control, and like SF is the perfect hero to abuse map and vision control, because you, with runes, you're going to just dominate the lane. There's that 4th pick Lone Druid as expected. And it allows you to eat the space. He's excellent at doing damage to heroes. You can kill somebody in a roar very quickly, a little bit of team fight, but more importantly, it's rune control and wave control. Liquid, we already know, like, there's no real explanation needed. We've seen them play this style for the last 3 years. Nothing's changed. They're going to try to get ahead. Koifa's Lone Druid, best in the world, and they're just going to stick with their bread and butter. I don't blame them.
Purge, do they have a better plan this time around? Are you more convinced that the Lone Druid is going to be dealt with?
I mean, I definitely like the Viking draft better in the sense that with all the vision, they're now pairing a mid hero that's very good at solo killing once he gets Dual Scepter and then Blink. So he can definitely blow up some of these heroes. Enigma is typically a hero that's like vulnerable in terms of his net worth and getting solo killed. So if they can pressure the Enigma well and delay his BKB and his Blink, that would make a lot of the team fight that Liquid wants to play with more delayed. So yeah, they've got some decent Druid solutions. There is some counterplay that goes both ways though. So movement is still going to be a really big deal.
It is. We got some cores banned out. What do we want to see for Shad for this game, Kyle?
Hard to say. Life Stealer is a potential, but you're playing against an Enigma, so I actually think you'd prefer to just stick with maybe another ranged carry. Drow would have been really scary. I like that Liquid banned it out. It's hard to say. You could also you've got enough base, rather raw right-click damage with the SF and the Beastmaster. Probably just something to play fast. Abuse this Bounty Hunter. Love the Slardar pick. Liquid just straight up say, one, we have now a point-and-click stun and really easy chase, but it also means that later on in the game they're gonna have no issues with scaling or taking Roshan. And Koifa's Bear becomes a beast at that 3rd item timing. We saw him get the fastest Deso on patch in the last game. Expect to see that again, and all of a sudden you're threatening like minus 30 armor 25 minutes into the game. SF, even with the BKB, gets blown up.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot scarier for SF. Normally, you don't have to worry too much about right-click because you're so fast with BKB, but with this much negative armor, he's got to be really careful.
I am not a fan. It's aggression, but good lord, like you have no innate survivability now, and this Oracle needs to play a near flawless match to keep his squad alive. Shad, like, this is... You can't die. It's excellent from the sense that being offensive so much easier. You can kill the Puck, you can kill the Enigma, but if you get caught at any point, you get exploded.
Yep. Owen, any final thoughts on this draft now that we've seen the full lineup?
I mean, I love Ricky as a carry right now. I think it's incredibly strong with this Battle Fury into Axe build, but it's the fact that they picked it into, both a Slardar, they've got 2 invis into the Slardar, right? They have Bounty Hunter and Ricky. I think that's a little crazy. And Viking struggled last game. Liquid's got, what, 3 of the same heroes, and arguably, the 2 heroes that have changed into just as good, if not better, this Slardar and Enigma. I mean, from what we saw in game 1, you've only got to imagine this is going to be another really hard game for Viking, I think.
All right, we have already said goodbye to Purge, I believe. So, Kyle, left for you the final thoughts before the game.
I just like to see Liquid, new league, new season, trying to prove they deserve the invite. I like that they stick with what they're strong with, and I know that we might not have seen a lot of Lone Druid, but with Puck, this has been solid since way back in the day when Insania and the boys were in a different MOBA, and I like them here.
I like them here as well. We're going to find out, though. Can Viking force out the 3rd game, or will Liquid walk away with it 2-0? Let's head over to Capitalist and BSJ and find out.
Yes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I feel like Lone Druid picked up for the 2nd time against Viking GG. Brian, can they deal with this Lone Druid this time around?
I'm not too optimistic. If we're talking about, hey, they walk up to your buildings and they hit them, what exactly is Viking GG's plan other than killing them over and over again? That's pretty much all they got. So their wave clear is quite lackluster. If you consider the Oracle Bounty Hunter supports, virtually no wave clear there. Ricky's not going to wave clear until he gets that Battle Fury up and running. And SF, he has a lot of wave clear, but he is quite squishy and quite susceptible to getting ganked. So I think with him being pretty much the only one capable of defending, they might be able to just kind of pick on him. So I think the only counter to Ricky is the fact that he doesn't create any tower pressure. He doesn't create any lane pressure for like the first 15 minutes of the game. So the way to beat him is, in my eyes at least, tentatively speaking, is to just push all of his buildings. And they have Nigma who might go Necrobook, and they also have the Lone Druid. So I'm just a bit concerned that this Ricky's not going to have time to get online. But I will say, if he gets to Battle Fury Ags, and they have not lost a lane or Axe, I'm fearful for Liquid's lineup to be able to close it out.
Yeah, that is the timing that I think everyone's scared of when they match up against a Riki nowadays. But, I mean, you said all they have is just killing the enemy team, but it's a little more than that, right? It's a bounty hunter lineup. What's wrong with the plan A, just kill them over and over again when you got a bounty hunter who's giving you track gold all the time?
Yeah, I just feel like the way Liquid played last game was so clean that they're not going to give you those kills. That's what I'm kind of concerned about, I guess. I think if they get a little bit out of position, even just a tad bit of sloppiness, like, it's going to get punished by Viking GG. Their lineup's completely capable. Like, even though we saw what we saw last game, they are a very good team. Like, I'm just saying, I think it's kind of more so on Liquid to mess up than it is for Viking GG to, like, I think if both teams make the right plays, Liquid will win this game. That's what I feel like.
And I think if both teams do make some pretty big errors, there's a chance that Liquid still win off their big team fight. We may have a first blood with Aramis, wrap it around, but Boxy did level Crush very early on to be able to get the bounty rune, so he'll use it a second time to ensure Insania stays up and at him. They're actually going to be putting Taiga in the safe lane here because Lone Druid really doesn't need a support, especially against a Beastmaster. He's got a great way to deal with boars, and that's bears.
It looks like he actually started sacrificing in the mid lane. He used his first idol on conversion to give Mickey a little bit of a boost. I think against a hero like SF, whose level 2 is super important, that's a very good choice. I like that distribution of resources there. As Insania does go down. Pretty impossible lane down here for Liquid. 2v3. Both of them, I'd say more so the Crystal Maiden, are going to be likely to get picked on. But they do have to pull now. The lane's pushing in. I don't think Boxy's really upset with this. I feel like if my support feeds and the lane's just pushing into my tower, I'm like, okay, maybe we didn't have to do that, but I'm going to farm these creeps now.
I guess that's something I'll keep in mind if you ever get to Europe and we end up queuing together. It's okay for me to feed as long as you're getting farm, right, Brian?
Yeah, you're just going to keep rubbing it in, huh? That you're...
Believe me, Brian, I'm enjoying the EU pubs. They're great here. I've already won one game.
Totally, man. Yeah.
It's most I've won in 2021, so you know.
It's all about beating your own personal best.
Yeah, I'm surprised this this lane was able to push in so much. And as a result, Boxy is going to be able to get level 2. I guess Aramis, you feel like this is a better plan for him being in this tri-lane situation than just running around and messing with the Enigma?
I honestly don't know. I feel like he's not going to ever pressure the lone druid. So like you said, it's kind of more so about pressuring the Enigma. But what I've seen a lot of these like quote-unquote 5-position Enigmas doing is it's not like the old days where you saw the off-lane Enigma who would be like jungling camps after sacrificing a creep. They usually just play the lane like he is here with Malefice. Malefice actually is a pretty good ability now, level 1. It's 120 damage, not too bad at all. And they kind of just deny a creep every now and then.
Yeah, I've even seen them like a Jakiro, you know, just get level 2 dual breath. Same with the Enigma, right? I've seen them level up that Malefice just for being able to play the lane a little bit better.
All you need is a carry that eventually functions independently. It's nothing like a Drow, you know, nothing that wants your help. And Lone Druid, as we saw last game, he is very content to just kind of farm on his own for a long period of time. So Enigma will eventually be able to bail and get what he wants for his own farm, because Enigma, albeit being played in the safe lane, is a hero that requires farm to be effective.
Well, it seems like Aramis is going to be hanging out here, and we'll see how effective he is against this dual lane. But as you said, probably not going to be able to pressure that Lone Druid at all. Might be able to mess with Taiga's head a bit, but he did enough to be able to give Shad an early level lead, which is probably something you want. The early levels of Riki maybe would be a bit pressured by Slardar.
It looks like mid lane's about even. I have to imagine that's in favor of SF for now. We're all about this famous 50-50. Which mid laner is going to win the lane now? Looks like Mike has chosen heads, and it has landed.
I like how nowadays mid laners don't even do the choosing. You know, their supports do the choosing for them, and they just kind of babysit the rune.
Hey man, anything we can get those supports to do for us, why would we do it ourselves?
True.
We're busy getting gold, man.
He's getting a little bit low, but he does have a healing salve and 7 stick charges. One thing that's kind of annoying about this matchup is the fact that Slardar, his sprint is actually dispellable. So against Oracle, you pop sprint at the wrong time, you can actually get that killed, but that's something to worry about.
It's weird. I feel like Oracle's really good against Slardar if his carry offers a lot of damage in the lane, like a troll or something like that. The Riki is pretty lackluster for damage at this stage in the game, so even though you can purge a sprint, he can kind of hold on to it for when he wants to. As you saw, he waited until after Celery used the Dispel on himself and ended up chasing him down. I feel like this is a really nice lane for Slardar, as we also see Enigma biting the dust top. And a 1-for-1 trade. Quakefa's even happier now because his support died before the opponent died.
And he got the root, so he might get the kill as well. He does.
Oh
Double
my
kill.
God.
That was great. They tried to punish Taiga for moving forward and using his Eidolons to kill one of the boars. And instead, Quakefa walks away with double kill.
Foxy might be in some trouble.
Got some stick charges. The Purifying Flames will heal him up a little bit more with the shared Tango. Boxy's going to look to continue to play the lane, but another round of Fortune's End and Purifying Flames might actually end up going down. That's really, I'm saying that hopefully for Viking GG's chances, just because I feel like that other side lane's not going so hot, so we kind of want this one to win. Mid's going fine, though. It's an even trade-off, 46-2 versus 45-4. Boom's just going to be doing that whole double raise into farming neutral thing over and over again, so.
There's no way he wants to contest the lane. Mike has that bottled DD. Is he going to try to get something done with it? Looks like he's moseying towards the jungle. That's twice as much damage on creeps, my friend. And he's not popping it though, so a little bit more disciplined than I.
It's gonna save it where he actually needs it. Nice thing about Boom is he doesn't have to worry about supports rotating on him, really, right? They got a Crystal Maiden and an Enigma, so it's not like he's gonna be found while he's doing all this jungling as well. So Toby being chased down. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, they're gonna go for it. They do manage to hit that bash up onto the Riki. He's gonna be disarmed though by the Oracle. Just another way where you can counter that Slow Dart with Oracle, but at the same time, they do lose Toby in the top lane.
Yeah, Beastmaster's a feast or famine offlaner, man. He either snowballs and takes your tower, or it feels like he kind of just ends up being a creep for a little while. And he's chosen the latter this game. Maybe not chosen, but he's had it thrust upon him by Quakefa and Taiga.
Aramis is going to join this bottom lane. Insania was a little bit far forward there. Gets caught by the Fortune's End. He's certainly dead, but if they can get the trade-off here to get Shad, it would be well worth it. But Boxy wasn't able to get quite enough damage. Maybe Mickey, he saw him blink away, but he's already used the illusory orb. He's going to have to guess if he wants to be able to find him. I was kind of hyped to see Mickey just kind of blind throw it out and see if he catches anybody.
I feel like that 10-second cooldown nerf on Puck's coil actually added up a lot. It's surprisingly long in regards to the willingness to kind of just chuck out the ability, you know? Going from 70 to 80.
Yeah. I mean,
Boom, looking to help take a stack, I think top there is what just happened. He rotated for that.
It was hard camp stacked up. Same thing was on the other side of things. Mickey is currently clearing through that, so pretty much these mid laners are having mirror performances all around. Both of them push out the mid lane, then go and farm some jungle creeps. Mickey is not trying to like force moves too much. He's really making sure he keeps up and does finally find his opportunity to catch Shad here inside the coil. And there it is. Finally gets his first big rotation kill.
I want this to be a note to everyone watching, because I've seen it a couple times now and I love it, is when Puck is on a team and it feels like the rest of the team doesn't have that much damage early. Slardar is kind of mediocre at damage right now. Lone Druid's not really going to be there. Enigma, pretty light on damage. They just go for this early urn. Gives you that extra bit of tick of magic that, it's kind of like the Witchblade, right? But it's only 800 gold, so it's a little bit, it's like a budget version. And it just shows that like that Riki getting that little extra tick of damage really makes the difference. And I love to see it. It enables you to rotate as Mickey is right now. And this is the key when you have this position 5 quote-unquote Enigma, who's now soaking the mid lane level 6, 9.5 minutes in, is that Mickey runs around the map just like this, fighting with his Crystal Maiden, getting a kill on the Bounty Hunter, might be queuing up a kill on Boom.
Yeah, Boom. He needs to be able to get off the Requiem right now if he wants to be able to get away from this. He kind of pushes Mickey in and managed to catch him with the Requiem. I think he was holding on to that for a little bit. He could have popped it sooner, but I think he really wanted to bait in Mickey more and more and more, as he had wand charges and a range drop. So, nicely played by him. They get a really big kill on Mickey, who's been kind of terrorizing this bottom lane. Shad is going to take a bit of damage from Boxy, but he's got Celery, who's level 6 behind him.
I feel like Mickey kind of baited himself there, thinking he was going to get his orb off in time before the SF ulti, but he didn't.
Barely gets saved in time by the false promise. He's got to be careful. That bash to the deep, that's a hefty amount of burst.
Yeah, top tower dying to Quakefa. If Liquid can hold mid, which it looks like they are.
Beautiful coil, and they cannot stop a 3-man black hole. Toby gonna limp away, thought about going for the Primal Roar. Mickey's gonna knight him, even that with a phase shift. And now they go from almost taking top tower to definitely taking mid tower.
Yeah, Quakefa knows it's his job to kind of just show up to the party in order to basically make the kills mean something, right? Yeah, the Eidolons are decent damage, but as you see here on the replay, beautiful black hole by Taiga. Beastmaster wasn't able to get his roar off in time beforehand, and with Beastmaster momentum based, Lone Druid momentum based, those type of plays might just decide the game, because suddenly we're at a 3k net worth lead for Liquid. Kind of similar to last game, it feels like. Both teams had a pretty good start. Liquid just kind of outmaneuvers them from like 6 to 10 minutes into the game. and suddenly we find ourselves with a pretty large advantage with not a massive kill advantage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This Liquid squad.
Radiant structures are fortified.
People have been calling them a little bit hit and miss at times, but they have placed top 6 in every single tournament they played since ESL 1 Los Angeles, including a win at ESL 1 Germany, which is the biggest win that this this team rather. It's the biggest win they've had to date since coming into the Dota 2 scene.
Koifa just making sure he does his chores for the day.
Yeah.
Just cleaning up the Radiant side of the map here.
Is this the equivalent of like mowing your lawn, cleaning out the gutters?
It really is, but I think he gets off on it in a sick way. I do not understand any lone druid player ever.
Nobody needs to nag Koifa to do his chores. He's fully embracing it. He wants to be able to do it. Maybe it's a good opportunity for him to take off his shirt and show off his muscles in the sun.
Yeah, maybe a shirtless round of ping pong as well, because he is quite the ping pong player.
That's true. Insane.
Looks like Boxy might be rushing a blink, maybe? He's got 1,500 gold saved up.
Okay.
Hasn't queued anything up just yet, though.
AB coming in, Beastmaster. Takes a while to be able to get into that outpost, but he finally arrives and does manage to kill the Crystal Maiden with a Primal Roar. Does mean they have nothing left in the tank to be able to kill Koifa, and if anything, Koifa could be killing Aramis here with Boxy coming into the other side. Seller's going to make sure he's not going to die so easily, though. Gets off his ultimate, heals him up a little bit, but now it's Seller who's going to be in trouble as the Bear finally does get the ensnare he needs, and with the rest of Liquid filtering in, Viking GG quick to retreat, which means they've got 2 cores in their safe lane. Brian, I know you don't like this. It's something about, what is dead lane? Is that what
I would more highlight that one team has 2 cores farming the dead lane, and the other team's got a position for Nigma farming the dead lane, all by him lonesome, getting all the money he could ever want. And that's not the map orientation that you want to have. It's not saying that Viking GG is bad, right? I think it's more so portraying the desperation levels that we are quickly reaching with their map. This is the exact concern I had when they last picked this Riki. The fact is, if you guys want to punish this hero, it may be a lot more difficult in pubs, but the fact is he does nothing for like the first 14 minutes of the game. Like he just doesn't do anything. He's not even close to his Battle Fury. He's not gonna, like, during the time that he's building up this Battle Fury, maybe he'll show up to a fight or 2. It's not like he does no damage or anything. But, like, if you look at him, he's not gonna rapidly clear this jungle camp. He's not gonna put pressure on the bottom tower. Like, they don't have to respond to anything he does. So, it's kind of like you're creating space for this anti-mage type hero, but they don't actually become a tower hitter ever. That's kind of the problem with Riki. That's his only weakness. If you ignore that part, he's completely broke. So, I don't know if that's something punishable in pubs, though. As we do see a smoke from Liquid coming out with the Boxy blink. Hands him the dust as well on Insania.
Radiant are scanning.
Seems like they're just taking your idea and running with it. Just keep the pressure up on Viking GG. His Blink Dagger choice, just extra opportunities to start fights. Get in the face of the enemy. They're going to get on top of Celery here. Now, Boxy's going to quickly get turned around here. Primal Roar plus the Requiem. He's going to go down, and nobody actually falls on the side of Viking GG. Liquid are still going to be able to force Viking to retreat to their own side of the map. Not able to actually do anything with that kill, take any objectives or anything like that, because they're simply just not strong enough. In fact, Toby is not trying to level up that Necrobook anymore. He's going to go for a blink himself.
Yeah, what I mean by like Riki not doing anything at this stage in the game is if he was like a Jug or a Troll or even a Lone Druid, right? Then Liquid would have to respond to bottom lane. They'd have to have somebody go defend that lane. Instead, they can be like, okay, Viking GG doesn't have any abilities. Let's just walk into road. Yeah. So it may have looked like a kill that went in favor of Viking GG, but Liquid is actually going to turn it back on them and say, hey, we're now going to take the objective we were near just because you used all your stuff to kill our guy before. And he's back alive.
Yeah, Requiem is their only, like, big team fight AoE ability. Everything else they have is real single targets, so this fight around the pit, it's going to be a bit dicey, especially with mg coming in. Managed to get the 2-man coil with the freezing field next to it, but he actually dies. He tries to get out of the smoke screen. A shuriken cuts him down. That was not the worst thing for Viking GG, but it still doesn't win them this Roshan fight, as they are still trying to stall out the buyback from Celery, so he's still going to be able to rejoin them here. And he has his ultimate as well. Boom's just going to try and throw some damage in the pit, scare them away. He cannot afford to let Liquid get this Aegis.
Yeah, this is the fight me Roshan. They actually are doing this in order to force a reaction from Viking. They do have the Blink Dagger on Taiga as well. That is a super farmed Enigma, actually more farmed than his offlane, or something we actually mentioned in the first game, where sometimes they kind of just demote Boxy just purely based on Taiga's hero pool. Nigma, one of the best supports in the game, if not the best, to get these early items up on. And they smoke again on Liquid.
Smoke is going to be broken immediately. Aramis positioning himself, knowing that the enemy team very likely is going to try and force something here. Aramis gets a little bit low from Boxy, but it's going to be saved by the Oracle. Oh no, boom! He popped his BKB there. And he's going to go for the Requiem just to be able to kill Insania, but similar to that kill earlier, they've now used their big team fight ability, just get one small pick off. Boom's going to have to break this coil and keep on running up to the triangle. He's going to turn around, throw some damage out there, see if they can kill the bear. Toby gets a little bit low, but is saved by Celery. He should heal up a decent amount here. The Koifa bear is going to die to the Necronomicon. He's got another one though. Toby, he doesn't heal much at all. In fact, he immediately gets bursted down by Boxy, who now blinks forward, looking for a little bit more. Boom, with the corrosive haze on him. Mickey is pumping out the damage with that Witch's Blade plus treads and 2 double null tally. That is a right-click build. He will manage to kill the SF, but Shad's going to die. But a black hole with a freezing field, in turn, is going to wipe the last remaining member of Viking GG, and Liquid have finally secured themselves that Roshan.
Dude, they played that fight so well. Mickey, illusory orb through the entire team, and actually came out the back with his haste rune and just forced them to basically chase him into this weird choke point. And Slardar, I mean, that hero thrives on just chasing people down one at a time. And then suddenly, to wrap it all up, icing on the top of the cake, Taiga gets the one-man black hole to finish him off. Dude, I don't know. It really does look like they have Vikings' number for this series so far.
Yeah, it certainly does. It feels like a decent amount just came from the laning phase, especially this game, the Enigma being a really good answer, I think, to the Beastmaster. Because I've heard you talk about this before on your stream, Brian, where it's like, you say feast or famine, you know, this hero doesn't have a good laning phase. It doesn't recover that well.
Yeah, the thing about it for me, I've realized when I watch these games, and a big deciding factor between the best of the best and maybe like a step down is really the end of the laning phase. Like those movements you make right then and there, like, because the thing is, I think it's almost easier to make movements at maybe 20-30 minutes into the game, because most of those movements are like 4-man movements, right? They're team fights. They're like, okay guys, we just got to group up and go do something. But at the 7 to 10 minute mark ish, you have to have a bunch of individuals like doing random moves on the map. You know, 2-man gank here, maybe a 2-man tower pressure here. And I feel like Liquid, every time in both of these games, have just completely dismantled Viking GG's game plan. I feel like nothing super fancy happens. Liquid wins 1 or 2 small engagements, and suddenly the game feels like completely out of control for Viking GG, as they lose their first tier 2 bottom. It was after 20 minutes, but still.
This game, it was that mid-fight, right, where they managed to get the 3-man coil into the black hole and then take the mid tower from that. Last fight, I think it was the Insania rotation on the CM when they went down, and because Boxy was not happy with his lane, but then Insania shows up and they make that glyph play and actually kill the Monkey King. I felt like that was a really good turning point just shortly after the laning phase. I can see what you mean.
Yeah, it's like, the thing is, in this game especially, they make it look so easy, like, oh, they just use the 3-man coil and the 3-man hole. Like, from a spectator's view, it's like, damn, all they did was use their spells. I look at this Radiant lineup. I feel like if you get caught alone on any hero on Dire, you're just going to die, right? They have Beastmaster, Bounty Hunter, Shadow Fiend, Ricky, and it just shows how, like, disciplined and close-knit Liquid has played this game, not because I've seen anything specific, but because I haven't seen the random deaths or like the loss of momentum at any given point. And I said going into the game, I feel like Liquid kind of had to mess up. And based on that first game, I didn't feel like they would. And they're definitely sticking to that so far. 5 minutes smoke.
Boom. They kill that mid tower, and they actually glyph the creep wave, and Boom immediately runs. He knows what that glyph is. That glyph is a way to try and stall him from retreating, and they're still going to catch potentially Aramis here, who breaks that smoke and is not going to be saved by the Oracle, because the Oracle may not even be able to save himself. Going to go for the TP out, but the fear comes in just in time. The coil, however, barely missed. So only a double
I was
kill
looking
for
at the
Liquid.
coil. That was a butt clincher for Ricky there. And he's got the phase shift attacks again. And he's going to queue up the Yules this game. Thinks he needs just that little bit of survivability against the Ricky Cloud.
Oh, well, Brian, I hate to say it, but it feels like we're in a very similar situation where I just don't know what Viking GG's moves really are.
I think they're a team, based on the history that I've seen them prior to this tournament, they really do bank on the momentum of that laning phase. And they look completely out of their element when they don't have, like, the game's not under their control. They're not the ones behind the wheel. And are we just going to see a rinse and repeat of last game where nothing really happens and Quakefoot kind of just hits buildings with his bear as they take a large chunk of that damage or health off of that tier 3, about 60%, as Ricky farms up a storm in the top half of the map. But once again, he's not going to force anyone back because he's just a Ricky. If they choose to go, they can, but more so, it looks like they just want to establish control of the opponent triangle, maybe get a D ward. They have to assume that if they don't have a ward there, that the opponent probably does. Insania already on the case. Only going to find a sentry, though.
Well, Brian, you said
the Ancients.
if the Riki can get his Battle Fury Ags before they've lost a lane of barracks, then I think they win, and it's looking pretty rough. He can afford the point booster, but he still needs another 3K in order to finish up that Aghanim Scepter. And it feels like Liquid is just like one team fight, even just like one pickoff could lead them into finishing off that high ground push they started at bottom lane.
The funny thing when I watch a game like this is if you don't look at the net worths, you don't look at the kill scores, and you kind of just look at indicators that like one team is winning or not, all I see is an Enigma who's farming jungle by himself bottom, a Slardar who spent the last 2 minutes killing Ancients, and a Lone Druid who's killing the other Ancients. And it's just like, you're not supposed to be able to do that, man. That's too much farm. As they then turn that into an early Slardar Ags, a hero that does not farm very fast.
No.
And, I don't know, man. Kind of just smooth sailing from here for Liquid. They don't have the Enigma on the other side, right? They don't have this surprise wombo combo, you get caught out of position, you die. They don't have that on the side of Viking GG. I don't know how Liquid botches this one. I don't know if it's possible.
Yeah, it's hard to see how he's going to get, again, their only big like teamfight AoE ability is Requiem, and it's hard to see how he's possibly going to be able to do that. Boom is going for a right-click build. He's trying to build into a Daedalus right now, which is, I've seen SF versus Lone Druid, just like SF just demolishes that bear later on to the game sometimes. But right now, with a fresh AC on Koifa and the Daedalus still not complete for Boom, actually, never mind, it's here now. But either way, all that armor on that bear is still going to be very tough to fight through, especially with 3,400 HP, with the BKB on Taiga, ready to go with the Blink Dagger, that Aghanim Scepter. Oh, this is an opportunity. Mid-game. Caught trying to push out that bottom lane. Jumps over to his Illusory Orb right into the open arms of Toby. So maybe with this is a big pickoff. They've got a full minute to do something here. Viking GG can get, I don't know, maybe they can force another fight, get another pickoff, start getting some track gold.
I would say just snowballing pickoffs is their only way to capitalize on this potentially. Just the fact that Shad, who previously, because Puck was alive, was hiding in the trees, bottom, is now like walking aggressively on the map. I think it says a lot about like the map control impact that death has. Will it surmount to like any long-term effects? We'll just have to see as a fight breaks out mid. And Bounty Hunter dying immediately, I do not think is how we envision them capitalizing.
Yeah, Liquid just played on the high ground with a sentry laid out and waited for the Bounty Hunter to try and scout some heroes out. They immediately get that kill, and playing around their high ground means they can afford to take a 4 versus 4 here as Shad is stuck inside the freezing field. Is not going to be making it out anytime soon with Taiga. Just throwing his full weight into Boom. He pops the Blink BKB Black Hole, makes sure that the other core is going to fall as well. Quickly, just like that, 4 heroes take on 5, and it's the 5 that fall. Viking GG get team wiped. 15,000 net worth lead for Liquid as they push for the high ground. GG, that's it.
Wow. Yeah, I don't really blame them here. I feel like they actually just know exactly what's going to happen because it happened to them in real time like 40 minutes ago, you know? That story kind of wrote itself after, I would honestly say, that 10-minute engagement with the 3-man coil into the 3-man hole. I loved watching Liquid this series. I don't feel like Viking GG did anything particularly bad. Maybe just like 1 overextension, 2 overextensions on the side of Viking GG, and that was it. That sealed the deal. Liquid played clean Dota, did not give them the openings their lineup needed, and I think they're going to have to go back to the drawing board on Viking GG because I feel like their lineup really did kind of rely on mistakes coming out from the opponent. This is Division 1, man. You can't, I don't think that's a viable strategy moving forward.
Fair enough. That is indeed our first series of the upper division, and it was supposed to be a big rivalry, a big clash between two teams that have had a bitter back and forth throughout this whole last year, but apparently not. Here in 2021, it's an entirely new fiscal year and a new start for Liquid as they're going to be starting with a 1-0. Shiva and Kyle, I know you guys were probably a little bit surprised how quickly that game 2 ended.
Yeah, we had to run over here because, well, no, I'm not. We are watching the game from this position. That's how that works. We've been here the whole time, Cap. You're just not paying attention. But what an ending. I mean, to be honest, I don't blame Viking for calling that GG as well. That definitely looked pretty over. Kyle, do you want to say something? No, you can't say something. You want to show something?
Yeah, I took a whole bunch of notes on that series. I think Viking, you need to study this
one. Yep.
Really get serious.
I don't know if we can zoom into that.
What? It's my entire analysis.
Okay, and big N.
Yes, I actually misspelled it at first.
Well, no, we only see the N. What does it say? Ban alone Druid. All right.
That's
well,
right.
That's Kyle's analysis.
I mean,
more analysis from other people that are maybe a little bit smarter after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Was it over before we met? Or could you love me again? 'Cause you're the memory that I can't forget. Something more than regret. If we go back in time, can you forget the lies? And I'll believe when you deny. We've always been the same, playing our selfish games, but never learned to say goodbye. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go.
If only words give me that meaning. You wanted never to believe it. Think we're addicted to that feeling. Lately I'm dreaming about you and how you can take me right back to where we started. Cause I'm going crazy without you. I need you. Just let me right back to where you are. Can we go back in time? Can you forget the lies? And I'll believe when you deny. It's always been the same, playing our selfish games, but never learn to say goodbye. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, cause I can't go on like this. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, cause I can't go on like this. So I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? So you can't let go, cause I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, cause I can't go on like this.
An absolutely dominating opening series here from Team Liquid in the upper division of the European DPC League, brought to you by DreamLeague Season 14 and powered by Intel. Now, we must kind of go back to the one analysis that Kyle made, and it was something that we have said in the past over multiple broadcasts, something about the lone druid of Koikfa. It is a very strong hero, and Koikfa himself said, it is never a bad lone druid game. He can always win his lane on the lone druid. It doesn't matter where or when or how. He gets it done, and I think Viking had something prepared, Kyle, but didn't really work out.
No, it didn't. You are playing against Team Liquid. You don't ban lone druid because you can counter it. In Team Liquid, they pick lone druid. And you lose to Team Liquid. And unfortunately for Viking, they're not going to see them again for another 6 weeks. So that's what's befuddling to me is I understand what Purge was saying. You know, get rid of the troll, get rid of the Lycan, sure. But, you know, take them out of their comfort zone. They love Puck Lone Druid. They've loved this literally since 2011 when Mickey and Insania first started playing together in Heroes of North.
Yeah. I mean, it's very simple somewhere to just say, oh, it's just the one hero. But I also want to point out that the whole team came together. We saw Insania at an interview before the series started, and he was like, chill, you know, leaning back in his chair. Yeah, we're just going to see how things go in the first game. I mean, if this is their form, I mean, they're looking on absolute fire. We also, of course, have Purge, and he managed to find something about the game that was extra noteworthy other than the Lone Druid, I think.
I hope. We'll see.
We'll see.
I hope it's just the banning phase and a big circle.
A big circle around Lone Druid. It's why we don't go to Purge straight away. He's like, oh no, I gotta change my piece.
What do I do? Kyle stole all.
Hey guys, don't worry, it's not about Lone Druid. He was once again ignored. Much like last game, what Liquid ended up doing was they put the Lone Druid in the safe lane, very difficult to gank. They put Puck mid, very difficult to gank. So what they did was they knew that their offlane was going to be heavily pressured. They put both wards to protect and spot some of that bounty roam. And then what they did was did their best to get as much as they could out of this lane. They bought a lot of mangoes, a lot of tangos, and a lot of salves to guarantee a lot of regen. Now, Viking ended up putting the tri lane down here, and they ended up getting Insania killed in the first blood. But they made some crucial mistakes immediately after that. What they ended up doing is Solari backed up and he did a single pull, but he did not do a stack pull. And very importantly, he didn't end up connecting the camps at all, which is going to mean that this wave is going to end up pushing. If we take a look at what happens here, after that wave ends up rejoining itself over on the creep wave, you've got 2 range creeps here, you've got 3 melees, and this means that basically Liquid can just back up temporarily and know that they don't have to worry because the wave and the experience is going to come to them. So even though Viking has 3 heroes here, these are like kind of crappy tri-lane heroes. They're basically like long chase type heroes. They have Orb of Venoms, they want to slow and attack you and use their 3v2 advantage over long distances. But because this wave is pushing, they can back, and now Bounty Hunter realizes that he's just wasting time. They also use this moment to deward the Sentry Ward, which also would have protected the Bounty from being able to get in position. But because the wave is pushing, Bounty realizes his time is wasted. He goes back up to the top lane, and now Liquid's able to eventually deward that. So on the other side of the map, Taiga's been pulling and denying creeps, even in more addition than what Enigma will normally do by denying creeps. So the tri-lane basically did not profit in a good way. Beastmaster ended up not having very much net worth either. And if we take a look at the net worth comparison here at the 9-minute mark, Bounty is sitting pretty much equivalent to Slardar. Slardar lost some net worth because he spent it on regen. So this laning start, and I think that messed up pull really limited Vikings' ability to pressure that dual off lane, get some crucial kills, and keep Ricky in this game.
Thank you very much, Purge. This brings my pubs to a whole different level as well. If one messed up pool, it snowballs, right? I've heard pros and analysts say that in the past. One mistake can cost you the game or cost you the lane in this case, and then cost you the start. I mess up pools all the time. So
yes, you do.
Yes, I do. All right. I believe, you know, there's an empty chair here. Let it be known. We obviously had Kyle get a makeover earlier today because nobody wants to see caveman Kyle. We have now the clean haircut Kyle. We also have had Owen sit in the same chair. Oh, this is the before. Here's the before of Owen. There's no faith.
It's just becoming more windswept. Why do they make me a hot dog and Owen they turn him fabulous as possible?
This looks dapper.
It's not even, what is that?
It's styled. All right, welcome back, Owen. Hello.
I feel like I'm about to walk on and host sort of a 90s game show, you know? Welcome to The Price is Right and Viking GG's draft is wrong. That was a rough one, lads. Those 2 games. Oh, yeah.
Just give you some space, stretch yourself out
I
there.
feel like I'm sort of channeling my inner Bruno.
Yeah, you're commanding the stage.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It looks very good. It's it's like a combination between Elvis and Jimmy Neutron.
Now, that doesn't sound good. I mean, the Elvis half's good, but Jimmy Neutron.
Have you not seen his hair with the big plume?
Yeah, he's hardly a good-looking guy.
Whoa.
What? He's like...
I don't want to know what you watch.
All right, well... Let's talk a little bit more about the game because when you watched the series as well, what did you make of the entire series there?
It was rough. I was expecting a lot more from Viking. I think, again, the drafting was just a little strange. That Ricky last pick just it didn't quite do it. You know, I think he ended the game with Battle Fury and a Blade of Alacrity. He didn't even get to sort of get the Battle Fury Ags online, which, you know, when it's not sort of a question of getting in the game as a Ricky and being like, what am I going to do? You're picking that hero to go those items. They just didn't have the opportunity to do so. And it was the last pick. So when your last pick isn't able to get anywhere close to playing the game that you'd hope for, you know that something's gone drastically wrong. It's just a rough series.
A rough series for Viking, a golden series for Team Liquid. That was the phone. We are having an interview right now.
Oh,
hello. Don't be so confused. We are joined by none other than Insania. How are you doing, Insania?
Hello, I'm doing great. Feels good to be playing DPC and doing these interviews again. It's been way too long.
It has been way too long. You're also rocking the lockdown haircut.
Oh yeah, for sure. Big time.
Big time.
Yeah, my hair's out of control.
Well, it's looking good for sure, and your guys' play looked super sharp as well. You talked before the series. You had we saw your pre-game interview, pre-series interview, and you were like, relax, you know, we'll just see how things are going, you know.
Yeah.
There's no way that you went into this series relaxed, or rather, you guys looked on absolute fire. Was it just the lone druid aspect, or what was this game for you?
I mean, honestly, we've been getting destroyed in scrims for the past 2 weeks.
Oh.
So, I mean, at this point, it was just like, we gotta go all out. So I think all that pent-up frustration from just getting beat up in scrims came out in the series. And we had a really, really nice series, I think. It was really fun to play. Got to bring back Max's Lone Druid and actually win.
Yeah.
They didn't really have that great of a time in the last patch.
I'm just curious, the Glacius Bubbles opener twice in a row, was that something you guys just like, you wanted to settle back into the comfort zone, or
Sorry, what were those heroes?
Puck, Crystal Maiden.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Well, was that just like your bread and butter now? Because it's something I think you did in a few patches ago as well.
I don't think we've actually played Puck that much for a long time, but the buffs kind of allowed for the Mickey Puck to be back. And I mean, I know you know Kyle, but a lot of the Dota community probably doesn't know, but it was one of the heroes that he was playing when he first popped up on the scene back in Heroes of New Earth. And he's really, really good at it, so it's fun to have his Puck back and get to see it again. So it's nothing special, we just think Puck's a pretty good hero right now.
Yeah, and insane. Both of these games, you got sort of 3 of the same heroes through on the draft. Game 1, you sort of smashed it, and then after the draft was done in Game 2, how confident did you feel just after picking the heroes and seeing what you're up against?
I'm gonna be honest. Game 1, when they didn't ban Tommy Earth Spirit, I felt very, very good. I felt like this is gonna be a banger game. Then Game 2, they banned Earth Spirit, and Tommy's like, I play one more hero. I'm like, all right, what is it? He's like, Enigma, and I was like, all right, Enigma, there we go. Great. So it felt like we're playing the same draft kind of twice. I think even maybe 4 of our heroes were the same. It was just Tommy's hero that changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, Jabs had a really good game plan going into this. He did a lot of research and figured out what we should do against Viking, and I think that kind of is why, the preparation that he did really helped us win the series, I think.
No, you talk about Jabs because I know that, I can see it behind you. You are in the Team Liquid training facility at the moment. Is your whole squad together? I know that the training facility is in the Netherlands and the rules there are at the moment quite strict, speaking from personal experience. So is everybody is the band back together?
We're 4 to 5 players are here. We're currently still missing Boxy, but yeah, Will is here, Chloe's here. I mean, we all have our own apartments and stuff, but yeah. We're all here at the facility. We're all staying COVID safe. We have these little, what do you call it, alcohol gel dispensers. So we're constantly cleaning our hands and stuff. But yeah, no, it's working out just fine.
Awesome. Glad to hear. Happy and safe in the bubble. Hopefully Boxy can join you guys there as well in time. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. It has been a pleasure also watching you guys play. You look very strong here in your opening series, and I'm sure we're going to talk to you a lot more.
All right. Thanks. Bye-bye, guys. Take care.
See you, Aiden.
See ya.
Thank you, Insania. I mean, this was Liquid on fire. We talk a lot over the entire year. It was like, okay, you know what? We know they can do it, but they're not that consistent. If this is what they're going to show every time, they're going to make it to that top.
Yeah, and I think, this is... You couldn't have hoped for, if you're Liquid, a better way to start the season, in the sense that you've just had 2 games where you haven't really had to reveal that much. You've basically shown Lone Druid, we'll do it twice, this is what we do around it, and we'll destroy you. If they sort of come in with these 2 Lone Druid drafts and lost with it, they're going to feel pretty weak coming forward to the future series. Other teams are going to be like, well, we don't really need to worry about that. But now, every other team is going to be having the Lone Druid on their mind and these drafts.
And that's actually, I think, more important than ever when you consider the length of the season, how the meta is going to develop. Liquid, they used one strat, and it's something that we knew that Mickey has legitimately been playing Puck for half a decade, if not more, if you can count time in other games. The Lone Druid of Koi 5 memed, but it's what they now have no information to gain. They just go into their next match and
nothing
who knows
revealed.
what the hell they're going to do. Yeah.
Indeed, they got probably still plenty of things up their sleeve, but we're going to wait to find out when they play next. First, we're going to move to 2 different teams in the upper division of the European DPC League by DreamLeague Season 14 proper Inter. We're going to move to mudgolems versus TeamXctN after the break.
necessary winner is not necessary now. Came back home to find her, lost everything somehow. The streets are empty, the face you can remember is the feeling that you lack. You loaned her all your best songs, she never gave them back. Why do you care? And the person that you're looking for has changed and gone for good. Just like then, just like now, you never understood. Maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow. Just like then, just like now, you never understood. Maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow. Fresh blood, fresh blood, seeping through me. Bad bones, bad bones, got me down slow.
The upper division continues. We have mudgolems taking on TeamXctN here in a best of 3. Of course, this is all the group stages for the DPC League for Europe. You are watching DreamLeague Season 14, powered by Intel, and we are ready to get this show on the road, or to continue this show, if you will. Obviously, we've been here for a while now today, and our first upper bracket division match, Cap and Kyle, was a little bit one-sided. And to be fair, when I saw the matchups for today, the series that I was expected to be one-sided was this one, Cap.
Yes. Just because it's TeamXctN, right?
Yeah.
You're expecting that same team that dominated this last season. They only really petered out towards the very end of an extremely long patch, and probably a time where, honestly, do you think they cared as much in September as they did in February? When you're just doing this online slog. So not only did they probably care less and were probably like not practicing as much, keeping up to date and stuff, but also there was like 9 months of the enemy teams studying them.
Yep.
They could literally like, they're gonna catch up eventually, right?
That was wild because I was pitching. I was like the only Dota guy on that Esports award panel, and you know, however you feel about awards, I had to rep my set. I had to like make sure I had Dota's back, and I realized studying to like pitch them how crazy their dominance was, because they won 7 straight tournaments.
Yeah.
Nisha, 21 games, right? All 7 3-0s. He played 18 heroes over 21 games. And they won all of them. Like, that is absurd. And it's partly why this team was so dominant for so long. They started losing when they went on break.
Yeah.
Literally. They just stopped playing Dota. Everybody left to go home.
Yeah.
Now it's showtime again. They need
It
these
is
points.
showtime. Now let's focus first on Mudgolems, who, by the way, were one of the teams to take Team Secret down after their reign. They were able to knock them to the lower bracket of ESL in Germany. As you might remember, that was the first tournament where Team Secret didn't really feel like themselves, but I also remember us saying plenty of times that Mudgolems beat Team Secret not because Team Secret played bad, but because Mudgolems played well. Let's before we talk more about Mudgolems, let's hear from them themselves.
For this DreamHack DPC season, we actually have two new players in our roster. One of them is Biver, who is going to play position 4, and one is 9 on the mid lane. I've played with them both before. In Team Spirit with both of them, and with Biver in Infamous in SA. We didn't have much time to prepare because Valve actually announced the dates for the qualifiers way too late. So we were planning to bootcamp for the qualifiers and for the start of the season as well. But we didn't have time to set anything up, so we kind of had to freestyle the qualifiers, which we made it through, thankfully. And now we are preparing for the actual start of the season. So our first game in this DPC season is going to be against Team Secret. It's very hard to predict how the game is going to go or who's going to be the favorite because of the new patch. You know, I know a couple of Team Secret players have been on the Christmas break, so they haven't played much. So it's going to be real hard to say. I mean, obviously they're favorite because they're a stabler team. They have better results, and we are sort of new. But I wouldn't be surprised if we would win against them.
I like it. He has some, you know, he knows that they're the Team Secret, but he also knows their weakness and that they have a good shot, and I think so too. Of course, they are up against Team Secret, and we had the chance to talk to Zai before the series. Let's hear what he has to say.
After we heard that DPC was announced after last year, we kind of refocused our attention, and we played a lot throughout last year, but it was under strange circumstances. But when we found out that TI is happening and the DPC is coming back, I think we've all kind of just regathered and put our focus on the main target, which is doing well in these leagues and ultimately qualifying and playing in TI. I think we're coming into this tournament with a pretty solid set of training matches behind us, so I think we'll adjust pretty fast. Last year we had a lot of interesting matches against Mudgolems. I think they were at one point a very strong contender before they started dropping off form a bit and ultimately ended up changing their roster. But the core of the team is still there, and they always manage to bring some weird stuff to the table. They're a very off-meta team at times with some unique traits in some of their players. So they're always a bit of a question mark when it comes to matches against them. So yeah, looking forward to see what they have in store, but hopefully we start off our league season with a win.
Looks like both players that we just got to hear from, Cap, consider the opponents a little bit of a question mark.
Yeah, I mean, especially with if you're Secret, you're looking at Mudgolems. They have two new players, both in 9 and Viver, and you're probably not entirely sure what they're going to be bringing to the table. Having a new 2 and a new 4 position can change a team pretty dramatically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was having trouble listening to what Zai's words were. God, Ben's just so goddamn beautiful. He's got a background. He's like 20-something. His whole apartment looks more put together than mine.
He looks
I'm supposed to be a grown-up.
You have a rented apartment that is furnitured for you.
Yes.
Kyle, who frequently introduced himself on panel last year as homeless.
Yes.
Because
yes. Because why not? I also know that Zai has taken up running. He said that during one of the events, that's one of the things that his,
Wait, it wasn't enough that he could squat like 500 billion pounds, but now he needs to be like have a great cardio too.
Yes.
Yeah. Can he just save something for the rest of the guys in the world?
I just feel like he went on the full health buff train. It's like and it's paying off. You know, we're gonna find out it's gonna pay off in the game because we are moments away from the draft after the break.
the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
The mudgolems take on TeamXctN in their opening series here at the European DPC League Upper Division. You're watching DreamLeague even, Season 14, powered by Intel. And we are ready for the draft. We're a couple of picks in here. We're ready, guys. We're here with Cap and Kyle. And
thank you. Finally.
We got the Nyx Assassin back on the menu with a Chen.
More important, the Chen.
And a Rubik.
It's, I swear, for years, Chiefs, for years, I say the same things.
Okay. Yes.
Here it comes.
The same heroes have always been good. Chen, Wisp, Furion, Enigma.
We should make a Kyle soundboard because apparently we don't need him. He says the same stuff over and over again anyway.
Why does no one? It's like it boggles my mind
you could
that it takes
you
Team
could really
Secret
create a soundboard where it's like you just insert like a team name or a player, and you know, just like Matamba Man is like Darth Vader, you know, and just like you throw in like cultural references. You could just make your own Kyle quotes.
You could actually.
All I'm saying is it takes Team Secret it's Puppy, Kuro, or No Tail. One of them will pick up Chen, first two, and everyone will go like, wait, Chen's good? Like, no way! And yeah, I already like the draft. I think Chen Nyx just complements itself. We saw the issues with Nyx in the games that it lost where it felt like you were forced to get kills, and there was no method of recovery if you fell behind. Like in that game, we saw the Invoker and the Nyx Assassin in our Division 1 match, or Division 2 match earlier today. But when you have a hero like Chen, you can apply map pressure. You have some global mobility. You have team fight, auras. Nyx has a lot less pressure to perform and deal damage because Chen is able to acquire those objectives and it creates space around the map for you naturally.
I want to talk about this Rubik because I think Biver's like signature hero, right? What?
Nothing. Sure.
You want to say, because the thing is, you made your point. That is great. Good point. He doesn't need to acknowledge it.
You could say like, "Good job,
Kyle." That was real analysis.
Give me something here.
Can we get a sound production? Wow. Can we get a yay for Kyle?
Thank you. Everyone. I worked hard. That was on my
round of
notes.
applause, chat. Clap for Kyle.
Okay, that's
Everyone
too much.
clap
Now.
for
That's
Kyle.
too much. That's enough.
Chen good.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kev. What's about Rubik?
I want to talk about this Rubik just because they have Biver, right? Signature hero for him. And I think in turn, I'd love to talk about Biver just because I think he is probably, like, he has had a very interesting journey as kind of like a tier 2 player who's never, like, maybe he's been on some teams that maybe you could consider tier 1, but he's never like quite made it into that deep pool, right? And I think both him and Nine represent players who maybe just haven't gotten that like ticket free into like a tier 1 team, but really want to be there. Because if you just look at the way that they've been willing to hustle and just go wherever they need be, Biver has played in the European region, the CIS region, the South American region, with Infamous for that short period of time.
True.
With that whole thing, and then played in North America. He took a break because of Corona and he couldn't play on Quincy Crew anymore. But like, you know, this guy clearly wants it, and now he's got an opportunity to be in the upper division with Mudgolems with some players that are obviously well respected. I think Fada was presented himself as a pretty good captain on Alliance for that very short period of time that he was on there, and 33 is obviously like maybe the star player on that team that you look to is like he's had the best performances for his career.
Yep, I've always liked Biver. I always called him Biver, but I suppose it's Biver.
Yeah, they said
he's the
Biver
definition of a
right?
hustle player. You know, he is your Delavadova. He's a baby-faced assassin. This man has not quit. He has gone through team after team after team. He's swapped roles. He doesn't matter. He'll do whatever it takes to find a W. And he's here now. You know, he's on the big stage. He is the Division 1. And I gotta say, like, I'm happy to see him here. He's another Han star, you know, somebody he was not even Insania and Mickey's generation, but actually the one after that. So it took him a little extra time. And whoa, what, Team Secret? Furion? They picked Nature's Prophet. Sheaves, it's unbelievable. Who could have seen this coming? Chen and Nature's Prophet. 2 heroes totally ignored until today.
This is literally
God, I hope Mudgolems wins.
It is literally the day 2, and there was only 1 series yesterday.
Please, whatever holy powers are out there, please. Mudgolems.
Look, I'm just saying, I watched a lot of Division 2. I watched a lot of qualifiers. None of these teams are picking the easy creep heroes, but the Pangolier.
None of them.
None.
I've seen some Chen. I've seen some Nature's Prophet.
You must have seen
Not enough.
wrong.
Okay.
Name one
not
game,
enough.
Cap. One. Give me one match ID.
Yes, the number.
Match IDs.
Right now. No, but is it, Cap, do you agree? Like, right now, just ignore the Pango for 1 second. Is like the first 3 opening. Are you thinking that Team Secret is that much stronger as Kyle makes it out to be?
I would say definitely not if it wasn't for the Riki. I thought that second pick was kind of interesting, and I still don't know, especially with the way we just watched Liquid dismantle a Riki lineup, I still don't feel like super confident, especially since we already had the Chen where we're going to see a lot of pressure on towers, so the potential of being able to take early map control and target that timing where the Riki just doesn't have his Battle Fury Ags yet. It was a very real possibility. Then we picked up the Nature's Prophet. Okay, that makes it even more real. Monkey King is another hero who actually is really good at facilitating tower pushes, whether it's because of his Aghanim Scepter later on, or even just the fact that the way he moves around the map allows people to be able to group up for tower pushes easier, because he's either off map half the time or he's really deeply shoving up a side lane, forcing people to rotate for you, creating those kind of opportunities. That being said, Mudgolems still have really good team fight. I love the Grimstroke. The Grimstroke just naturally makes the Riki look a lot better as a hero. Like, Riki now actually has real impact when he jumps in
Chen and he just gets on top of some support, he has an assistance of a big nuke and stun that goes with that.
Yeah.
The only concern I've got is that you're very static in your damage output. You don't really scale too well. Riki, you know, Battle Fury Axe, the big timing, we all know this, but early game, it's all spell damage from this lineup. We know what Puppey's going to do with the Chen. He's going to farm a little more than you'd see on a typical Chen players. He'll have a mech. It'll be 10 minutes into the game. He'll have Hand of God. And that means either Pango ult or the initial Riki jump with the Grimstroke shield is negated completely. And if your team gets your spells off, like, how do you fight into a Monkey King ult with a Furion ult bouncing around? You said yourself earlier today, Cap, damage was buffed. Global mobility, you're going to need to commit at least 2, likely 3 heroes to even threaten a kill as a side of Mudgolems. Secret could be across the map taking the tower by then.
I've also played against, I think maybe I've even played this matchup specifically or something close to it, which is having to deal with Chen in lane as a support that is really good at laning and wants to be able to pressure the enemy carry. I think Rubik is so good at that with Fate Bolt, where he's able to he secures the range creep, he gets a little bit of damage thanks to the bounce onto the carry, he just right-clicks them over and over again. The support battle is won because Fate Bolt negates the enemy support's damage, so you just win the man fight. Except for Chen, because Chen, what we may see Puppey do here, and I think was very, very effective, is you just take the enemy range creep on the very first wave, and you use that range creep to bully, because you cannot fight back into it. It's so difficult to deal with that range creep, and then I think in turn this means they've just secured. They actually have a winning lane with Monkey King. I think they're going to be hard offlane.
And it's amazing to watch Team Secret. Why are they the best in the world? Because they adapt. We only had one match yesterday, Sheaves.
Yes.
Who won? That's right, Creep Wave. What does Puppey come in here to do today? To abuse the enemy Creep Wave from minute 0? Unbelievable.
You know,
I'm laughing not out of like humor, but like hopelessness.
I bludgeoned
30 more days of this.
35.
I mean, we were in the green room earlier, and we know obviously Fogged and Brian can't be with us. And Cal's like, you know, at least they got me, you know, the only analyst left, the big brains, the most important big brains.
The only analyst left.
And that's what he comes with. It's like, this is Zai.
Zai's really handsome.
Look, guys,
a team named Creepwave won.
I'm just saying, a lot of our jobs.
Chen good.
I don't want to be. We don't want to overcomplicate things. Okay. First off, the average MMR of European Redditors is about 2.7K. In NA, of course, it's 3.8. So
we're not catering to Redditors, though. We're catering to Twitch chat. They are way smarter than Redditors. Come on.
That is actually very true.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go with that. My point is, we don't want to just, I'm not trying to be bougie here. I'm trying to keep it simple for the fans.
Burjui?
I think you mean burjui.
OD.
These
a 4-position OD, I believe. Maybe not actually. It's probably mid. Sorry, it's mid.
All right, talk to me about
Kyle
OD.
got real ahead of himself on that one. Kyle's like, wait a minute, I played a Dota game recently. I've seen 4 OD. That is immediately what it is.
Was that the same Dota game where he found out that he should build Axe on Riki?
Guys,
and Battle Fury? Guys, why do I
the key, delayed gratification. It's important not just in life to provide happiness, but in Dota to provide dubs. You have global mobility with the NP and the Chen, the Monkey King leaping through the trees. You have such great setup now with the OD that you just astral someone, a TP in from an Ix, like that's going to be a kill. You got to be so careful as the opposing mid, because at any moment, if you get astral to an enemy high ground, there's 3 heroes there. Like, that's crazy, and it's also great setup for a Chen. It's my favorite hero to gank for as anything with an early Minotaur.
I do like the save from the Riki. And he, as a support, I am appreciative of the saves incoming from an OD if I'm getting jumped by a Riki.
What OD reminds me of now, whenever you see him as like this 4 or 3 position, it kind of reminds me of the Enchantress. Where you would see those metas where you do core Enchantress and go Impetus early, where you would just harass this enemy carry. These enemy carries that have high armor, TB, Riki, and they just need a bit of regen to be able to survive through lane, they're like, I can trade hits with anybody, no problem. And then this like pure damage nuke comes into play, and it's like, oof, it hurts so badly. And I think that's going to be a consistent problem for Riki throughout the entire game, because he also has a low mana pool.
But dude, core Furion against either of these supports in Ariki, he's just gonna dominate. The 3-3 brew has got to be your X factor. They put the last pick on it. It's excellent against the OD. Just chuck him up in the air. But my concern is that you can't take towers as this mudgolems lineup. You might win a team fight here and there, but it's going to be on Secret's terms at all times. They have better lane shove, better tower pressure, and if you fall behind, you just lose map control.
Well, yeah, I think you very much need this 33 and Biver lane to go really well against Monkey King.
I think you guys are also forgetting that the reason why Nine made a name for himself, the hero that Nine made a name for himself with, was Pangolier. Like, he's going to overperform on that hero. Rather, he should overperform on that hero. I think that is going to set, hopefully, mudgolems up for a little bit of success there.
He's going to have to do better than 9 out of 10 for them to win this game.
I might have to have it.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. That was fair. Well done, Kyle. I don't know how that matchup goes though. OD versus Pango now with the new OD.
New OD.
I'm not super certain this is going to be good for him.
They might dodge the lane, do it differently. I don't know how. What does lane well against OD?
It could also be just an MK middle, and they put the OD in the safe lane with the Chen. You got a lot of options.
Yeah, you definitely do have a lot of options in that regard. And that, like, what other things does Brewmaster do for this game? He can purge off Jingu, right? But you don't actually get the Monkey King out of his Wukong's command, which is kind of annoying.
You can, he could, I mean, the Ags, as we know, we've seen it a couple of games. It's really powerful.
That Agate
limits the downtime.
What does it do again, Kyle?
2 ultimates, 2 charges.
You get charges, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It doesn't reduce the cooldown at all.
No.
But you can get charges.
That's true.
Yeah.
Great. All right, guys. I know that we could theory craft this game all day long if we wanted to, but we don't want to because we just want to see it played out. And we are going to see it played out, and we're going to hear the commentary of OD Pixel and Fogged while we watch it being played out.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, Secret versus mudgolems is kicking off right now. I'm OD Pixel here, joined by the fabulous Fogged. Fogged, looking forward to this one. What sort of stands out to you from the draft? Is this a game where you're looking at sort of the ideas, the heroes that Puppy's come up with, and you're pretty scared for mudgolems, or do you think mudgolems got a solid response?
Well, Fada just took a tower hit. 1 second. Okay. All right, he's fine. He'll be fine. He's going to get the D ward right away, so that's pretty exciting, but it gets taken out. Puppy with that right away. It looks like a pretty standard Secret draft, if I'm honest. Like, this looks like a lot of what they've been doing. And Fada, level 1 Arcane Orb up on Nisha. The damage coming out. It is no joke. That I've seen that a couple times now, too. Level 1 Arcane Orb is one of the higher nukes now, it does feel like. And they'll push him away. They get the ward tonight, too. And yeah, Secret's draft is very... I think both teams got kind of the heroes that they wanted to go with, right? Because they even go for this 33 Brewmaster. We know that 9 likes to play as Pango, and we know that Skeeter does like to play as Ricky. So I feel like both teams kind of got what they wanted to, but Secret, they've got this X Factor, this Chen. This hero can always just change the way that you want to be looking at the game. And we'll see if mudgolems can handle the pressure of what Puppy does usually bring with this.
Let's have a look. Do have a brief pause here, but yeah, over. I mean, on the side of mudgolems, we saw the Ricky obviously in the earlier series today. I mean, this hero in general, do you think this hero is going to have a better chance in a game like this compared to when we saw Viking GT try it out in the last series?
No, not really, honestly. I feel like this hero wants to take time, and I see Chen and Furion and Chen and Nature's Prophet, and that's heroes that just won't give you time. It's also a pretty low intelligence hero, so your mana pool is always going to be low. OD he's going to be able to plop you every single time with those sanities. I expect Nisha to probably do that pretty often. Like Ricky he's pretty much Troll Warlord with his mana pool in a lot of games.
See already up top, Puppy. Just again, looking onto the duo lane here from mudgolems. So 33 is able to get the grab with the creep wave. Will manage to take it round to a safer spot. As yeah, both teams are just looking at the blocking of these camps to make sure that they don't give up lane control here on these first few waves.
I'm keeping my eye mostly on the mid lane because I haven't seen this matchup since the changes for some of these heroes. I want to see what Nisha's able to do because he's just going for the Arcane Orb build. I feel like that's going to make it pretty hard for 9 in a few moments here. Another level or 2 on Nisha, and he's going to be able to push 9 out a lot.
He's going to have to bring a fair bit of regen in. I mean, he's still got what sort of 3 tangos to play with, 400 gold towards the bottle, but already
look how much damage you hit those do.
This is a lot being done here by Nisha in this lane. 9's still able to do a good job of getting in on the wave, though. even on the CS, 6 for 3 against the 6 for 3. But yeah, as you say, this is not going to get easier for the Pango unless we do start to see some sort of movements coming. I mean, is there any sort of way they can do something about the mid lane and alleviate that pressure that's going to come out from the OD once he gets the levels on Nisha?
Probably just the 4-minute mark. If there's a rune exchange going on, maybe we'll see Biver go for the setup there, or if anything else, just a TP on the tower from something like Fada. But besides that, I don't think so. I think they're just gonna have to accept the fact that 9 is gonna be on his own, and he'll have to just recover afterwards. It's gonna be a little bit of a rough lane, but he's, like we said, he's getting himself a little bit of something.
Yeah, he's sort of getting a little low on the HP, but now he's able to get that regen out, and yeah, Bottle on his way over in the courier. So. He'll be fine to play around here.
Top lane is definitely going to be the one where there's the most sacrifice. I feel like 33 is going to just continuously have a tough time up here. He's either putting a 1v1 versus the Monkey King, or he has to just run at Puppey, who just kind of manipulates the waves around. And Puppey, as you see, level 1, he's taking almost 0 experience from Matumba, man. So this Monkey King is going to have those high levels to be able to zone anybody that he's up, either of these two that he's up against.
Yeah, he's doing the best he can really against this, right? He's 33, he's just trying to grab the creep waves that he can.
Yeah.
So he's at least getting some XP and farm out of this. But as you say, just not able to of course, put any pressure onto that top lane, onto the Monkey King early on.
And I feel like 33 in this game is pretty important. Like, they have this Pango, they have this 9 Pango mid who's going to be that big team fighter for their team, but they need this Brewmaster to have an okay time. Otherwise, he can get brought down so easily, or his Brew, his Brew split just gets killed in the midst of everything here. There is a lot of physical damage that's going to be coming out from that secret side with the Monkey King.
Well, 10 seconds to the rune spawn, and already we see the move coming in from Secret. Yep. As Yapsor, he's going to be in position to mark the bottom rune, and yeah, they're not going to quite be able to get here in time, it looks like, Mudgolems. Even if they did, Yapsor, he's able to get that rune, and yeah, no refill for Biver, so he's just down to a Fairy Fire now.
Yeah, that's going to make 9's life even more difficult, so he's going to he's going to go back all the way to base to get the mana up, and Nisha going to have a full level advantage out of that. So all 3 cores having a really solid time right now on the side of Secret.
See Matt to jump in onto 33, off the mark, turns over towards Biver, maybe with some good micro, and keep Biver controlled. Puppey trying to do his best with the creeps, and it looks to be good enough. Again, just continuing to block up the attempted escape from Biver. And that will set up the first blood for Matumba. Back over towards mid. 9. He has managed to ship himself out of south, so again, just having to go through so much regen to withstand staying in this area against Nisha. You see it now, 27-11 against the 18 for 3. And it really is getting hard. Nisha, just a few hundred gold away from having this Meteor Hammer rush complete.
And we see he's going for this Max Astro build, so he'll be able to set up his own Meteor Hammer plays for himself too, if he does look to do that. Yeah, great start here for Secret. Already a 2k advantage just from these straight-up lane setups, from how much they're just able to farm. Zai not under pressure when he has the backup of Yapsor always near him. And yeah, mid lane, as we've said multiple times, same thing with top. They've just got a nice, firm grasp of this laning start.
All right, yeah, 2k advantage across the board. And yeah, but once the Meteor Hammer's out, you've got to be so careful. I mean, any of these sort of swashbuckles into an Astral and a Hammer, Nisha might just have to kill if 9's not too careful.
It's so value really for Nisha too, because on top of the stats that it gives you, which is always one of the big reasons, and his Astral combo, now he can threaten the tower. They have another tower pusher, so this mid, it's going to start getting threatened by an OD. They're already starting to ping it. Rubik, we see he pings and he's like, oh god, there's a Meteor Hammer. Our catapult wave is dead. We're going to have to start doing something about this OD.
There we go, 9. That's the swash up, so we'll manage to make it out. Should be able to hit 6 off this wave. Nisha just continuing to play very, very aggressively. TP will now come in over towards the mid lane. And they're going to try and make a go on it. They've got both supports moving in. So if they can punish Nisha here with Rolling Thunder, they'll have the control to do so. Nisha goes down. A very, very needed move there from Mudgolems to bring the supports in to try and slow Nisha's game down, and they'll be able to do it.
And they'll pause it in his face. No, nice move by Biver. I like the patience from him. He stayed there for a good 20 seconds just waiting for the opportunity, waiting for that Astral to go out. 9 kind of baits it with that jump in forward, and they get a good setup. Much needed for 9 to get himself back into the game.
Oh, for sure. Very, very nice kill to get there for Mudgolems. I'll see it once more again. The bait. I mean, Nisha, you know, he feels strong, right? He's got this early item finish, and you know, it doesn't. He's not quite prepared for probably both supports to come in. You know, sure he sort of sees one of them heading over, but the instant TP over into the trees, and with 6 being hit, the combo is there, and that dream spot to ever find a hero in that mid lane around these stairs as the Pango. Just no escape from that ultimate.
Yeah, no way to counter gank it or anything either, so they just keep pressuring their lanes. He's got about, he's going to be respawning in 18 seconds. Yeah, great move. Great move. Still 33, really suffering. You know, he's only level 4 on this Brewmaster up top, while we look at the, you know, Zai, 5.5. He's having a much better time on this offlane. And they're going to be able to abuse that. As we said, Secret, they're going to look to set the tempo. And the one good thing I do see for mudgolems, at least besides having, you know, Pango, who's going to be able to at least help defend those towers when he's set up on them with his Rolling Thunder, is they do have pretty decent D-push, right? Between the Grimstroke and the Rubik, they should be able to slow down a little bit of those pushes once they start coming out. But you have to expect Secret. They're going to look to start making some surrounding plays pretty early on, once they hit the NP6 in particular.
Yeah, and I like the build-up here from Matuma Man on the Monkey King this game. I mean, of course, we're very used to sort of seeing the Ags being rushed, but going for that Maelstrom first, and I wouldn't really be too surprised if he still just go for the Aghanims after. But this sort of build-up, I mean, I've seen this in games, and it's incredibly disruptive. You know, it's no longer sort of you rush the Ags and then you turn up, and sure, you can farm quickly. Just having that Maelstrom first in the build-up, just get so much more done, and it just speeds up the pace of your next time, if it is going to be that Ags. And if he gets away with a good timing on it, which so far he hasn't been interrupted at all in this laning phase, it's going to be very hard for mudgolems to deal with the damage that would just come out from this Monkey King.
Yeah, I always like seeing the variation from certain player to player. I've seen a lot of, especially when like OG was playing it in, like, I mean, this is quite a long time ago again, but when they were the ones popularizing it like 4 or 5 months ago when we were at the Omega League and all that, they were the only ones doing Aghanims. Everyone else was doing some other kind of build. So people all still have their various ways of looking at it.
She's 33, level 5 right now, and his build up, he earned straight into the Ags himself.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Skeeter
attack.
looking to pressure Zai here. Zai will be okay. You can see that Secret's trying to make a move, especially top. That's why they're trying to set up a little bit onto 33s. They have the Wrath of Nature, so Zai is waiting to get in a good position to go for that, if they can look to punish anyone. That's why he's hiding so far back. Looks like it's going to chill out and farm a little bit here, both teams.
Yeah, I mean, Skeeter, yeah, he'll be happy with that.
Yeah.
You know, this is what this hero wants to do. As we saw sort of in the last series, it's when the hero's sort of faced with a game that's going to end in sort of pre-30 minutes, that's when it hurts the most. You just don't have the opportunity to get these first 2 items up. That's all important.
Oh. That's a nice pickup for Nisha. He got himself the fairy trinket on the OD.
All right. Going straight for the blink next, making sure that he has that initiation and also, of course, that ability to save himself with the self-astral and the blink escape.
Yeah, they're just chilling. They're not actually looking to force it too hard. No opportunity really. They're not really trying to like force the issue, but if something gets handed to them, they will use. You see Zai still, he's hanging really far back. He's still just waiting to see if someone does get out of position for him to get that Wrath and for him to join in. But so far, mudgolems keeping those lanes in a really good spot for them to catch up in this farm. We see the Riki catching up in last hits, same thing for 9. Net worth difference is still there, but they're getting themselves a little bit closer.
So Nisha attempt for the combo here. Not quite with the timing to catch 9. Pushing the wave back into him.
Yeah, he's just clearing the wave so that they can't set up on him again inside that river spot. Then he just goes back to farming jungle. So a lot of just sitting back and farming here for Secret.
I mean, which is, you know, I'm happy to see this. This is going to scale up to something pretty exciting. You know, is this Riki just going to have that power once he gets these items, or is Matu always going to be a step ahead as the Monkey King? It'll be interesting to see which carry is going to have the easier time in a game where both are given the space to get the farm early on.
Yep. We're seeing the smoke coming out from mudgolems looking to punish. They have the haste on 9, so this could look to be pretty good if they can actually find anyone out of position, but Secret all the way retreated to their
deep.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Miles
Very
away.
defensive positioning. Looks like they're kind of just chilling out, wanting these levels. Like Yapsor probably wanting his 6. They probably want Puppy to just be able to sit back and get his Mac. This is, I mean, Secret does do that from time to time when they do have the Chen. Just finishing up these first set of items before they look to make a big move. Just get themselves a decent start.
I think understandably for mudgolems, they're going to want to make their moves very carefully. And that's starting to put a bit of pressure onto the tier 1 tower top at least.
Yeah, 33's gotten a lot of space after all this. He's got now the Ogre Club finished up too on top of the urn. Quite a bit more survivable for him. Also a nice little arcane ring, so he has his mana pool for his toolkit. Yapsor is 6 now, so he can actually set up. That's the one thing they were really lacking, is just an easy way to get into there, and he's got this Vendetta now at the ready if he'd like to.
Miss my reflection.
Yeah, do Secret want to try and fight around here?
Okay, maybe. T33.
Let's see if they can burst him down before he gets the chance for the ult. They're getting him low, but oh, and there comes the hammer. The Standard Easy's dropped, and 33 no chance to get off the primal split. And with that, Astro and Nisha will pick up a second. So Secret, they will turn up to hold, and the strongholds as well. Just throwing everything, making sure they burst down the brew before 33 is able to play.
Yeah, in a very patient manner the way they set up for that one too. It looked like maybe they weren't going to, and then just boom, at quick succession they all collapsed. As 9, he set up for Matumba. They kind of left him alone now.
The cloud's down, Rolling Thunder to follow up. 9's got a good angle here as well to control the Monkey King. And with that, they'll get the kill. Secret, as clean as the defense was of the tier 1, they weren't prepared for sort of as clean as a defense from mudgolems on their own tower, leaving Matumba Man behind. They weren't prepared for that punchback from mudgolems at all.
No, they full out ditched him. Tower will drop, and I mean they still will have 33's brew split. I think Puppy does have his mech finished up, so that's one of his big things that they like to play around. He's getting close to 6 too, so they're gonna have good ways to counteract some of the damage that is coming in. Nisha getting set up on here.
Yeah,
he gets Astral.
He's heading over. So if they want to go for this, it's up into the high ground. They're going to try with the telekinesis into the primal split. Nisha being focused, mech will be popped, but 33's got good control here with the Earth. Brewling. Another Astral to buy some time for Nisha. Let's see if he can't get his way out of this. He's low, and they'll find him. Mudgolems, some big kills there back to back. Matumba Man on the top lane, and now into Nisha in the mid lane, and also just getting Skeeter involved. Bottom lane, Yapsor, he's been able to find in the trees Fada. The kill will be had, and Secret will manage to take that tier 1 tower. Do have some members of mudgolems heading down it.
I was getting some lag too. I think it's not just them.
Let's see if they're able to get everything going nicely. But some big kills. And you look at this Ricky, right? You know, Skeeter's sort of shot up to the top. You know, when he's sort of playing this game as the Ricky and going for the Battle Fury Agonyms, if you're able to get something done once you have the 2 swords alone in your inventory, you're going to be feeling very happy, and especially getting involved in a kill like that on Tanisha's OD.
I mean, if you're utilizing your mid and your off lanes ultimate like that to get their opposing core heroes killed, it's going to be so beneficial, right? Both that Pango ulti as well as that Brewmaster ulti on their first usages have gotten themselves a kill.
See mid.
Setting up for this mid
They're
tower.
going to try. Astral's out here. Nisha looking for the follow-up timing, but the Rolling Thunder comes in from 9. He's able to disrupt it all. Comes crashing through with the stun. Yapsor will fall. Groundless down onto 9. He swashbuckle off to the side. Matu's trying to chase, but 9, he's going to be able to get out there or not. Astral catches him once more, as they will finish off 9. This time Secret able to find the trade. They do, of course, lose Yapsor, but finding 9 in return for it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nisha. These meter hammers might be getting him into some awkward positioning.
They're just going to be able to step straight up. Nisha. The Self-Astron still has a lot of secret around him. Wukon's command is going to be dropped down by Matumba Man. Straight over towards Biver he goes. Biver trying to get out of the ultimate. Turns again with the stun. Astro is going to be able to hold back the Monkey King. And Biver's going to be able to walk away.
Wow.
we're seeing
Gets out of
Biver
there.
making a lot of really cute plays, actually, just with this obviously very easily stolen spell, taking the Astral from Nisha and getting a huge amount done with it in terms of sort of saves and setups.
Yeah, it's always been looked at as a hero that's very good versus the OD. And now just, I mean, with this new wave of Arcane Supremacy too, like the cast range is actually so nice. Because that's sometimes a spell where the cast range can be a little iffy, but having this little bonus
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
makes it a lot easier for his positioning. Yaps are just constantly on the threat, immediately in Vendettas as soon as he respawns looking for any action. Gets the Carapace, but he's disarmed. Can't Vendetta hit him.
He's going to have nothing else to offer to burst through 9. 9. Build this game, Maelstrom, into the rules. Nothing too surprising. 33, halfway in on the Aghanims. Continue to make good progress, and still, Skeeter he's at the top. Battle Fury's done. Not actually going to go straight for the Battle Fury into the Ags by looks of it. Wants to pick up at least the Yasha. Maybe we'll see the full Manta come out from him in this game. A little worried, I guess, of sort of potential. What silence was Zai building the Orchid?
The Zai Orchid.
Yeah,
I think that's the biggest one that he's afraid of. It also gives him some nice stats if he does want to go for it. He switches it immediately to
okay. I mean, I guess, if he feels that he can play in a way that he's not going to be caught, he doesn't need to remove any sort of debuff as such. And obviously, the sooner you are able to get that Ags online with the Battle Fury, the better the hero's going to play.
This Orchid is very impactful, though, for Zai. He hasn't gotten a chance to use it really just yet, but versus all three, versus everybody, of course, on the enemy side, but versus the 3 cores, it's incredibly effective. The Pango and the Brew in particular. He can really change the tides of a fight with a good silence. Mudgolems, they're keeping themselves farming, but they're falling further and further behind on the gold. The map is starting to dwindle a little bit too.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, Skeeter, he's sort of the only one keeping on track. Both 9 and 33.
Oh,
not quite keeping up. He's in a nice little hidey hole in the trees here.
Really is. Look at him.
I won't be aware of this at all.
They're
going to look to poke at Fada. Fada trying to go for the D-ward. Silence comes in to put a stop to the follow-up stun. Nature's Wrath comes crashing through. Isn't enough to kill Fada off, and now the Rolling Thunder's out. 9 charging across towards Yapsor. He's able to find the stun, but now the Silence from Zai comes in. Wukong's commands down into the Boundless Strike. They've caught the Brew, but have they got the damage? 33. He's astraled up for now. Sanities comes crashing down. It's enough burst to get the kill. 33 will fall, and now the chase continues for more. As Matu into the trees, looks over towards Fada. Astral will finish him off from Nisha. 2 quick kills, and Zai coming in clutch with that Orchid. That little silence just stopping 33 from finding the opportunity to get the ult off. And into the trees, Skeeter, he's found Matu. Matu was jumping across the tree line pretty deep. Skeeter spots him out, still fighting into an advantage of numbers on the side of Secret, though, so can't really chase to finish the kill. Low HP on Matu will mean that Secret do have to back up, though.
That was a little close there for Matu, but we see Secret all in position, ready for this fight. And even though it looks like maybe the Nyx is going to go down there, this is that thing, Kyle mentioned it on the panel in particular too, is just the way that they play around this Chen. It's the mech, the Hand of God comes out, your ultimates just get completely negated in a heartbeat. And Puppey even denying the ward that he had placed there, just expecting it to get dewarded. Just keeping themselves real clean in this game, not looking to make too many mistakes. And they're rushing the BKBs. So that's one of the ways to counter the Brewmaster split. Counter the Pango ulti too. Get those 2 BKBs online for the OD and the Monkey King. You're going to be able to stand still inside the fights a lot easier. That's exactly what they're rushing for.
Yeah, that smoke screen as well. Always there.
Yeah, the smoke screen as well. Good call.
A big nightmare for these heroes to stand their ground and fight around. It's top lane.
9 set up top. Depth
the opening. Zai's in. Silence is there.
Oh, the Astral though?
The defensive Astral, and that'll buy time for 9 to pop the swashbuckle. It's not going to save him though. Zai with that final little right click, pushing 9 over the edge. Secret continue to find kills. Nisha trying to go for some bit of a sneaky split push here with the Meteor Hammer and the Blink. I mean, it'll work. You can do this from the tree line and easily get away before anyone on Mudgolems is able to close the gap. I mean, their best bet of ever sort of catching him doing that sort of play is through the Pango. And Nisha knows with 9 out of the game, he can get away with this as much as he wants.
I mean, like we said, continuing to just grow their lead, the experience too, and their big timing is really just these 2 BKBs for Secret, and it's already looking pretty strong for them. They're continuing to apply this pressure on the map, and I mean, I'm seeing Mudgolems hand-holding a lot. They're feeling, I'm seeing them feeling the pressure right now from Secret. They've got their ults at the ready again. They're going to look to try to make something happen, and it feels like they have to. It feels like they're starting to be a little bit too reluctant on just taking these fights. And just getting out-farmed.
So if they could get any sort of catch top, I mean, yeah, Yapso's in prime smoke position, yeah, to put a stop to this move if mudgolems come in through the top half of this jungle. And they really want to try and find something, but Secret just a little too aware of what could be happening. They themselves, all 5 of them in their own jungle, ready for any of these sort of moves to come in.
No heroes showing on the map. I keep seeing Zai sending his treants out to kind of scout stuff out too. So yeah, they have all the information in the world. They knew that they're clumped. Now they're gathering around their bounty. Nisha actually jumping in aggressively.
He does. Viper's able to turn with the telekinesis. Giga's in on the front line with the smoke screen. Cloud's down. Secret, they don't want to try running into the high ground. They'll back off.
Puppy lost some of his army there. They dropped real low there. Didn't want to have to blow his hand to God. That was a little crazy there by Nisha, especially when he doesn't have the BKB finished just yet.
Who needs a cloud?
He's very close though. A few hundred in the recipe will be done by it. See if we can get a grab onto Matu, but it's tricky. It's
close.
Has Haste Runa now with the BKB on Matu. It's going to be rather hard to take down. Physical damage, sure they have the Riki, but it's not going to be to sort of the point where Matu's not going to get away with standing his ground, getting the Wukongs out, building up the Jingu. So this BKB Monkey King, and as we saw, yeah, pretty much BKB OD is going to be very hard for mudgolems in the fights if they do find themselves in a full 5-on-5.
And they have this triple scaling on the side of Secret, and with these BKBs, they're going to have this really strong mid game. I'm seeing this Pango, this Brewmaster. You want to be able to get the frequency of these ults coming out faster. You get these more successful fights. They're not able to find these opportunities. They're falling behind.
Nisha.
And it's just going to get harder and harder versus that magic community.
Survivor. Just playing with him a little bit. Using the Astrals against him. Smoke coming in from both 9 and Fata as they head down to join them on this bottom lane. Secret again completely prepared, entirely behind Nisha's OD here in this position.
Dire are scanning.
And they're going to get this D ward too. They're aware that ward is placed up there from the disable put on Nisha. Zai going to go push out the top lane while the rest of his team is set up on bottom. And yeah, they smoked 9 down to try to get this wraparound, but he's feeling reluctant to try to...
It's hard to go in on this.
That start. Yeah. It's weird because like they don't have like that same kind of initiation with a stun. It's very telling when they're going to start a fight on the side of mudgolems, right? The Pango's going to start rolling up. Brewmaster's going to run in and split. It's a lot of different ways for Secret to react and just get the know that this initiation is going to happen. And they're just acquiring more and more farm. Puppy now, I believe, has a full Holy Locket too, so more heals going to be pumped out from him. He also has more levels in the Divine Favor. It's going to be counteracting a lot of the damage. On top of those BKBs with these heals, it really does feel like mudgolems is going to have a super hard time in these next few moments in the fight.
I assume what mudgolems play is going to be the Ag's done on Riki. Skeeter going for the BKB next. Again, I mean, just as every moment passes, Secret as a whole is getting that bit more out of the map. 9 and 33, falling further and further behind. So it's going to start to have a bit of a poke, and woo! Goodbye.
Quite a poke.
Yep. No chance here. For these poor supports, they get caught out of position. Secret blow them up in a second. And now Matu. Just trying to pounce and see if we can find Skeeter. They're in the trees. The dust is out. Rolling Thunder does come out for 9, but the BKB is there from both Matu and Nisha. Sanity's down. The Stylus onto the Riki. Skeeter can't jump out. They do manage to get the primal split off, but Secret with these BKBs, they're just too strong. Mudgolems, they have to run, but it's 3 of them dead. Astral set up on towards another 9. He'll swashbuckle out to the side, but these orbs hurt too much for Nisha. As it's starting to look a little spooky for mudgolems. It just seems like they can't really get anything done now.
No, and the thing is too is that the map just so quickly starts to crumble on you. How in the last few moments, as we said, like Zai, he's always just pushing out these side lanes. They've only lost the 1 tower, and it's always them just forcing these waves in and making the quicker plays, reading the moves for mudgolems. this is looking pretty impossible already now. They've got everything that they need to fully counter the Mudgolems draft now. With the way that they've moved around and read the map, that's just looking super clean from Secret.
Yeah, there's sort of just been that whole window this game where the Pango and the Brew, you know, 9 and 33, it's just been so hard for them to do anything with that early mid game, right? These heroes that want to be punishing, ideally, the cause before they even start to build the BKBs. And Secret just never gave that window of opportunity for Mudgolems to be able to abuse.
Yeah, it's like the few that they did try to get the setup, right? Secret just met them with full force. They knew the moves were coming, so... Yeah, they needed to get, it really does feel like they needed to get much more frequency of ults usage, just better usages of, or just actual usages of the Brewmaster and Pango, just trying to find Secret somehow. But yeah, Secret's just kind of masterclass dodged them around. And this lead is just starting to get ridiculous. Almost 15,000 gold lead. All the BKBs have been done now on top of the Nature's Prophet. And even another item on top. They're going to need some type of extremely fortunate team fight where Mudgolems is able to start the fight from the high ground or something like that, where it's unexpected, because Secret just always knows.
And the full axe complete after the BKB on Matu, so his farm ain't slowing down anytime soon. You know, the amount he cleans up the camps with those extra Monkey Kings coming out. And of course in the team fight, the damage that will be done to anyone that sort of tries to jump upon him. I mean, we saw, XctN, he's attempting to get into the action, but until that BKB's out, Zai every time is pretty much just going to save that silence for him to make sure that once the Ricky's in, he's not getting away. He's going to be stuck on the front lines, and Secret are able to blow him up. Well, with some of the big spells that they do have, as you said at the start, the ult from Nisha, it's going to hurt, and we're seeing that.
Yeah. That's always gonna hurt, and then just if Wukong's goes off and it gets cast in the fight,
he's in the middle.
Brewmaster and Pango just can't go into the fight anymore. They'll get eviscerated. Now into the Roche. They're gonna force Mudgolem's hands around this pit, and Mudgolems, the 3 BKBs, they can't contest this.
Yeah, and they've got no interest in doing so at all. Mudgolem's not even heading anywhere close to the pit, just trying to do their best to get Skeeter's BKB done before the next fight gets brought to them by Secret. As he's just a recipe away, so should be able to have it, but still just a lot of pressure on him whilst in these fights. His other 2 cores aren't going to be able to do much when the BKBs are popped by Secret. Ideally, they've got to try and find a way to poke those charges out of them so they can find chances to just make moves with the ultimates when Secret's a little bit weaker.
Yeah, it also just, it feels like XctN, he needs BKB this game, but it also just feels like it's like, oh man, I have to go for BKB on Ricky when I went for my 2 setups. He wants to get that big damage that comes out right after this, but now he has to go for this BKB. It just feels like XctN just probably feels bad having to build this BKB in this game now, because they need him to be just absolutely killing everybody in the fights. Here's the surround. Matu, off the mark.
9. 1 hit there from the orb, sort of taking him down to half HP. Silence out from Zai. They will try and turn with the combo.
Nice
BKBs are out. XctN jumps in. Just not quite enough damage to kill them straight up. Hand have got popped by Puppy. Matu being focused, but he still has the BKB and the Aegis. They move in 33 with the primal split, but they've lost Vada. Can they get the kill in? Matu getting low, but he's able to turn. The Sanities comes crashing down. The Wukong's command is out. They're only by the looks of it going to lose Puppy. 33 coming out with the split once more. He's going to turn his attention over towards Yapso, throwing him up into the air, but over towards the side. Zai takes down Biver. 9 has to swashbuckle away. Matu just turning, cleaning up the split, as 33 has to get out of there with the Wind Panda. Let's see if he's able to do so. They've got that control. Nisha holding him back, and boom, with the Boundless, 33 down and out yet again, as they just couldn't quite do it. They can't take down these heroes the once, let alone the twice. Matu getting low, but he still had the Aegis to rely on. It's now 18-5, 20k lead for Secret.
We saw the slight potential of what they were able to do. Let's say if they weren't so far behind, that was the fight that they needed to have happen probably like 10, 12 minutes ago, because that could have been very successful. They had the perfect setup, great Grimstroke ulti, great Soulbind into lift on both heroes, great Brewmaster ult, but at this point with the farm that everyone on Secret has, Poppy pops Mac, he pops Hand of God, they still have an Aegis on Matu, and they just hold their ground. if this had happened earlier, we could see maybe a different story for Mudgolems, but yeah, this game just got out of hand way too fast.
Yeah, we'll see it once again here on the replay. As you say, XctN getting the jump in and doing a fair bit to start things off.
Like, look at that. He was doing a lot of damage right there, and also in the secondary one when we're going to see up north here. Like, look, their heroes are starting to drop kind of low. Like, 9 has to buy back in order for the fight. And then here, he gets another great cleave situation, but they're just a little bit too far behind.
Yeah, Matu just able to sidestep out the tricks of the trade and quickly turn things. Getting close to the point where Mudgolems are going to have to pull off some sort of a base defense. See what they can try and do. Matu just setting up onto Biver. As Biver's gone, he's going to be out. He's not going to be here to try and help hold with the rest of his teammates. As Secret begins sieging the bottom lane. BKB now done on Skeeter. We'll see what sort of a difference that makes. See if he's able to pop it and at least commit maybe onto one of the squishier heroes, the supports. See if he can find some sort of action during that magic immunity. Secret, they're just standing their ground. Jump forward from Skeeter. He's looking to try and poke something out of Nisha, but Nisha's able to just step out of the side. Silences out to Matu, but he just moves in and beats down onto Fada. The racks are being taken.
He died to the statues. He walked into the statues and Monkey King just died.
And when a Monkey King's as farmed as Matu is at this stage of the game, that's going to happen. A lot of damage coming out from this. Skeeter, he's in, and he's out. Didn't get the chance to pop the BKB. They just killed him that quickly. Just enters into an opening stun. 9 trying to roll his way out of this, but he can't do so. Big ult comes dropping down from Nisha. As this one's getting messy. And there it is. They'll tap out of this one. GG is called. Secret certainly turning up in Secret fashion here with his first game of their showing here in the DPC. 23-5, 31k lead here at 31 minutes. And other than the 2 blunders, right? They let that kill up go in the mid lane from Nisha and then Matu up top. But you can imagine after that, Puppy probably had some pretty stern words with the team, and then there were no mistakes after those 2 deaths.
Yeah. I like how Puppy is just no funny business either. It's like, oh, DPC starting back up. Chen nature's profit. Have fun, guys. Yeah. Good luck, right? It's typical Puppy. He just wants to put like his statement. And I mean, Chen is a hero that's always going to be one of his big staple ones. So I think Mudgolems, I think they still did have some opportunities in this game where they could have looked to make some type of moves, but Secret just read them like a book. So I say that, but it was probably easier from, bird's eye view.
Yeah, well, a definite tough opening here to the series for Mudgolems. We'll see what they're able to take away from this and come back into Game 2 with. As it stands this series, Game 1 going pretty dominantly to Team Secret in this best of 3.
Indeed it does, Owen. I mean, you can wonder, was this a game or was this a clinic? We're going to break down that very soon after this break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Flashbacks.
In the first game of this upper division match for these two teams, Mudgolems versus TeamXctN. TeamXctN didn't really leave a lot of space for Mudgolems to do pretty much anything. Sure, we heard our commentators talk. There was a little bit of a couple of deaths that probably shouldn't have happened, but that was at the very start, and ever since, TeamXctN just ran away with it. You, of course, are watching DreamLeague Season 14, powered by Intel, otherwise known as the European DPC League. And I'm here with Cap and Cal, ready to break the game down. This game seemed to be over fairly early.
Yeah, I'd say from that Furion pick.
Okay, Kyle.
Wow. That quickly?
That quickly.
What about the Chen pick?
Yeah.
That was the
earlier.
Fury on the nail in the coffin?
Exactly.
The Chen was the first
It's
three.
always about that 1-2 punch. The first, the cross, and then the Furion, quick little uppercut to the jaw, and that's it. Good night.
I would say the laning phase, obviously, like Secret walked away with a lead, and then they did. We saw that like outmaneuvering sort of thing that we're talking about with the Furion plus Monkey King, where they were just able to bring like all of a sudden there's like 4 heroes top lane, they get 2 kills and are able to like start threatening a tower, and that just kind of felt like it was constantly happening.
Yeah.
I also feel like I've tried this OD, the new OD. I don't know, it just feels really nice and easy.
Yeah.
The range on this imprisonment is so long. It's so easy to pair up with Meteor Hammer as well. Because the cast range is so long, it's hard for, like, you just target a frontliner. You're all the way back here, and the enemy support that has a stun to stop you from Meteor Hammering has to put himself in, like, a terrible position to be able to stop that initiation. It's very risk-free from the OD's point.
And it's a value item, too, because you also had issues shoving waves. Now, Meteor Hammer, we saw, like, I don't have any engagement. I'll just Meteor Hammer this wave and go farm some wood.
Yeah, OD has typically had like big problems. That's the whole entire reason they gave imprisonment AoE damage at some point in time, was like people were complaining, well, I can't farm on this hero. Like, I have to go Midas or something because all I can do is single target creeps. Meanwhile, every other carry in the game has some way to be able to clear through waves. So they gave it AoE. Now everyone just builds a Meteor Hammer. Meteor Hammer was supposed to be this like weird utility item where it's like you can do tower damage with any hero. And Dota players typically, we always twist things where we're like, actually, no, this is now a farming item.
We can do AoE creep damage.
Yeah, Spectre OD Meteor Hammers. You didn't see that coming, Ice Frog? Come on.
Easy, easy. There was also a point in the game that Purge wanted to point out, and it is, I believe, about the Brewmaster.
Hey guys, so what is pretty interesting, I think, about this lineup for what Mudgolems went for is that Brewmaster as a hero is very good at team fighting and setting tempo, but one of the downsides was that Matumba Man on the Monkey King ended up getting a really fast boot. So when that's the matchup case, then Monkey King is going to get most of the farm in the lane, and also dealing with the Chen, messing with the creeps is going to be a little bit hard. So basically, his net worth suffering a little bit there. Now, what was really interesting was that about the 10-minute mark, the Mudgolems are threatening the top push here. It's very crucial, actually, that Puppy pulled these 2 melee creeps away, because that means that those are no longer going to be tanking tower, and because they want to continue pressuring this tower, they're going to have to tank the tower a little bit here, and you're going to see a 3-3 take some of that damage. Now, it might look like a dangerous push from Mudgolems. They only had 2 heroes top. Pango was sort of nearby at the Roche pit, but he was off map, so Seeker didn't really know where he was. But what was crucial was that they were able to kill 3-3 here with this combo. Now, if we zoom, or the OD jumps in and uses his ultimate, very interestingly, does 4, like just enough damage by 4 to end up getting this kill here. It was insanely close, but imagine if Pango's sitting behind him here, and he gets Bruce split off. This fight is completely different and allows them to take the tower. Now, when they respawn, they came top, they took the tower anyways, and then they used the Bruce split to kill the OD, but this delayed the game forward by like a minute and a half or so, and ideally turned down the amount of times that Brew gets split off, and it bought time for Nature's Prophet to continue doing well bottom, getting last hits, and getting this crucial Orchid that was therefore really useful against Ricky, against Pango, against Brewmaster, that got them more and more kills. So it was a very close kill pulling off the Brewmaster kill top, but it slowed down the tempo enough and bought them time to get the crucial item that allowed them to keep their gold advantage going for the rest of the game.
Thank you very much, Purge, indeed.
Thanks,
Kyle,
Purge.
Thanks, Purge. I didn't do that intentionally.
First one of 2021. It's good to see
good.
Purge.
It was good. It is good to see Purge do his thing. I'm curious, Cal. You mentioned you mentioned the heroes a lot, the Nature's Prophet and the Chen, surely. But this game, it wasn't just an outdraft.
No, it wasn't.
No,
they played better. This is Team Secret. They're bots almost on expert. It's like OpenAI, but better, because they don't make weird moves. Sorry, I got distracted. I just realized that Purge's memes. Thanks, Purge. Mine is shut up, Kyle. I just don't feel like that's very equitable.
All right. Shut up, Kyle. It is time for a break. Let's head over for game number 2 very soon.
Down, 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 you can knock me down, but I will get up fighting, ain't no tapping out. Hit me with another, and I won't make a sound, 'cause I keep getting stronger with every single round. In his soul, and he's come far, living alone, and stood proud. He's gonna show the world. He's got gold down in his bones, and he don't care. Warming his hands up, a big deal, king of his own domain. And he's not giving up without a war. Down, 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 you can knock me down, but I will get up fighting. Ain't no tapping out. Hit me with another, and I won't make a sound, 'cause I keep getting stronger with every single round. It's all change, flowers and bloom as he moves on, and people are rooting from a full turn. Nobody's shooting now. Times fly, building his home, and a new wife, showing him true love. A made man, living his dream for real. And he's not giving up without a war. Down, 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 you can knock me down, but I will get up fighting. Ain't no tapping out. Hit me with another, and I won't make a sound, 'cause I keep getting stronger with every single round. Down, 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 you can knock me down, but I will get up fighting. Ain't no tapping out. Hit me with another, and I won't make a sound, 'cause I keep getting stronger with every single round. Down, 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 you can knock me down, but I will get up fighting. Ain't no tapping out. Hit me with another, and I won't make a sound, 'cause I keep getting stronger with every
Team Secret had a very, very strong start here to the series. We're going to find out if mudgolems have what it takes to force out that third game. They will have to come with something a little more polished, though. It seemed like they weren't really able to execute their game plan for this first game of the best of 3. Of course, you are watching DreamLeague Season 14. It is powered by Intel, and it is also the European DPC League Upper Division. I'm here with Capitalist and Kyle, and we're ready for the second game of the series. Now, mudgolems, we know that they have what it takes. At least we've seen them perform. Even if they lost this game, we've seen them perform better than that as well. It's just maybe they need a warm-up game, Cap. You know, I don't know. They also we heard XctN in the interview, right?
Yeah.
They had a very short time to prepare for all of this. They scrambled together through the qualifiers, barely made it into the upper bracket here, or rather into the upper division.
Excuses. 4 days is more than enough time to prepare an international boot camp and secure visas during the coronavirus pandemic.
Thank you. Yeah.
They should have just
Crubs.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
It's fine. It's fine. But you're right. You know, they did have a very short period of time to organize everything like that, and that will kind of affect your play. Also, this is a fresh patch.
Yeah.
They haven't figured everything out just yet.
We'll say that is
Wait,
one.
Kyle, wait, hold up. You got something there.
What was that? Chip on my
it
shoulder?
was a chip on your shoulder.
Yeah. Thanks, Cap.
Brush that off.
The thing, I think that this new season certainly rewarded teams that had roster stability. You know, mudgolems, they did make a couple of changes, whereas Team Secret, you know, it didn't matter when the DPC started. Could have been January, could have been June. They were going to have a boot camp, or they weren't. They were going to have the same roster, and they, you know, Heen is preparing. Like, it's not as if they're really caught off guard. It's not possible. Same with Team Nigma, with OG.
And it's kind of easy. Liquid. You're a tier 1 team, right?
Yeah.
Because there's been money flowing around that why not? Why won't you play? You're getting invited to these things. You don't have to, like, worry so much.
Yeah, there's no
you might
stress.
as well keep playing.
Yeah, I think that's something, like, it's, I used to feel like you had to be hungry to compete and be a winner. And I think that's still true. You just can't be, like, literally hungry, because then it's pretty stressful, you know, when you're just trying to survive as a player. Because a lot of the tier 2 scene, and one thing I'm really happy about the DPC doing, is you want to give these guys that are trying to break into the pro scene, like, some sort of reward, some sort of stability, so they can invest that in themselves, so that they can challenge players like Puppy and No-Tail, who have literally made a career out of this game for a decade.
Yeah, they've made millions and stand to win millions more. They are in every possible advantage to be able to just kind of, like, stay on top.
Yep.
As long as they just don't get, like, too over it, you know?
I mean,
Yeah.
And, you know, if that happens, you take some tops and breaks here and there, you know?
I will say, for most of the Dota 2 community, I think that they're going to get the best ROI from Dota 2. I don't know how many life skills.
Are you saying we don't have skilled and talented people in Dota, Kyle? I think Dota players are very intelligent. Not always socially intelligent, but I think Dota players are very smart.
I think we're probably the most. I mean, have you seen the COD guys?
They're
like,
I can't insult people. They are also professionals in their own right. Let's focus on the draft here a
Yeah, they're
little
really
bit.
good at shotgunning beers. I mean,
No, I was gonna say they're spending a lot of time in the gym. They don't have to practice as hard, perhaps. But you know,
good old elitist Dota 2 taking shots at anybody else. We have the best game. We very smart, big brain. Where do you work out? At the library? Yeah.
All right, let's focus on the Dota here. There's plenty of stabs that other games can throw back at us, and we'll have no comebacks for those. So you know, keep cool.
Sorry,
keep it quiet.
I can't hear you. I'm sitting on my chair made of $40 million.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because all the millions of TI go to everybody, and everybody profits from everything.
Yes, little do you guys know that 1% of the TI prize pool actually goes to the talent.
No.
If only.
Don't say
That's
that.
a great idea, though.
You're getting only 1%? All right.
No.
So one thing that we saw in the previous Upper Division series is that when Team Liquid won, we talked about it, that they won 2 games in kind of the same style. Like with the same strategy. Mudgolems here have banned out the opening 2 of Team Secret from the previous game, so we're gonna have to see them change it up a little bit more. Now I know they got OD early this time around. I'm curious to see if they can fit Void Spirit into the same style of play this game around as well, or if that draft relied a lot on the Chen.
Well, they're utilizing a different concept here, the astral plane. Both Void Spirit and OD capable of banishing either enemies or themselves into the nether world. So maybe Team Secret is onto something.
Actually, Kyle, the Netherworld and the Astral Plane are 2 different places.
Correct.
Are they really?
Also, they're 2 different colors. That should already given it away. This game is very heavy on the colors and coordination with where something goes and where it comes from.
Space and celestial objects are also different colors, but they're part of the same universe, Chief.
Okay. Talking for real about those 2 heroes,
Thank you.
though. I'm very curious if Secret have this OD as a flex option for themselves. Like,
or the Void Spirit.
If I was looking at this new OD and I see, like, the popularity that happens in pubs,
I would be telling my team like, hey, I want my mid, off lane, and 4 position all to play this OD. Hell, let's try it as 5 position and pubs and just like see how that feels. And with this combo, like Void Spirit also has that versatility of being able to flex that 2, 3, 4. And then on top of that, you've got synergy with the OD where he imprisons, you've got an instant remnant off of that. And then like if it's a OD like 3 or 4 and a Void Spirit 2, like one of the worst things about Void Spirit, say against Mars, is 1 stun and I'm die, right? I've been Yulesed, I'm gonna get speared into the but now you've got to save from the OD.
1 stun and I'm die. Cap like can't turn it off now. He's broken down the wall too far. I like OD. I mean, it's a lot like the puck with the Witchblade, where it doesn't really matter the position. OD and a Meteor Hammer is good. Oh, sorry. OD plus Hammer, good.
Thank you.
You want to try that voice with your Chen?
No, that was more of a big brain move, and that's why you can see it banned out by mudgolems. Again, completely untouched. Didn't see it in a game.
One of the most successful teams in the world, led by one of the most successful captains in the world, who happens to have one of the winningest player hero combos in the world, with over 200. That's a real world. It's real. I swear to God, it is. Look, you can look it up.
Yeah, I think he's second.
Over 200 games, professional games of Chen. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
I think only Ake has a better win rate, and that was in an era that was much less competitive. Just ask any Alliance fan.
They would all say that they won the true TI. The only that counted. Was also the one with probably one of the least amounts of money. So very unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, for the competition to money aspect, it was like
well,
3 was definitely the.
I think not to go too much off topic, but ig.TI5 to me is the funniest because just the prize pool split. TI4, 44% went to first.
Yeah.
TI5, 36%. TI6, 44% again.
That's pretty. Yeah. Okay.
Ancient Apparition.
Ancient Apparition.
Hey, that's.
I don't know how I feel about this hero right now.
I love it. Okay, hear me out. The Aghanim Shard is a really interesting concept because for some heroes, it just feels like they just had to come up with something.
You know what the Aghanim Shard is for Ancient Apparition?
Yes, I know he knows it because he commented on it and actually thinks it's legit, and I think it's not.
It means that your Ice Vortex does 20 DPS.
Yes.
But it's similar to what we just discussed with the OD. What is AA as a core's biggest issue? You can't kill creep waves. You need level 25 with AoE Cultivate to do it, whereas now you can actually shove waves.
Yeah, no, but you can
away.
only do that once at minute 20. Like, secret play pretty fast. Sure, he can probably get it.
Gold
but you just need a shard.
Yeah, at minute 20. You can only buy shards from minute 20 onwards, Kyle.
Oh, sure. High five. Man, I did not pick that up. I did not pick up that Kyle didn't recognize that.
That is really bad, Kyle. Come on.
Again, core AA later in the game has issues pushing waves. I don't know why. You're not going to get the shard like first sighted. You're going to pick it up when it's available, but you can get the initial team fighting
Which is it? What time?
Items first.
What time is it available, Kyle?
It's 20 minutes into the game, guys. Everybody knows this. Come on, even the viewers know this.
All right. Great point. Love it. It will be AA support. I mean, later on in the game, you will probably make use of it, but you would only use it if you're on the losing hand, right? Because it's nice to be able to push out waves that way, because otherwise you want your cores to farm it instead.
Yeah, this is I'm feeling like with mudgolem's current setup, they've got this like single target setup where they just want to be able to like wham bam take down this hero. They've got Void Spirit, who was hard countered by the Mars. Once you get a Yule Scepter, Void Spirit just hates his life. But then you've got an OD save, so you're not actually going to feel that good about that initiation. Most of the initiations are going to feel kind of awkward because of that OD. Now on top of that, you've got a Tidehunter who just shrugs off these disables that Mars and Wraith King throw. Mudgolems do have a response to that, though, with the Grimstroke, who is one of the few disables that Tidehunter can't just crack and shell off, which is the silence from the Phantom.
We saw these heroes a bunch over the last the limited time we've witnessed the DPC action.
2 days.
Can you stop? She's trying to... Mars and Wraith King, simplistic.
Reminder that yesterday was one best of 3 too.
It felt like a lot more. All right, felt like a lot.
This tournament's gonna feel like a lot more if these panels keep going this way.
This is only day 2 of 40. Oh, help me, God.
I also think the Tidehunter is like a better option against a Wraith King, just because it's very tough to deal with this Wraith King right now in the laning phase because it's a guaranteed crit and stuff. But Tidehunter is like one of those rare heroes who can take advantage of the fact that Wraith King actually has relatively low armor and shrugs off the damage through Crack and Shell. He ignores his skeletons. He clears them really well. The damage reduction is going to be nice in lane as well.
And it's all about the team fight. I just like watching. I'm glad heroes like Tide are back in the meta. Same way, I know I keep memeing about Chen, but Tide's one that's just been forgotten, and I think that it's a good
Tusk.
It's like an elegant. It's elegant.
Oh, no.
It reminds me of the
Or
days
Grim.
old.
It's the
mid-Grimstroke.
It's the E-Blade, yeah.
Yeah.
E-Blade build.
Love it.
That is really good against Void Spirit. I know that matchup sucks terribly. It sucks throughout the game. Even a support Grimstroke is really bad for Void Spirit, but I know mid-on-mid matchup is really tough for him.
But do you think it will be a mid Void Spirit, or will this Void be position 4 and instead
I
they'll
think
put
Secret
Nisha mid
intentionally
again?
left it entirely open, where
Okay.
they can run any of the OD or Void Spirit could go mid, or they still have their mid entirely open, and that's actually yeah, I guess maybe one of them has to be a mid, right?
Thing is, OD BKB is like just game winning for Secret. I think you make that your core. Let Yapsor have the struggle game against the Grim. You don't want to play him as a core when you're just like 1-to-1 hard counter by the enemy Grimstroke.
And pick a new Matu hero? That's also the heroes that Mudgolem has banned out. They have targeted some of Matu's cores.
I was thinking maybe you'd go for a Naga, but I'm not a huge fan. But an Illusion core does make sense. Terrorblade is a possibility, but against Coddle is always a little tricky. Mars also very solid against him in lane.
I thought Juggernaut was good now.
It is, but I think you need something that's more of a natural playmaker. I think a Troll is probably your best bet. Still unbanned.
You're going to be dealing with an E-Blade Grimstroke Snowball save, as well as Bulwark deals. Half of the hits are going to get bulwarked.
Yeah.
If you're on these slashing. So I'm not in love with that. Bloodseeker, I felt like you kind of needed a faster hero just because you do have Tidehunter OD, very long cooldowns off of your ultimates. And so...
Zai, look at that set.
Oh, yeah. The big, with the pot belly.
Very nice.
Cthulhu took a long rest and a few beers before bed. But yeah, this Bloodseeker carry that we've been seeing quite a bit since the patch, it feels pretty good, and I feel like there are different item options as well, where you can go, like I've seen the Rod of Atos Glipnir build,
Yep.
I've seen like more right-click focus builds.
You've got so much setup too, with like just an OD Astral into a Blood Right. You got the Ravage. Like Bloodseeker is super cool because you're going to be able to play active, like you said, but you also have massive team fight.
Yeah, we did hear BSJ earlier today have a good sales pitch for the Keeper of the Light. And do we not like Mudgolem's lineup at all?
Oh, no. I like Mudgolem's lineup. It's actually Secret's lineup that, like, I'm giving more credence to their lineup mostly because they're Secret.
Yep.
But when I look at that lineup, I'm not entirely sure, like, where it all comes together. I see, like, individual synergies. Like, we talked about the Imprisonment with the Void Spirit setup. There's also the Ice Blast that's going to come in on a Rupture target. Like, I could see those individual setups, but I'm not quite certain how, like, team fights don't look as simple. Mudgolems looks a lot easier, right? It's just like, I'm going to throw down Arena, Wraith King's going to run in there and beat everybody up.
If it's any team but Secret, like even Liquid, as good as they are, if they have this draft, I'm afraid for them. But because it's Secret and this is sort of the style they like to play, requires high execution, I still favor them just because they're Secret.
So we at least think Mudgolems have a better shot this game around. All right, let's find out if they can force out that third game with this draft and head over to our commentary team of OD Pixel and Fogged.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chief. Game 2 ready to go here between the two of them, Secret and Mudgolems. And Fog, but would you sort of agree with the panel that in general this is a better approach from Mudgolems than what we saw them bring out in Game 1?
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. I'm a little iffy still on this mid Grimstroke, even though I know it's been popularized so much and it's been used a lot. I feel like when you're playing versus a team like Secret, it could get punished a lot here, but we'll see. I do think that this is a much faster paced draft, and they don't have to like rely as much as just being like, oh my god, we need Bruce Split to go up, we need Pango ulti to go up for them to win fights. They're very good at these small little skirmishes and all that are going to be going on in this game, and maybe looking to take advantage of those long duration cooldowns that Team Secret does have.
Yeah, and that last pick as well for Secret, the Bloodseeker, does that sort of come as a surprise to you, or do you sort of see why Matu would want to play it in this sort of game?
Not seeing it an exact reason. I know the speed is definitely really useful versus all these heroes, because either like if he doesn't get hit by a spear, he should be able to tight around inside the fights pretty nicely. And I guess the Blood Rite is the other thing. It prevents snowball saves a lot of the times because he's not going to be able to run in to go for it. Other than that, I feel like it's just a strongish carry hero that people have been liking, at least recently. He's gotten some changes, some reworks, some nice little mana things that needed to happen. Of course, Blood Rite getting some more, more expensive cost, but then Rupture got reduced, so he has these different spikes, and Rupture's now much stronger too.
Looking at the mid lane matchup, as you said, 9 on the mid Grim. It's going to be very interesting to see how they are able to make it work here against Secret. In the lane itself, though, would you imagine he's going to have an easier time in the 1v1 compared to when he was playing the Pango?
Should be an easier time. I'm still not sure how easy of a time. I've actually not seen a Grimstroke versus OD matchup personally. No, I don't think. Especially not since the OD was changed. But we will see. I think maybe he can hold his own. Definitely better than the Pango, but we'll see how much he can actually stand and deal with Nisha.
Yeah, and as the sort of the fights kick off in the mid game, that silence from the Embrace is going to be very annoying for sort of multiple sort of Secret's heroes, right?
Yes, and that was actually looked at as one of those things that was used, especially versus like Tide Hunters too. I know there's OG who did the Grimstroke versus Tide, all of that, famous TI Grand Finals. So that's one of the big ones. And yeah, versus OD, it's definitely a really good game if he's able to keep himself alive. That's the problem about the Grimstroke though, is just protecting this hero. And there is some big spells that can come out. This Tide Hunter Ravage, he gets hit by pretty much any disable, and that's going to be a very quick demise for 9.
True. Well, in any sort of fights where he starts to get low Matu, he's just going to be straight on top of him, right? It's this Bloodseeker just running him down in his face and causing 9 to panic. So we'll see how 9 is able to play his way around that. But the build-up, of course, Nisha is going to go for the same stuff this game. Rushing for the Meteor Hammer. See if he beats his timing of last game. I believe around sort of 5 minutes and a half. He got it online in the first game of the series.
Yep. He had it very early on. And he's going to be able to do the same thing in a way that he did last time. Grimstroke can handle the pressure a little more, but he's going to be able to Meteor Hammer pushing the waves again, pushing that tower.
So far, on the side lanes, are we seeing anyone really struggle? I mean, so just for the moment, the Mars up top, not quite finding as much as the rest of them here.
Maybe this is why they did the Bloodseeker too. It's maybe also just because of this matchup that they wanted, the Bloodseeker versus that Mars. Mars, only 2 armor. He usually packs a decent amount of damage back, but Bloodseeker has 7 armor, ridiculous HP and damage too, so maybe it was more of just a matchup thing that they did want as well on top. Because he just sustains, right? He kills some creeps, the Rebuke is doing nothing. You can't actually look to ever punish Matumba Man at all with these 2 heroes. Definitely an interesting approach here by Secret, and we're seeing this Tide Hunter pick is already working out in that bottom lane. They can't slow him down. They can't push him away at all.
Hey, Absa even able to get around and snipe a curry up. Should be gold across the board, and this mid lane. I'm seeing on the CS 18 for 6 against the 11 for 3. So once again in this 1v1 Nisha. Just able to play to the advantage here, but it has the OD with that Astral really messing with 9's attempt to keep on track with the farm.
Yeah, I thought 9 would have a bit of a better time, but yeah, it just doesn't seem like it again here. Just the Astrals missing out on those last hits, getting those denies freely. You're still coming into play. OD is back, ladies and gentlemen.
It certainly is. Nisha doing us 2 times in a row, getting it through the draft, and they'll be able to take him down. Catch on to Puppey. Fiver able to trap him. Back over towards the river. We see that the attention being drawn towards 9. Yaps up. Lays down the Void Spirit, blocking off the attempt to escape from 9. Continuing with the body blocks, but he's tanking tower hits. TP over from Biver will come into play, and underneath the tower, Yapsol will fall. Did do enough damage though to allow Nisha to finish off the kill with the Astral. They will manage to push 9 out of this mid lane.
Always like when I see that. The salve and to tank the tower, so they have to turn and kind of hit you to break the salve. They end up bringing 2 support heroes to try to bail him out, and he still goes down, so a nice move from Secret. Getting that rotation to come out. Fada with the DD versus Yapster over here. Yapster's just fighting him, though.
I'll see who's able to win this one, Fada. I mean, as you say, just having the DD just seems to allow him to win this trade. Yapster now spells back up in a second, but Fada, he's ready to keep poking with that double damage. So he tells Yapster to run away. Yapster's he's got friends though. Puppy's coming over. Fada will be able to snipe the bounty ring, get that for himself, but play with his life is Yapster, and Puppy beat him down.
And they can leave Matu alone up top here. Puppy's not your usual, but he's moving around with the AA to kind of bail out and read any of those movements that's coming up from the enemies. And Matu's just chilling up top. Spear is off the mark, and he'll be safer up here than most heroes would be versus Amaris. And there's that meter hammer. Pretty much the exact same timing, actually, I feel.
Yeah, I think if anything, maybe it was even a little bit quicker.
Yeah, maybe.
As
Matu top. They're looking for him again. Ooh, shards off the mark.
Yeah, yeah, it's actually 48 seconds faster. So,
oh wow, okay.
Yeah, it's significantly quicker this game as compared to that last game. Obviously, that kill really helping him out there, making the difference this time around. Felicia.
All 3 cores again, just like last game. Secret getting themselves a good start. Oh, Nisha, look at this rune. That is quite nice. Gets himself a regen. Dodges the shards.
Oh, he does.
Keeps it going.
And he's going to turn. Just get silenced. Got back up of both Yapster and Puppy here as they look to chase down Biver, grabbing him with the Remnant placed down, and Yapster body blocking him up. Gives the opportunity to Venetia to come in with the Astral. Biver popping the Fairy Fire, still continuing to run. And that will actually keep him alive. The fire and the stick will allow Biver to live. Shards momentarily grabbing Yapster, but a little low on the mana now, yet 9. Nothing else to follow it up with.
He's able to keep 9 alive there, so he can get his levels up to level 6. We've seen Skeeter now completely resort to jungle. Also going to be going for the Midas that we did see done earlier. Maybe feels like he does need it as well this game, as he is quite single core wraithing again. And yeah, they're giving Fada the bottom lane, so he'll get some good levels down here. And we've seen Zai just come out on top of this laning phase, so all the way up to the top there.
Radiant's middle
compared to the opposing Mars.
Yeah, and it does feel like sort of one of those games where the Tide, I mean, once Zai sort of has his first item done, mudgolems they're going to struggle to sort of kill the Tide, right? They don't have the best heroes to blow him up in the early game.
Yeah, they're going to have to kind of do it pretty much perfect. Just control him up with the Mars really nicely, and then just like silence him and get all this big magical damage to come through. But it's going to be hard. I feel like when Secret wants to go and set up on a tower, it might just have to be a forfeit from mudgolems on the first setup here because of how well this Tide start is. Another Fairy Trinket for Nisha. Just like last game, he gets blessed. And it looks like it's probably going to be like the panel was talking, the Gleipnir rush onto the Bloodseeker. That's what I would imagine too. He's got the Maelstrom queued. Yapster.
We'll see the Astral come out to provide him some safety against the Inkswell stun. That'll be enough to cause mudgolems to have to back away from that attempted opportunity onto Yapster. But no, yeah, he's, I mean, I think Gleipnir really one of those amazing items for cores that, you know, like the Bloodseeker in the past, it's like, hey, do I want a Rod? Do I want a Maelstrom? You know, sort of, you get them in very different games, really. There wouldn't be items that you got together. But now that you have an excuse to buy both, the value is, it's massive for any sort of hero that benefits from that sort of control and setup.
Yeah, it just works so well with that hero, and especially with what he's against, right? Versus the Tusk, he can stop the snowball, and just versus these fragile heroes, he can do quite a lot of damage. As Secret going to threaten a little bit here. Fada still in the area.
And Yapster
going to start recalling.
He's got himself stuck on the cliff here. Jumped over to the side with the Dissimulate. Yapster being focused down and nuked out by the stroke of fate. They'll take him down. Ravage will come out, but it's the Ravage to try and buy time for Zai to escape. Another stroke from 9 Connect, slowing down Zai. Zai, he'll fall. Wraith Fire Blast comes into play. Skeeter finishes off the kill. Secret are tackled by mudgolems there. and having to use Ravage as well, and has had a failed attempt of an escape there from Zai, so mudgolems are going to be feeling very happy with the fact that they forced that ultimate out.
Yeah, it did feel like a bit of a mistake there for sure. Nisha maybe not telegraphing that he was going to sanities, and Zai maybe felt like they needed that, but Skeeter bottom, they'll at least be able to look to force the ultimate.
Yeah, won't be quite able to go from the second time. As there it is, the Midas now. Looks like with the build-up will be the Midas Radiance. We'll be seeing for Skeeter. And yeah, solid timing here, without a doubt. 9 minutes and 46.
Caught already, up to level 7. So we did see that recall come into play last fight while he brought the Mars up from top, where if he didn't get given that lane, he wouldn't have been the 6, might have been a different scenario. So these little things always coming into play. And we're seeing a much better start, of course, this game for mudgolems in the last game, keeping this net worth nice and even, and not getting their towers pressured nearly as hard. Last game they already were losing 1 or 2 towers. This one, they're still kind of getting them dunked on here from the Meteor Hammer, and they are getting low, but still alive for a moment.
See down bottom, trying to find Fada here in the trees, but Fada just too speedy. Able to waltz away on his horse. He's fine, he's out of there. Top lane, just trying to finish off this tier 1 tower. We'll see if Secret do want to try and come in to hold, but it'll be pretty hard to do so. The arena at the ready, 33 is ready to set up for a fight if Secret do try and defend.
Yeah, 33 now, a bit stronger here too. Just tougher to actually set up around these towers. Tidehunter now, Zai maybe feeling a little bit squished here after going down so easily down bottom. It's gonna be fair trade here. Mid tower is getting beat on too. Secret does have a catapult wave taking that one out. No one addressing it at the moment on mudgolems. Kind of a concern. They're looking to make an aggressive play here with Biver, as well as 9, stealing these neutrals.
33.
But yeah, they're losing their tier 1 mid.
He tried to grab Yapsor there, but not quite having the reach with the arena. That jump from Yapsor taking him just far enough out of range.
That's kind of a big deal. 80 seconds, no Mars ult, and they almost lost that like whole mid tower. 700 damage to it from just a catapult. They just were making their own moves and kind of weren't looking at that. Could hurt their map control in the future.
And again, Nisha and his item timings continue to be the fastest that we've seen so far this patch.
Wow.
Out of the last
I
game
didn't see
again.
you got the blink already.
Pre-12 minute blink Meteor Hammer OD.
That can make things so much easier for yourself playing versus a hero like Mars. Like, Nisha's always going to have a way to play out and play around things, or to protect his teammates too. Like, say someone else is out of position, he can blink, save, and turn the fights.
We got mudgolems smoking up into the high ground.
Okay, they're invading right now. 9. They're ready here.
They're going to look towards Nisha. He's got the Astral, and he's going to have that blink out to make it away. In fact, he's happy to turn because Zai waltzes forward, drops down the Ravage. They'll catch Biver. Rest of mudgolems on their way out of here.
They only lost the 1. They only lost the Tusk though. That's pretty good for a Ravage.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, as you say, these ultimates being used by Secret and not shaking up mudgolems too much. I'd imagine we'll see mudgolems try and punish that downtime on the Ravage and continue to fight. I mean, you could already feel it with the smokes coming out from mudgolems already this game. They don't want this to end up like game 1 where things sort of slowed down to the point that the Secret is just able to farm at a pace that the mudgolems can't quite keep up with. They want to keep their foot on the pedal here against Secret.
Absolutely. I mean, especially when the Ravage is down. It's 100 seconds. No way that you can just let them walk at you and take a tower or something like that. We see them all bunched around mid, making sure that doesn't happen. Nisha, very aggressively jumping in, though.
He's got the combo here. Straight down onto Fada, the Ice Blast coming across as well. Yapsor jumps in, nukes down Fada. Nisha being focused, though, by Biver. He'll drop the Sanities, but he's going to fall. As mudgolems, they'll get the kill in return. Soulbind linking up the 2 of them. The arena's down. 33 heads over with the spear onto Yapsor. They're going to be able to claim the life of the Void Spirit. 33's looking for the TP out. They've got nothing to cancel it. He'll make it out of there. As again, another... Oh,
look at Matu.
He wants to go for this, but 9 with the Ghost Scepter means that Matu can't dive to try and finish off the kill on the Grim. So again, another trade where mudgolems, they really are the ones coming out on top. 2 kills, only losing Fada for it.
I loved how they set themselves up for that one. They're like, even though Ravage was down, they know the way that Secret likes to play is just try to push the issue even if they don't have that up. And they brought all their heroes mid. They were ready for this move perfectly. Just catching Nisha immediately.
And we can see on the farm, you know, you have the Wraith King keeping up with the Bloodseeker. You know, no problems at all. The Relic into the Radiance is going to be online in very good time this game for XctTN.
Yeah, Radiance is going to be really nice always versus the OD. And especially so early on, like nobody's going to have True Strike for such a long time, but in particular OD will never have it.
Some solid stuff here from mudgolems coming into game 2 after what was a very tough game 1 for them to have.
Yeah, and they're just looking at these invasive plays. It's really nice too. They keep running into the enemy jungle to steal these stacks that have been there. 9 has gotten a significant amount of them. Zai does have his Ravage back at the ready. Looks like they want to try to pressure this bottom tower, and immediately XctTN, he moves away. So that's going to be the Relic done for him, and he's going to be able to continue farming at this great pace.
Yule's done on 33, so extra setup and just extra ways to sort of disrupt the combos that are going to be attempted. And now Yule's can come into the mix and throw off the Astral into Meteor Hammer that Nisha's trying to set up. Secret. Do have 4 of them here over deep on mudgolems half of the map. Mudgolems only Biver and Fada around underneath this tower.
Yeah, looking to pressure this tower. Fada is at the ready here to just start spamming it out with Biver. YapzOr's thinking about diving in.
He's got both charges at the step ready.
Recalls are going to start coming out. Fada is going to start setting up his teammates soon. Hasn't thrown out the first recall yet, just waiting for the moment. And he's actually not going to, so he keeps his teammates in the right position. 33 as well as 9, just sticking up in that enemy jungle for the last 3 minutes, it feels like. Getting closer and closer with that E-Blade. That's going to be real big for 9.
Yeah, we're going to see good timings on both 9 and XctTN this game. And 33. I mean, we saw last time round, both 9 and XctTN really fell behind. Here in game 2, they're keeping up a treat here on both their heroes. The Grim and Mars only a little bit behind some of the cores of Secret, but hardly that much at all. And you see overall, less than 1k in it right now.
Yeah, it feels like Secret, they're actually the ones a little bit on the back foot this game. It's starting to feel as they need to make some moves start to happen and work for themselves. As Zai, he does have the blink finished up. 33 pokes his face
pretty
a bit too far.
He's very far forward here. And yeah, this will be a kill for sure with Secret moving in onto him. No escape hit for 33. As did push very, very far forward, down bottom. Matu unable to hold back. Fada as a quick TP will save the Keeper of the Light.
And Matu is feeling like he needs his BKB so that he can actually hold his ground in the fights. He's going to be doing good damage, but yeah, I think he's realizing 1 disable and he's just dead, so does need to get that before he can look to actually full commit onto this Grimstroke. And 9, there it is, E-Blade's done.
All right, 17 minutes in. You're going to be happy with that timing. Very happy. There's the mid-Grim. This is some...
pretty huge.
Good speed from 9. 12-2, so he's got that second point in the Soulbind.
And they're going to look to make the move here too. XctTN, he's got the Radiance, and they have the Coddle with them too, so they can recall XctTN all the way into the fight. So he's going to push bottom out as much as possible, and then they're going to play around this top vision here, try to claim this high ground. Who's going to walk into it? Matu would be the best target for them.
They're going to go.
It looks like they're going to get
straight away. Arena into the spear. Matu locked down. And blown up there by the full combo of mudgolems, and they're ready to maybe look for more. Wraithfire Blast over to Zai. The Phantom's embraced upon him as well. The Shard's not quite able to grab Zai and keep him out on the high ground.
Zai's in trouble still, though.
They're still chasing. E-Blade not quite going to connect as Zai's able to blink out in time. Zai, of course, this time around wasn't forced to press the Ravage. Still has the ult ready. Matu's going to be back up in 20. Still that 20 seconds, giving mudgolems the time to push in onto this tier 1 tower mid.
Yeah, I mean, XctTN just shows himself in the front. That's not the target that they can go for. They have no way to wrap around the back either, and not at healthy margins for Zai. Yeah, they have to just give it up, and mudgolems with a big win here, getting not only Matumba, but tier 1 tower, and now access into this jungle, which they've kind of had access into it, but now it's going to give them a lot easier control of it. Because yeah, Secret just, like you said, it feels like they're the ones on the back foot. They're going to have to be the ones to do some big plays with that Ravage, with that BKB of Matu. Because this Wraith King is just starting to take control of the map, starting to control that farm.
Yeah, XctTN's just getting so much So much space, so much farm. Fiver. It's going to find a freebie. Puppy heading into the high ground. As you said, with mudgolems having this time to set up around this area and take control of the vision, it's not a safe place for Secret to wander into.
Yep, so Nisha. Both getting stalked on right here. 33 almost gets the Yules off.
Oh, it was close. Did have Arena backup as well. Yapsor and Zai around now though, so having to be careful how much further they chase mudgolems.
It really does feel like, I mean, Secret, they have the Ravage, they have the Blink, but it does feel like, yeah, BKB timings, just chill back, set up the farm. I think they know that they're at this deficit. I think they know they need those to be able to farm versus this. In particular, I mean, versus this E-Blade Grim, that's going to just, it's going to just take out 2 heroes if they don't have BKB. So they absolutely need that before they look to take any fight. See if mudgolems can actually force any type of issue here for when that does come. They have good ward setups here around that whole enemy jungle, so maybe they can get a jump before the BKBs come out. The first one is finished, though. Matsu already has it done.
And 33 still in the jungle. He's going to drop the arena, try and walk away from this one, but the Remnant will be set up to grab him back. And 33, yeah, just a little sort of slow on the retreat there from Secret's half of the map.
I think he thought he was safe because they had their own sentry ward down, but it didn't actually see the sentry that Puppy had down because it was behind a tree line. So I think he thought because he was invis he was safe, but he was actually under the vision of that sentry.
On top, the combo here, but the BKB comes out straight away. Matsu looking to stand his ground, and the rest of Secret are heading over to back him up and enable him in this chase that he's looking for on towards Biver.
That's the whole BKB gone.
I was going to say, it was able to close the gap. It's a Ravage out, only onto Skeeter. And
the Radiance, it hit Zai. He was trying to blink past.
I imagine so, because that Ravage was nothing to write home about at all. As now Secret's got to run. They're very weak now without the Ravage. They're trying to fight back into this. They do get the grab onto Fada as Yapsor's able to blow him up. But on the backlines, Biver just beating into Nisha, pushing him back. Great Fire Blast comes flying through. Will manage to dodge it with the Self-Astral, but the Spear's out, controlling Zai, holding him over to the side. Nisha, he goes with the TP out, actually cancels it. Maybe this is an opportunity to try and turn things around as 9. He's getting controlled and taken down by Matu and Yapsor, but now the arena's up. 33 drops it, but so does the hammer from Nisha. Nisha dropping the sanities, but they've lost Matu. 33 and Skeeter, they're still good to fight, and he's still got Reincarnate. Skeeter goes down the once, he's ready for round 2, goes straight over towards the OD, takes down Nisha. It's a triple kill for 33. Zai left alone, helpless, as Skeeter beats down another. 4 dead on Secret. As Secret, you could see it, as you said, they made the executive decision to keep that fight going. They were starting to back out. Nisha was beginning to TP away, cancels it. As the call's been made to try and turn the fight back in their favor, they couldn't do so. They couldn't take down these heroes quick enough, as we saw with Arena coming back on into play. Secret just had lost all the tools. They'd already used their BKBs and such. Matu had nothing else to offer.
Yeah, I mean, they used their whole toolkit all the way on the left side of the fight, and then the actual fight kicks off 30 seconds later. They almost are able to actually hold their ground, but the beefcakes, these two, 33 as well as Skeeter, they're able to hold their ground throughout all of it and get those big kills.
I mean, yeah, off the back of that fight now, Skeeter just 3k ahead of Matu's farm. The blink done and already well into the AC gold. Now this Wraith King is huge here at 23 minutes. And they are really struggling to deal with him.
Yeah, we can see when they get on top of 9 towards the end of that fight there, how quickly he does get brought down. That's why we saw Nisha looking to try to turn to go to help out. But yeah, they really have to be careful of this Wraith King. And I mean, Zai in particular, that's a couple Ravages now this game that have not been the most ideal. The bottom one where I feel like they didn't have like the best communication, so he used that one to maybe try to get a kill, messes up a little bit. Then this one too. It's been a couple now that he's not getting in the ideal situation.
And as you reckon what that last one, he was sort of focused on getting sort of a deeper blink close towards the tower and getting the Ravage on the back lines, and the Radiance just happened to clip him.
I think Skeeter was just sneaky. He was hiding right behind this 1 or 2 trees, and he had vision of Puppy. He gets the stun, and yeah, it ticked. I saw it tick on Zai. It definitely looked like he was looking to blink past, because otherwise that Ravage doesn't make sense.
Yeah, some really, really solid stuff here from mudgolems. 4k up now, 13 to 10.
Yeah, and I mean, this Biver, drum, an item that I feel like has been kind of dead, especially after these changes. It actually felt like it had a really nice use. His drum was actually used during the whole 10-second BKB of Matu for him to disengage. And then his whole team, he actually used like 2 or 3 jump charges to keep the chase and keep that fight going. So, I mean, this item definitely coming into play a bit there.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess that's sort of the thing. As fast as Matu can potentially run, if they're not really low at the start and Ravage has sort of been missed, there's not the greatest other ways from Secret to sort of stun and hold someone down, right? They do have that ability, mudgolems, to maneuver themselves pretty well around this attempted, chase that Matu's trying to bring.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of this pressure is going to be on side of Landy's these Ravages, where he's had a couple, we said a couple unfortunate ones, but it really might just take 1 or 2 for them to come back in this one. It's still quite close, and they didn't get a Roche out of this for mudgolems either. So we are going to see Nisha finish up that BKB, and that'll be a good timing for Secret. But yeah, they have to be very wary of this Wraith King, as I mean, we're just seeing XctN being able to do so much in these fights. They can't address him.
With this sort of peace and quiet, XctN's going to be able to have that AC done really for the next fight. Just that final recipe away. 1,000 gold to go. And it will be there. BKB also done on 33, so...
It is quite a blessing when you're able to just farm completely isolated on one side of the map and then just get recalled into the fights every time. XctN is always going to be at that bigger benefit. And again, smoked up. They have 33's BKB now too, so he's a lot safer.
Ravage is back up for Zai, so Secret with all their ults ready to go, but as you say, the Secret's got to try and find the opportunity to get Zai in position for something big. And
they got to try to isolate XctN, really. Like, take out the rest of the heroes on mudgolems and then go for XctN afterwards, because, yeah, it's too much of a problem when he has his whole unified force near him, as Fada is going to start those recalls. Going to run right into Nisha.
Oh! He's put Biver over. Biver's going to be able to head in with the punch. Nisha pops the BKB to try and commit in onto Fada. Fada still alive. Ravage will come out for Zai, and he's able to catch the 3 of them. 33 does have the BKB. He'll pop the arena down. A spear is attempted, but he has to stand his ground here against them. Secret, they're surrounding him. Is there any other help coming in for 33? There isn't. mudgolems just letting that fight go. As they realize, they sort of threw 1 and then 2 heroes into it, with Biver being recalled in at the last moment, and then 33 also trying to follow up. It just never was a fight coming into place. And as we saw this time round, Zai able to find the Ravage, catches all 3 of them.
It catches him, like, he actually caught 33. Like, I feel like it was frame perfect on the TP, so he can't even get the BKB off earlier to be able to disengage. He just gets brought down, and a fight gets handed to Secret in the very prime position for that Roche. They finished up their next items too. That's pretty huge. So that's one way to take it. No XctN available for that fight up top.
Yeah, I think what pretty much as soon as the 33 Mars have been clipped by the Ravage, you think the call was sort of made to not get anyone else going up there. They knew at that point that there was no redeeming that fight.
Yeah, it was already too much of a disaster. The 2 supports they died pretty much before anything was dictated. And then if they want to do any TPs, Mars TPs to tower, then, I mean, Wraith Kings was on cooldown, so he can.
Sure, yeah.
And then another TP, it's just way too long a TP.
Bottom
lane.
I'm going to make the jump in onto Zai. Try and punish him whilst he's got this Ravage on cooldown. They'll be able to do it. He goes down. The stun's there as well onto Matumaman. Matumaman, he's getting very, very low. Will manage to put the BKB in. As low as he is, he actually starts to sort of run towards them, try and scare them off. It's going to work. As Matu will manage to get away. He absorbs well with the jump. Gets out of range of that final stroke of fate. So BKB charge though out of the Bloodseeker. And space for mudgolems to get this push on. With that AC of course done on XctN, they take these towers down pretty easily.
Nice to see mudgolems not hesitate. When they know that those ultimates are down, they know they're very strong. All the ults were down. OD as well as that tied under the big ones. They can look to catch and get themselves a nice tier 2. Now they've actually got an outpost available too, and they have 3 minutes to take it. If they'd like to make the shift all the way up there.
Already TP's coming out for 9 as he heads towards the top half of the map. Queuing up that Aghanims next. And Matu, still 3 minutes of course to play with this Aegis, so when the ults are there for Secret, we'll see how proactive they want to be themselves.
Gotta get a lot of downtime to farm right now here, though, on the side of mudgolems. There is still, like we said, BKB, though, on Matu. So he is still looking to go to fight, and he has now queued up his shard. I was wondering when he was going to, because this shard is something that I've seen a lot of people talking about, is just the damage that you're able to do as a Bloodseeker. It changes your entire dynamic as a
Wait, that sounds ridiculous.
Yeah.
2% of the target's max health as pure damage, and you get healed for that amount?
Yeah.
What the? All right, that's got to be one of the high-tier shards.
It's definitely up there, yeah.
That's like
you have
some
to cast the
literal,
blood rage
like,
on yourself,
super
though,
life
every 8
steal.
seconds, so. Yeah, it's ridiculous versus the high HP.
Yeah.
Guys, it really is.
Yeah, yeah, I'm ready to sort of see the frogs come out and chat if that does work when he has it done.
Nisha?
Man,
In the middle of everything
control on
here.
me. This BKB is not really doing too much. They've got a lot of punch to go through it. They beat him down. They take out Nisha. Nisha's going to buy back for this fight here, but they've also lost Zai. I don't know if Secret's redeeming this fight. Matu's trying his best as he looks over towards Bai, but will be able to kill him off, but now he's been stunned. Matu's in trouble, or is he? Sanity's dropped down to burst through 33. Matu falling low, but he's still got the Aegis. They'll nuke him down the once with the E-Blade 9. Matu's going to be back for round 2. 3 buybacks coming out from mudgolems to try and punish Secret here for their own 2 buybacks on both Zai and Nisha. Jump forward Zai, he's in with a Ravage, he gets all 5 of them! It's the perfect Ravage, and there's the follow-up, the Dissimulate jump over, burst down Skeeter, the Wraith King's out for 85, and now in the river, 33 has been caught out. He brought back for this, and he'll go down. Zai making up for those Ravages earlier on, as he comes in and he gets the whole team.
You couldn't ask for a better one. And he catches also the Wraith King in the front line. The one hero that doesn't have buyback for his team. The rest of them all buyback. They're in a pretty safe position, but Wraith King, no reincarnate, no buyback, gets taken out right before his BKB was able to be used. And that was, I mean, how many buybacks total was that? That was
There's 3 buybacks from mudgolems and 2 buybacks from Secret. And one of those buybacks being a dieback on mudgolems with 33. So a costly fight for them to lose.
It was right when, like we said, it was right when the Wraith King picked up his BKB but wasn't able to use it too. So 4K gold that ideally wasn't able to be used inside that fight. That looked very scary there for Secret for a second, but somehow they're able to get that chase from Zai having buyback. Okay, I gotta see that again. Did Zai, he didn't have buyback at first though, right? I think he was lacking gold for it, and then it came up afterwards.
Yeah, must have been close.
Radiant's middle
But able to make the move there and allow Secret to get the cleanup. Still close on the numbers, but now 1k lead for Secret. And that's that advantage mudgolems did have starting to fall a little bit. They again want to make moves whilst these ults are down. Remnant popped down. Going to be able to scout out the action of them coming in as the Remnant gets taken away. Secret know that they're smoked and heading towards them.
Secret just backing up completely. Everybody's going to stand together. How much longer on their Ravage? 30 seconds. OD ult as well, about 20. Just got to wait for that one there. And yeah, they're getting close to some big items, as we were mentioning. You know, but Matu, he's got that shard finished up. He's going to be going for his next one.
And we'll see it again here. And as you said, you know, mudgolems, this opening, killing off Nisha through his BKB, it looked to be a very solid start to the fight.
Yeah, look, Zai doesn't have buyback at first, right? I'm seeing that.
He does not, indeed. There's no gold ring around it.
Back. He gets the gold for it right there. That is actually the game changer. The fact that he got a little bit of tick gold to be able to use his buyback.
That really was. And here we're going to have it, that spectacular move from Zai. Heading into position as the rest of Secret sort of teasing around with mudgolems. You know, you can feel it. Mudgolems like, can we still fight this? And then boom. Zai's in. And he catches them all.
Yeah, just so perfect, the positioning of it all. Biver far on the left side, Wraith King up down in the river in the worst possible spot he could be in versus it too. Yeah, couldn't ask for better from Zai at that moment there after having a couple of rough ones.
Top tower is under attack.
Oh, wow. I mean, out of nowhere, Yapsara is a big item. I mean, he heals into a Shiva's Guard, so some more survivability for him. I think Nisha is going to switch up his item choice because he had a Shiva's queued. Yeah, he's switching to the Hex. So much more strength now for Secret. As Yapsara gets caught by the stun.
Yeah, they get the opening. Have the Yules, but there's the spear immediately as he comes crashing back down. 33 catches it.
Oh, he definitely had time there. He must have been looking elsewhere on the map to Yules or to simulate dodge the Wraith King stun because it just came quite slowly and caught him. But a nice kill picked up there for mudgolems. Back to clearing out their waves. And Secret gonna wait until YapzOr is back up to look for any big opportunity. Matu now with a basher, so more ways to actually stand and hold his ground versus that Wraith King. If there's anything that he can do, it's just stick on the Wraith King now, especially once he has that. With all that pure damage that's gonna be coming out from his Ag Shard.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, crazy to see how much more HP the Bloodseeker really does have because of his build in comparison to the Wraith King. Skeeter is
3k
a bit fragile still.
And comparable armor, you know, considering obviously Wraith King has an AC himself. I mean,
yeah.
Of course, you know, one's the IG1 is strength, but still, you know, yeah, they're very, very tanky Bloodseeker. As mudgolems now definitely you can feel that they're being a lot more careful with how they go about making the moves, especially with Nigma really being as close as he is to his next item. 3,300 gold unspent. They're not going to feel too tempted to try and force something, and they've got to be prepared because Secret's on the hunt.
All of them on the high ground here. Skeeter is getting close to 25, that big power spike for the Wraith King. And they're actually going to smoke themselves, Vada. Gonna blast the mid wave. This is gonna reveal where he is. Puppy's gonna see him. And he blinks upwards, so now they have maybe a slight read of where that smoke is. I think they do know that the opposing team is smoked too now.
Yeah, it's a big wraparound from mudgolems.
Trying to keep this high ground advantage. And now with this ward that they have on their own defensive side of their Ancients, they will see all of Secret. Yep, so we'll scout that. He does have the True Sight remnants.
Oh, they're in actually.
They jump in though.
They've managed to find the jump straight away onto Nisha. The bashers as well. The arena timing not quite there though, as Nisha's still able to find the BKB, but it doesn't matter. They're in on top of him, and Nisha's down for 100. Over towards the side, the Soulbind, looking down the two of them. Matu pots the BKB. There's the Ravage from Zai again, catching pretty much the majority of mudgolems. The YapzOr's trying to get in to help clean this up, but Nine's still alive. They couldn't quite finish off the Grimstroke. Nine's able to kite them out. Over to the side, 33 pushing back Matumba Man. YapzOr trying to finish off Skeeter the once, but he can't quite do so. Skeeter jumps back across, finishes off the kill with a big old crit, takes out YapzOr. Matu's trying to turn with the help of Zai onto 33. They kill him off, and they do find Skeeter, but Skeeter's got that second life. He's ready for round two. BKB, of course, still on cooldown for Matumba Man, but he's got the damage. Turns over towards Biver, but it's not enough. Time is brought for Biver to pop the snowball. Biver's walking away. He's going to be able to live. As they can't quite finish him off. Biver will survive. Zai goes for a TP out. He'll make it away. Nothing to cancel it. But mudgolems coming back in and able to come out on top of this fight yet again. This time being able to sort of split Secret up in a way where even with a solid Ravage from Zai, Secret just couldn't get the kills done this time.
I mean, they lost Nisha before the fight even started. Great, that ward in particular coming into play, right? Just seeing all of Secret there. Skeeter just picks and chooses how he wants to go in. I think he gets a bash, and then they get the Inkswell stun. They almost killed him 100-0 before he got any type of reaction. That was Secret fully on the back foot there, and Skeeter just wailing on everybody freely. And now also level 25 for that beautiful 2-second Mortal Strike cooldown. And also DD has spawned.
And just 100 gold off the full epistle. It's there.
Oh boy. And he's got the the dream of not having to use boots, as he did have the spider legs as well in that last one.
Yeah, that's true. And Roshan, also about to spawn. I mean, everything looking pretty mudgolems right now.
Stars are aligning.
Dire's top tower is launched.
There we go. DD Wraith King into the pit. No Matumba Man for 15 seconds. No Ravage on Zai.
They're actually looking to hunt up. You see YapzOr walking over for a second. We'll push them out of the pit for a moment, but then they'll go back and finish it. Matu, 4 seconds. Not going to be able to make it in time.
And this Roche kill will give the money for Nine to finish off his Aghanim's. Get that done. And actually Nine to be the one to take the Aegis. You know, as we see Skeeter, he's already got the focus here, this top lane. Sentry said down bottom. Runic on the Wraith King, 10 for 3, having no trouble against the Darks here for now, at least on these early levels. We'll see how things change up once the Iron Shell starts to get scaled up.
Yep, there we go. This is the Wraith King though versus Clockwork. It always just feels a little bad, right? The skeletons can just be summoned and
messed. Duration of the smokes until they wore off, and just that smooth, very fast move, that opportunity they take immediately seeing that chance to get on top of Nisha just to start the fight off. And you can see it's just started to fall apart a little bit from Secret. Zai gets this big Ravage, but they just can't quite lock down a hero. They're a core out already very early on, and the sort of the damage to take down the cores of mudgolems, it wasn't there.
Yeah, they're missing their big punch. Matu, his damage is more about this gradual that's just like, oh my god, wait a minute, we're all dying, and now this Bloodseekers just ran rampant through our whole team. Nisha's the one about the big combo. The Ravage, the Sanities, take out a hero almost right away. Mudgolems.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Now in a pretty comfortable spot here with this Wraith King just Skeeter, an absolute beast. This isn't a game though where I feel like the Dark Portrait in particular, it's not some like, oh my god, he's versus a Luna or versus a Morphling or versus a PL where it's just this super game changer. Felt like